Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Here we go then, halfway through day 10 at the Paris Olympics. Another busy day, of course, already today. We've seen Britain medal with Beth Potter, Alex Yee, Sam Dickinson and Georgia Taylor-Brown, picking up bronze in the triathlon mixed team relay.
She's pushing Beth Potter up to the line. Germany out in front. It's going to be gold for Germany. It's a medal finish for Great Britain.
Over to the gymnastics, where it's not been a great start for Simone Biles. Ellie Oldroyd.
No, only fifth in the beam final, and docked marks as well for not saluting the judges at the end of her routine. But gold for a delighted Alice D'Amato of Italy at 1 and 3 for Italy on the beam. But she has got floor coming up still, Simone Biles.
Coming up, plenty more action, including the first day of the cycling and the kayak cross finals. We've eventually got to the finals. Kimberly Walsh, Joe Clark of Britain vying for gold there. All to come here on 5 Live, and we've got the athletics at the Stade de France throughout the day and into the night.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Julien Laurent with us in the French Cafe. Laura Kenny will join us a little bit later on. We've got show jumping, we've got gymnastics, we've got the kayak cross. As I say, we'll reflect on how the swimming has gone at these games and the golf from yesterday as well. So plenty to get through before the cycling in the velodrome gets underway a little bit later. Tony and Ellie will have that for you. Kelly at the athletics tonight. I just want to go back to Eleanor Oldroyd at the gymnastics, mainly for what you just said there, because if people are just joining us, you get docked marks for not saluting the judges.
Yeah, I mean, this is news to me, but Lewis, I'm sure, knows this all too well. There are certain things that you get penalties for. So you lose marks, so you have your difficulty score, and if you don't complete everything that's in your routine that you said you're going to do, you can lose marks from that. So if you do a double rather than a triple, you get an execution score, which is how well you've completed those elements. But you get penalties if you go over time. Is that right?
Yep.
And if you and if you don't show due respect to the judges.
Yeah, there's loads of little intricate rules that aren't really a factor until you break them. So one of them, so we have these TV screens around the stadium that has a red light on it that says stop, and then a green light that says go. And you can't start your routine until it says the green light go. Now sometimes the judges can be ready before the screen is, and the judges will present for you to start. But you are told you have to wait for the sign to go green. And if you start before it does, your whole routine doesn't count. So that's one rule, and then you have to present to the judges when you are ready and you see the green light, and then you also have to signal the judges when you finish to say I've finished my routine.
I've got to say Chapper, so her mark in the end for her overall routine was 13.100. So she had 6.2 for difficulty, so she had the second highest difficulty score in that final. She got 7.2 for execution, and she did fall. So she obviously lost marks from her execution for falling. The 0.3 penalty wouldn't have got her anywhere near the podium, in fact, because third place was Manila Esposito of Italy, who got 14. So she was a full 0.9 ahead of Simone Biles. So in the end, the 0.3 didn't actually make a difference.
There will be
but
some people.
It's still strange, isn't it? Though.
Yes, and I think there will be some people, Lewis, who will go, well, that's all part of the history of the sport, and that's what happens, and that respect to the judges is, all part and parcel of what competitors throughout the decades have done. And then there will be others who will think, what a load of self-important nonsense. It's nothing to do with, it's not about them, it's about the competitor.
Well, there's all sorts of. I
won't tell you which side of the fence I'm on.
There is an element of. Gymnastics was formed in the military, and there's so much of gymnastics, even in today's age, that still replicate kind of what was around during those militant eras.
Can I say Suguno Takaki of Japan? He was throwing himself all over the place on that horizontal bar, and he's finally come crashing down to earth. So we've seen a lot of people hitting the canvas in this final today. Sorry, Lewis.
No, there's all sorts going on in this competition. But yeah,
so the military background.
Yeah, as a military background, and even when we're training, before we start a session, we all line up in front of our coach. If we're late, we have to apologise before we're late. He gives us a little brief and a little showdown, and he then gives us the nod, and then we break formation, and then we start warming up. And then when we finish the session, it's exactly the same way. We line up in front of our coach. He gives a little debrief of how the session's gone, and then we shake our coach's hand. And we shake our coach's hand before every session finishes, and then we leave. So there's elements of kind of being uniform and lining up and conforming like they did in the military.
And we were also we were at the judo the other day, weren't we, chappers? We were watching Teddy Riner, and in judo so much of that is about respect of your opponent and respect of the officials, you know, bowing at the beginning and the end. Even when you've just been trying to tear the coat off someone's back, you know, you still bow to them at the end. So I think that is the thing, isn't it? You know, and in gymnastics, it's one of the I think it's the only sport that's been in every single modern Olympic Games since 1896, and one of the original sports from the ancient Olympics as well. So it's kind of steeped in history and tradition.
I respect of your opponent and respect the process. I completely applaud and completely understand. And in fact, throughout the whole of this gymnastics competition, the respect from the competitors to each other is something to be absolutely applauded when they're in competition with each other as well. In fact, you know, Harry Hepworth was with us on the highlights last night, as was Jake Jarman, and that was one of the big things they were talking about, not just the respect between each other even when they're competing, but the respect for all the men who are doing the vault, or for all the women who are on the beam. That really comes through. I just think sometimes it must be hard, Lewis, if you've had a difficult routine, if you've fallen off, if you're a little bit scrambled, then, you know, to forget to do a certain thing is probably understandable, even if you're Simone Biles.
Well, yeah, Simone has a lot on her shoulders, and there's a lot of attention on her, there's a lot of eyes on her, and she is a superstar, you know, not just in the gymnastics world, but the entire world. And she might just had a little bit too much going on and got carried away with herself and just ran off instead of finishing the routine that she usually would know how to. So
she was definitely disturbed as well, or you know, I don't know, disrupted somehow by the atmosphere in the arena, because
she was complaining about it, Ellie. She was you heard her on television, because I was just watching the television coverage talking about sort of complaining to her American teammate about the shushers.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Lewis did a bit of lip reading, didn't you? And that's what you reckon as well, she said.
It's a scary atmosphere because they turn the music all the way off, which is weird, because even when I was competing, you would have some background noise. So they turn it all the way off. It becomes so deadly silent in here. And gymnasts are used to a few things. They're used to a little bit of a clapping and applause throughout the routine. They're used to the sounds of the clicking of the cameras and the background music. Now, when that music is off, it's you become a lot easily distracted, and then you heard from the audience people were actually shouting directly to Simone. So, come on, Simone, and keep going. And those specific shouts.
I mean, that'd be quite normal, aren't they?
But they're a little bit distracting rather than the general applause that you might get. So then when those were happening, people were then saying shush, you know, and they were shushing in the audience, and that's loud because there's no music, there's nothing to drown that out.
So when you were competing, because this has been a subject that's cropped up 2 or 3 times during the discussions on the Olympic, what an athlete gets used to noise-wise in their specific sports. So why do you need, you know, silence for golf and tennis, for example, where someone plays a shot, but maybe in gymnastics you want a low hum of background music?
Well, I think
what you're used to.
Exactly that. Exactly what you just said. It's about what you're used to, and when you decide to change something up at something like an Olympic Games, and it's something that's different, you're throwing a whole new span in the works. You know, people aren't prepared for this new way of doing things. You know, having the music turned all the way off and having it eerily silent in here. It's a hard one to experiment with at an Olympic Games.
And I mentioned earlier on to Naga, actually, Chappers, when we were talking about this, that Simone has talked about the fact that in Tokyo, when she went through this absolute mental turmoil and you know, developed the twisties, one of the things that contributed to that was just the darkness of the arena and the emptiness and the silence in the arena, which just, again, upset her equilibrium in whatever way, and it added to whatever else was causing causing her to lose her place in the air. It's tricky, isn't it? Because, it's like, as you say, when you get some horses that are spooked at the start of a race. I've covered the Derby a few times, and there are some horses that are simply not used to, there's the silence at the start at the Derby, and then as they go herring up the hill at Epsom, and suddenly they go into this incredible roaring crowd, and you can easily get unsettled.
But even within the space of the eventing, and I'll talk to Sonia in a moment, the space of the eventing, you have silence for the dressage element and really for the show jumping element. But the cross-country bit in between is raucous.
Yeah, I know. Well, I suppose that's the thing. It's what you're used to. If you're used to doing one thing, and if you're used to being in a gymnastics arena in which there's a bit of ambient noise, and the camera clicks, and maybe some commentators trying not to shout, and Lewis is very conscious of that, weren't you?
Yeah.
Just trying to keep your voice down. We've all done it at different events, but something that is different and unsettling can just throw you off, and in the end maybe that contributes. I mean, there were a lot of falls. There were a lot of people falling off that balance beam, and there have been quite a lot of people falling off the high bar as well, the horizontal bar in the men's competition.
I was going to say, Ellie, just tell us what you're watching at the moment, apart from bodies flying everywhere.
Well, it's just it's carnage, isn't it?
It is. I think we've only had two clean routines so far.
Yeah,
it's quite extraordinary, and we always say, keep fighting all the way till the end, because anything can happen in gymnastics, and you only have to do a clean routine and everyone else can make a mistake, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And I don't know what it is in the air. I don't know if it's the change of noise in here, or people are getting tired because it's coming towards the end of the the artistic gymnastics.
They must be tired. They must be tired.
Well, yeah, I mean, quite a lot of people have had multiple finals, and actually the one person who doesn't seem to have been tired is Okash Shinosuke, who is the all-around champion for Japan and team champion for Japan, and he's just won a bronze on parallel bars about an hour and a half ago, and he's currently leading the competition in the horizontal bars. He's the man, I don't know if you heard this earlier, I'm going to say it again, who actually asked Lewis Smith for a selfie in a cafe earlier in the week, because he hasn't seen you around while he's been competing until now, and he genuinely was chuffed to see you and wanted to say how much he enjoyed watching you.
Yeah, I was just sat patiently in a cafe having a nice beer, and he asked for a picture, and I was quite surprised that I had that level of reach all the way to Japan, amongst the greats.
Yeah. I don't know whether maybe this links to the dressage yesterday, Chappers, because I have a feeling that they played Queens, another one bites the dust a few times, and you can say that about Tin Srbic of Croatia, who was just face planted onto the mat.
Ellie, Lewis, for the moment, thank you. Let's go to the equestrian. Sonia McLaughlin is there. You all salute as well, not you personally, but everybody there salutes as well, don't they?
They do. I mean, it even actually has it written on the dressage test. Enter at A, trot down the centre line or canter down the centre, halt, immobility, salute. And it comes back to Chappers, the military background in equestrian sports. That's where it all started, as the horses and riders were trained to go into battle, and the better trained your horse was, the better chance of you probably staying alive on the battlefield. So you have to salute, and the show jumpers do it as well. It's not quite as pronounced as the dressage judges, but it's a sort of a little nod to the judges.
That was right, though, isn't it? About just on the noise thing we were having as well. Show jumping dressage is quiet compared to the cross country, which did have a big atmosphere. Yeah, I mean,
show jumping and dressage in particular is a tricky one, because these horses, a lot of them are sort of Dutch and Belgian warm bloods. They're trained for this, but like so many horses, like humans, everyone has their own individual personalities, and some are literally bomb-proof. They will not be bothered by a crowd of 20,000. Others would get agitated and spook at a plastic bag, or as one horse did, at their own shadow in the arena. And so noise for horses, a lot of them wear these, the defenders over their ears to block out the noise, and it sort of has this flap that comes down over their forelock, which is sort of, their forehead, effectively, just to block out the noise. Because, Carl Hester's horse Fame spooked when he came in to do his dressage for his individual test, because some idiot rang the bell literally next to his horse. And then you get the added thing with equestrian is that some of these horses are stallions. So you add that into the mix, and these highly strung stallions, then it's a recipe for disaster if there isn't a little bit of respect from the crowd, the person ringing the bell, the people opening and shutting gates here. Got to be so careful not to scare the horses.
As far as what you're watching today, this is a long old afternoon, isn't it? Because
Yes.
we're looking at the qualifying for the show jumping final for the individual.
Well, it's a good job. I just view this as an immense privilege to watch the best show jumpers in the world, because we have, we've started, that rider's just had the very last down. We were going to start with 74 riders going for individual medals here, but a couple have either retired or withdrawn. So we're down to 72. And it's the top 30 that will go through here. All three British riders are into this final. Harry Charles, Scott Brash and Ben Mayer, who is actually the defending Olympic champion. And it's worth reminding people, Mark, that we have had, in terms of British show jumpers, in Rio and Tokyo, this individual gold were won by Brits. Nick Skelton in Rio, Ben Mayer in Tokyo. Britain has some form in the individual show jumping. I just wonder whether or not they can make it 3 in a row.
So when I've got 16th out, 40th out and 66th out. Is that right for the three Brits?
That is correct. We've had 6 so far, including the world number 1, Henrik von Eckermann, who is riding a horse called King Edwards. Somebody informed me that horse is worth $10 million.
Wow.
I know, wow, right? And I can see why it's worth $10 million, because it's come in here this morning, jumped the most perfect clear round. He's so athletic, this horse. He gives these fences fresh air, barely puts a foot wrong. He will be, in many ways, the favourite here. He is one of 2 riders to have gone clear so far. Time penalties are going to be a really big factor here, Mark. This course has a time allowed of 79 seconds, 1:19. So the challenge here is to go clear, but also do it inside the time, because in Tokyo, poor old Scott Brash went clear, but he missed out on the team final by 1 time penalty.
Security must be huge around some of those horses. If you've got a horse that was worth $10 million, then the security around the stables and transportation and so on and so forth. Security everywhere is tight. It does. Yeah. There are police everywhere, but to keep the horses safe, the security around them must be big. Yeah,
people like me are not allowed anywhere near the stables, much as I would like to try and sneak around there and have a jolly good look around and pat a horse. Not allowed. Security, that every single exit and pathway that leads to the stables, the security guards. Yeah. So yes, there is a big security presence, and you can understand why. So 72 riders then for Sonia to watch this afternoon. Harry Charles goes first, 16th. That might be with us, you would think. Scott Brash 40th, so that could be with Kelly maybe. Ben Mayer 66th, so that could probably with Dotton, I would imagine. There we are. Thank you, Sonia. We'll be back with you throughout the course of the afternoon. Eleanor sat next to me in our Paris cafe. Why are you lot changing the gymnastic rules and not playing music and stuff? Are you trying to sabotage the gymnastics?
To make it even better.
Why do you always have to do stuff your own way?
Just to put up the best Olympic Games ever. That's what we do.
Where have you been in the last 24, 48 hours? Last saw you obviously with Big Ted at the judo, which was still buzzing about.
Amazing. Then he won the team event. Pretty much on his own too, which was even more incredible. And Paul Saito, who we discussed at length on that individual day.
The good thing about the team judo was I was watching French television last night, France 2, I think, and they were all on. All the judos were on. And Roman Dico, who fought on the same night as Teddy Riner, and she lost her semi-final, but did win a bronze medal. It was just nice, and she was distraught all evening, wasn't she? Even when she picked up the bronze, she still wasn't that happy. So it was just lovely to see her on television last night, smiling.
Yeah, smiling, and I mean, I guess individual medals are great, but when you do it all together, they were 3-1 down. It's first to 4 against Japan, the country of judo. For them to come back and have this incredible finale with Riner again was just magnificent.
And I can talk about other things, bar Teddy Riner, but I won't at the moment. He's talking about going to LA.
I mean, so
he'd be 39.
Yeah, before the Olympics, he was like, this is it. This is the end. I can't go back. It's another 4-year cycle. It's too much. Now he's saying, I'm buzzing. Maybe you heard our commentary. He was like, I'm buzzing now. I need to go to LA. LA is so cool. LA is this. LA is that. Let's go. 39. Surely that's not possible.
I would really hope somebody doesn't make a decision on their Olympic career based on listening to you, me and Bunsey, to be honest with you. Ellie at the gymnastics.
Well, Oka Shinosuke has won his 3rd gold of the Games. What an incredible Paris 2024 he's had. The young Japanese gymnast, just 20 years old, but also historic first medal for Colombia from Angel Barajas. So he was in silver medal position. Then we've got joint bronze medalists, Zhang Bahong of China and Tang Chia-hung of Taipei, who went first, fell off. I mean, he is in absolutely floods of tears. He can't believe that he's managed to sneak into the medal position, because this really, Lewis, was a case of who messed up least.
Yeah, I think he's probably spent the rest of that high bar final in heartbreak, thinking he's ruined his chances, and he's just watched gymnast after gymnast fall again, and he's managed to stay in bronze medal, and that's probably been one of the most remarkable finals. In fact, this day has been one of the most remarkable day of finals I think I've ever seen in not just Olympic history but gymnastics history. I mean, that's just it's been crazy.
Yeah, mad scenes. We saw the Chinese gymnast Su Weidai, who was the last to go. I mean, he completed his routine clearly, and then he just absolutely fell forward on his landing. So there is something odd. There is something odd in the air other than just chalk dust, because there's a lot of chalk dust. But it's been a very strange day. But you can't argue with Oka Shinosuke, who is a real superstar and a star for the future. And actually is being hugged by Daiki Hashimoto, who was the star of Tokyo. There's always a big name, isn't there, in Japanese gymnastics? There was Kohei Uchimura for many years, and then Daiki Hashimoto, and now Oka Shinosuke is the latest young prince of Japanese gymnastics. And he's a Lewis Smith fan, so we like him.
What have you still got to come then? Is it women's floor next?
Women's floor next, yep. So the way it's been working out is that we've had, I don't know quite why they've done it, they've reverted to this. Yes, on the first day of finals, we had final followed by medal ceremony, final followed by medal ceremony, and then that just stretched everything out massively, so it all overran. Then yesterday they saved all the medal ceremonies to the end of the session, and today we've reverted to what it was like on day one. So in between each final we've had a medal ceremony, which is fine, but it doesn't have to stretch it out. So yes, eventually we'll get the floor final.
Okay, Ellie Lewis will be back for the floor final with the two of them. British Athletics have just announced that Zanel Hughes is withdrawn from the 200-metre heats tonight due to a hamstring tightness. So that requires monitoring for the next 48 hours, they say, and no decision has been taken as yet in relation to his relay involvement. Let's talk kayak cross next, because that reaches a climax with the women's final at 5-4 UK time this afternoon. The men's final follows that around 4 o'clock. We've got the quarterfinals first of all. That's from 2:30, so we'll bring you that with John Akers. Joe Clark has got back-to-back world titles in this event. He has been storming through the heats so far, and the women have been doing brilliantly as well. Kimberly Woods, who won world gold last year, and Mallory Franklin. We can talk to Professor John Coyne, chair of Paddle UK, previously British Canoeing. Afternoon, John. Thank you very much for joining us.
Pleasure to join you, Mark. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Do you know what? Whatever happens this afternoon, it's been a really, really good week of canoe slaloming for the Brits, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been fantastic. You know, we came here with 4 athletes with 6 events in which to medal. We've already got a silver with Adam Burgess and the bronze with Kim Woods. And the 3 paddlers that are in the quarter-final of the kayak cross certainly looked the part yesterday. But as you know, it's a sport where catastrophe is around every upstream gate, and so we don't count anything. But when you have two reigning world champions, it's a good start.
Absolutely, and that's what can happen in this sport, can't it? Even I mean, especially in the single side of things, if you just catch the wrong element, I don't know all the technical terms, John, so bear with me. But if you catch the slightly wrong bit of the tide or the bit of the river at the wrong point, you can miss your gate, or you can fight to get back to your gate, and that's the nature of the sport. Let alone when you've got four of you bombing down the track.
Absolutely. It's a sport with real uncertainty and jeopardy. And of course, in kayak cross, four on the water at once, it becomes a little bit of a personal combat, as well as you against the gates and you against the flow. And it's a wonderfully exciting sport. And the crowds here have really been astonishing. 15,000 yesterday, and making noise the likes of which we've never heard in a slalom context.
The kayak cross is new for the Olympics. How long has that been an event, though?
Versions of it have been developing probably over the last 7 or 8 years. It was announced as long ago as 4 years. We've had several world championships in it, but it's still very firmly in the process of development, and it will go a lot further. It's really captured the imagination of those new to the sport and brought in new audiences.
What do the athletes feed back to you about it?
Our athletes absolutely love it. Joe Clark, this is a sport that was made for him. Kim Woods and Mallory Franklin, they absolutely have taken to it, because it's not only about technique, but it's also about speed over the water. And Paddle UK are investing heavily emotionally in it, as well as, of course, national lottery money to get us to the next phase. But we do see it very firmly as part of our competitive future.
And is that, do you think that this is the kind of competition that people will see on television, and that will drive participation in your sport? Is this, the kayak cross, the bit that will get the juices flowing?
We certainly hope so. I mean, anybody who comes to it new, you've got young kids who are comfortable on the water anyway. They're thinking about how they can try something out. This has got massive appeal. It's spectacular. It's fast. It's furious, and will, I'm sure, be within the capabilities of people if they want to get out on the water and give it a go.
Are you like so many sports, and this could be anything from athletics to golf to cricket, who spend a lot of time wondering how to attract the next generation? I don't mean getting them in at grassroots level. I mean just getting eyeballs on it and getting them interested, and therefore are trying to come up with different formats and different ideas that will attract the attention.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mark. And there are three things for us. One is clearly we need the eyeballs and we need the attention, because we're all competing for a rather congested football-dominated media space. In our traditional disciplines, we do want to develop and bring more people through, so that we've always got new generations coming through. And then that third element, yes, we have to evolve the sport, experiment with new formats, not least because, of course, within the IOC family, we're always competing with new sports that want to join in. So we've got to be compelling in every dimension. And pleasingly, Paddle UK has that spirit. We've got the athletes, we've got some good pipeline, but we will never be complacent.
How far is your event guaranteed to be part of the Olympics? Is it only the next cycle that you know about?
The next two cycles we know about. Interestingly, the Los Angeles Games, the slalom will be in Oklahoma, because it has a very iconic course there, in the city of Oklahoma. We're keen to bring it there. In Brisbane, we understand that the local authorities will be building a brand new whitewater facility for the Games. So the next two look certain, but we will never be complacent. We've always got to demonstrate what a great sport we are, what a great spectacle we are, and ensure that we keep those positive eyeballs on it, so that we can raise the funding to develop. Commercial partners are always important in sport.
Two-part question then to finish, really. If people have watched it and want to get involved, is that an easy thing to do, whether you're a child or an adult? And the second part is, when Joe Clark and Mallory and Adam and Kim Woods all come back, is it easy to go and watch them in action somewhere?
Well, the first part is, if you're interested, go to paddleuk.org.uk, look for Where Can I Paddle. You'll get an instant guide to places to paddle, clubs, centres you can try it. We're very geared up as a recreational as well as a competitive discipline to encourage as many young people on the water paddling as we can. And the second is that there are always competitions that are available. Lee Valley is our headquarters for whitewater, and certainly people should just look out for what's going on at Lee Valley. In a normal season, of course, our elite paddlers nearly every weekend are somewhere across Europe or the world competing. In fact, having the Olympics in Paris is as close as they get.
Right. It's been breathtaking, hasn't it? As you say, the course has been great. The grandstands have been great.
Yeah.
They've just done it brilliantly. And the one thing that comes back, Adam said it to me when I was talking to Adam Burgess, who got silver in the canoe slalom singles, that the atmosphere is electric down there.
It is. It's absolutely fine. It's a wall of sound, and we have our regular routine as fans. Because myself, the Chief Executive Performance Director, we're experiencing this as fans. We walk 2 miles from our hotel through the local town, then we join the crowd as they go over the river and into the queue, and the atmosphere is absolutely phenomenal. A great credit to the French Federation and the International Canoe Federation for the way they've organised it. It's a brilliant atmosphere.
You're a good watcher of our athletes. Are you giving it some welly in that crowd?
I am. Yes, I try to get that balance of the decorum of being a chairman and the infantile behaviour of a fan. So I'm not the best at staying politically detached. We're usually, my wife and I are usually on our feet screaming with our Union Jacks flying in the air. So watch for that on TV.
I mean this in the nicest possible way, John, but keep up the infantile behaviour. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good man. Cheers, Mark. All the best.
Cheers,
And great luck to all the rest of our Olympians this week. Take care.
Good stuff. Professor John Coyne, Chair of Paddle UK. The course, the whole setup it's one of the highlights of the games, the canoe slalom.
It is amazing. And to be fair, all the events that they've had over there in Vers-sur-Maine, so you're a little bit outside of Paris, which maybe feels a little bit different if you're an athlete or certainly if you're a fan to get there. But you could hear on television how great it is. And I guess the head of these Olympic Games, Tony Estanguet, is obviously,
that's his sport.
If there's one sport, one event that he would have put a lot of effort in to make sure it was perfect, is this one.
Couldn't care less what the velodrome's like. I just want to get the canoeing right. Speaking of which, Laura Kenny is with us.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Have you ever given canoe slalom a go?
No, I haven't.
Would you like to?
Well, you know what, right? That's the closest Olympic venue to where I grew up.
Lee Valley?
Yes, yeah, because that is obviously, I grew up in Cheshunt, so it's literally 10 minutes. That was part of our little lap when I first started riding a bike. Did you ever
give it a go? Did you think about it?
I mean, actually, I do lie, because my school did go down there, so we did actually do, but it wasn't obviously as nice as it is now. It was called something different. I can't remember what it was called, but we did used to go down there for like half a term or whatever on a Thursday or whatever. But no, do you know my one memory down there? Some of the parents had to come with us because, you needed more people, more support. And my mum capsized. Yeah.
Did she?
Yes. And that's actually one. That's one of my.
Was that embarrassing?
One of your early.
I know, it was hilarious. I was like, "Get in there, Mum. See ya." And then I actually remember we all got to jump in. Why we thought that was a good idea, I don't know. But yeah, we all jumped in.
To help your mum?
No, just for fun, like.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Did she know how to do an Eskimo roll, or did someone?
Oh no, someone actually had to get a rescue boat. Yeah.
Did you do any other? Did you try lots of other sports as a kid, or once you were on the bike, was that?
No. I didn't specialise actually until I was 15, I think, was when I gave up the last sport, which was trampolining. But I literally did everything. In fact, my best mate has come out to Paris with me for a little bit, right? And she got talking to a couple of people. You know, when you're like, no one needs to hear these stories, Christy, really. And she's like, she was one of those annoying people that was just good at all sports. And that's not technically true. But I got stuck into everything. Like, I was in every school team. And then outside of school, I did cycling, trampolining and swimming were like my go-tos.
Right. And is there one that you... Look, you're not going to regret anything you gave up for cycling because of the career that you've had.
Yeah.
But is there one that you thought, do you know what? Maybe I could have continued. That would have been great to have continued.
Yeah, trampolining.
Trampolining.
Yeah, definitely. But I don't think... Because when did that come in the Olympics? Was it in London? I feel like it wasn't in London.
I would have said the last two, so
Rio.
Okay, yeah. So it wasn't an Olympic sport at the time, and not that you target Olympic sports, but I mean the cycling.
You want to dream, don't you?
Yeah, and like cycling also had a system in place because it was UK sport funded. Trampolining wasn't, and so there was an obvious pathway, you know, in cycling. But yeah, if I could go back, and my little boy now he's actually doing trampolining, and I was there for Bryony Page's gold medal too, and so yeah, if there was one, I'd love to do trampolining.
Were you much better at cycling? Is that because you chose cycling, or...?
No, I actually had some health issues, you know, that actually made me stop trampolining. I kept passing out, which on a trampoline isn't really ideal, is it? But I had to
This is turning into the Trott family sporting disasters.
No, it is. I mean, it's a bit like that, isn't it?
What happened?
They basically put it down to dehydration in the end. But there was a couple of times that, I'd basically passed out. I didn't know where I was on the trampoline, and it was quite bad. Yeah, and it wasn't just on the trampoline. Like there was other times, and because I was quite young, like I did have to go and have some brain scans and stuff. Like it was quite. They deemed it quite serious at the time. But so I had to stop because they said, you know, for health reasons, you need to stop for 6 months. But cycling was fine as long as I was with someone. So Welling Wheelers, my club, just made sure I was always with someone. So cycling was really the only one that I could carry on with at the time. And so that's why I stopped it. Yeah, so I actually stopped.
2000 it came into the Olympics, did trampoline.
Oh right,
2000
so it has been around a long time.
But people might think, well, you know, how much exertion really goes into trampoline. And one of the things with Bryony that I talked to her about after she won her medal is when they are right at the base, when they are right at the bottom before they're about to go back up, they go through the same G-force as a Formula One driver does.
Yeah.
So a lot of her training is neck-based.
Yeah,
so
I can imagine.
The exertions on the body from trampolining are huge.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I mean, as much as, like you say, it seems like, you know, energy levels, it doesn't seem... I can't tell you how physically hard, like, it's actually really hard to do. And, like, trying to teach my little lad now as well, it's so dangerous. Like, there's a couple of times that I'm like, oof, and he has fallen off a couple of times. And so there's a lot of different aspects to trampolining than, all right, it's not a physical running race, is it, as such? But, like you say, it's so different. I just think it's so impressive to be able to do what they do. Like, obviously, I've had a real kind of limited exposure to it, and trying to spot landings and stuff, one move after another, is insane, let alone doing how many twists and turns Bryony does. And the height. I mean, that was the first time that I've seen it live.
The height.
It's unreal. Unreal. Yeah, it's mental, really. And there's certain places that actually have to have, like, the roof built if they were going to do trampolining, because they do get that much height. Like, they have to have the roofs lifted. It's incredible. That was the first time in a long time I've seen it live, and I actually totally forgot. And it was the first thing that Albie said to me, my little lad, and he just was like, whoa, the height that she gets. And I'm like, yeah, Albie, you need to bounce higher when you start doing this.
How old's he?
He's 7.
Has that made him want, by watching it, has that made him want to do it more?
You know, this is the first time since being out here. So they're out with me for the 2 weeks, and he is very lucky that he's been able to come to lots of bits and bobs with me. And it's the first time that I'm sort of seeing him really love sport. Like, my dad messaged me the other day and said he's literally sat waiting for the coverage to come on, and it was like 7 a.m. And he's really starting to get that, like, Olympic fever, as we all call it. Yeah, so for me, I think maybe.
That's such if you are sporty and you love sport and you hope that your children will have the same love of sport, that moment when you see it develop, suddenly click in them, is so low. I mean, I can remember with my eldest, just spending all the time watching trains for 4. And there's nothing wrong with this, by the way. But for 4 or 5, just before we get the complaint. But for 4 or 5 years of watching trains and standing in Harrow, watching tubes go up and down, thinking, my God, this can't be it. And then eventually you found cricket, and I thought, oh my God, thank God for that. Let's go to Sonia McLaughlin watching Harry Charles in the show jumping.
And Harry Charles and Romeo 88, who were part of Britain's gold medal winning team here in Paris, has just come into the arena on this lovely big bay gelding. And what a few days it's been for the 25-year-old Harry Charles, one of the best young riders in the world, never mind in Britain. This is individual qualifying. We're now down to 71 riders. Started with a field of 74, but 3 have either withdrawn or retired. You've got to get in the top 30. So far, we have 5 clear rounds, all within the time. There is a time limit. You do not want to get time faults, otherwise that could make the difference between being in the final and not. He's now swinging round to fence number 1, a big oxer. I'll say that a lot. It's 2 fences parallel to form a big spread. He's now coming straight across the arena in front of me to an upright. And all well for Harry Charles and Romeo 88 so far, as he's now in the top left-hand corner of the arena, going over another oxer. Now he has to ask the horse to just get a wiggle on because it's a water jump and a spread. Then he asks for a hold because it's a flimsy upright to the second part of that double, and he's done well. So he's clear through the first 4 fences as he swings round into the top right-hand corner. Planks, no trouble, to another oxer. And Romeo 88 has given that fresh air as he swings towards another oxer. It's decorated in turquoise and pink. Now, this next fence at 9 is flimsy, but he's left it there. It's still standing as he comes into the bottom left-hand corner of the arena to the treble. The first part is a huge oxer. 2 strides for the horse to an upright. Another 2 to another oxer. He's safely clear. At 10, fence 11. He's given that. He's 3 from home, young Harry Charles, and he's looking good for time as well. Fence 12, no problem. Now he's at fence 13, a big oxer. Now it's a really big oxer at the last. Oh, that was perfection, Harry Charles and Romeo 88. As he just eased. Oh, the horse gives him a little buck, jumps into the air. I rather think Romeo 88 enjoyed that, Mark. Little buck flished his tail and went, oh, I'm clever. I've just gone clear in Olympic qualifying.
So first one, all up and running.
First one up and running. He's in amongst a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, a group of 6 who've all gone clear. I have to say the cream is rising to the top because we've had clear rounds from the world number 1 of Sweden, Henrik von Eckermann, Carl Cook, who got a silver with the American team here, Shane Sweetnam, who's been the fastest so far, very, very good Irish rider. So I think the British riders that are to come, the pressure will be on them by the time they get there. They're going to have to go clear inside the time, I think, to get through to the final tomorrow. But Harry Charles is doing well. He's nailed down a clear inside the time.
Thank you, Sonia. Laura Kenny and Julien Laurent in the cafe with us this afternoon here in Paris. At the arena, though, at the Bercy Arena, they are getting ready, I would have thought, Eleanor Oldroyd, very shortly for the women's floor.
The one good thing about this, Chappers, is that it feels like there's less risk of people falling off. Because Lewis and I have seen enough people falling off things. He's giving me that look to say, just you wait.
Well,
what do you think?
Gymnastics.
Have I cursed them?
I think we've... nothing's safe in gymnastics, as we've seen. Today has been a very odd day of gymnastics. There's been mistakes after mistakes. And obviously we don't want anyone to go and hurt themselves or have any mistakes on the floor. However, it's just been an unusual day, so yeah.
Yeah, actually, interestingly enough, I mean, it felt like we lived through the drama of the beam final. There's quite a lot of the same characters in this floor final as well. So the 2 Italians who won gold and bronze, Alice D'Amato and Manila Esposito, they won gold and bronze on beam. They're back to compete again on floor. We've got, of course, Simone Biles. We've got Rebecca Andrade of Brazil. We've got Sabrina Maneka-Varneo, who's got more strapping and bandaging on her than anybody I've ever seen, really, in the gymnastics arena at the age of just 17 years old. And then Jordan Childs of USA, so another member of that gold medal winning USA team is in, as opposed to Suni Lee. So I'm excited about this.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be good fun. I'm excited too.
We're just getting the gymnasts introduced to the crowd here. This is the final of the gymnastics, the artistic gymnastics events at this Olympic Games in Paris. That rhythmic gymnastics takes over for the second half of the week. What the difficulty, obviously, on floor? It's multiple. It's getting in multiple complicated elements. It's impressive, the judges. It's performing to music. So we're not going to worry about having a quiet hall, because there's actually music playing in the background.
Yeah, there's obviously they get judged on musicality, their dancing, their leaps, their connection, and obviously their big tumbling, and whether or not they are able to stay inside the floor area. And if not, they will incur a penalty for stepping out. But it's going to be all action.
Absolutely. Don't need to tell you who was just introduced to the crowd, Chappers. Of course, it was Simone Biles, who I think she's probably changed her leotard. So Naga was getting fascinated by the different leotards. But I saw a little peek of a red bit. She was wearing a white and blue leotard before, but I think she's going red in her last final, her last chance to add a medal to her unbelievable collection already. She qualified first, so I'm guessing it'd probably be gold here.
So where does she go in the order here? Is it the order they've just walked out?
Yeah, she's six. I think she's six.
She's seven.
6, 7.
Hang on, are there 9 gymnasts in this final? Have I got that wrong? Have we got? There are 9 gymnasts in this final.
They've just announced it specifically for you in the background, Ellie. So that's good.
There are 9 gymnasts, and I was going, wait, what?
I think there must have been the same score for one of the places.
Yeah.
So I think it was joint 4th and 5th. Was
joint
it?
Joint 4th and 5th. Yeah, so that's right. So Kishi Rina of Japan and Anna Barbosu of Romania qualified in joint 8th place with 13.6. So normally they can kind of divide them up by it's the execution score, isn't it? Whoever gets the highest execution score will go through, but they couldn't divide them on that.
So we will keep an eye on the order there. We'll keep going back to Ellie and Lewis for commentary of the floor at the gymnastics. With sort of one eye on Simone Biles, Laura. The more successful you got, did it get harder or easier?
It got harder, definitely, yeah. But not just from like an outside world perspective, like from my own too, though, because the more I won, the more I wanted to win. And it started to get to the point where nothing else was good enough. Like, I just wanted to win. So, like, London 2012 for me, I was just a kid. Like, I fell at it. And it was easy. Like, it was, because I had no pressure. Nobody knew who I was, which is funny because I was actually double world champion going into it. But it didn't matter. Yeah. And, like, that's sort of the difference between Worlds and Olympics. Like, Olympics is everywhere. And so, yeah, it didn't really matter. And then, obviously, we went on to win. But then after that, I think because of the way I fell at it, I felt like people thought I just kind of fluked it and it just sort of happened. And so for me, it was almost like, no, hang on, like there was a lot of hard work that went into that. There's no way I just fluked it at 20 years old. Like the pressure of that is quite a lot in itself. It was also a home games. And so for me, Rio really was about proving to me, like everyone else, that it wasn't a fluke and that I actually really was good enough to win those medals. And then Tokyo, it did get worse, I guess, around Tokyo, because Jason and I were obviously in the limelight quite a lot by that point. Yeah. And the story of the two of us doing it together after our son as well. But that, to me, was the pressure then. Like, it was the pressure that I'd put on myself to prove that you could be a mum and get on the top step of an Olympic podium. And I just wish I hadn't said that so early into my journey, because then everyone was like, well, can she do it? Is she? Whereas if I'd just played it down and been like, it's really hard juggling both things at the same time, then everyone would have been like, oh, yeah, good job for even riding a bike again. Whereas it was, will she win? Like everything was, will she come back and be successful? So no, yeah, it was definitely harder.
And so by the time I actually got to Tokyo, was it the outside noise more than anything else then?
Yeah, probably, to be fair, by that point. Yeah, there was just lots of stuff and lots of questions, and all the media wanted to speak to us, whereas before that, we kind of got, just sort of went along in the Olympic wave, and I could say yes and no to whatever. Whereas when it came to Tokyo, it was everyone wanted to do an interview with Jason and I, and it was quite a lot in comparison to the other two Olympics.
Did you feel like you couldn't say no?
Yeah, I did, really. And it's difficult. It's a real fine balance, because for me, you don't want to say no because there's a younger me out there listening to this or watching the TV, or their dad's reading the newspapers. And so for me, it's about doing enough to get the next generation into bike riding or into sport. But then the flip side of that is using quite a lot of my energy to answer all the questions and to be focused when doing so.
Because you are still competing. You are still, this is still, there are still things on the line for you.
Of course there were, yeah. And like I say, I feel like maybe I sort of I became a little bit more guarded, I guess, with what I was putting out there and how much I was saying, because I did feel like the pressure was mounting quite a lot. Plus also, there's always an accolade. I was the first person with 3 alpacas to win a gold medal. That's what it felt like, you can literally say anything and you become it. And so there was so many accolades that was getting thrown around, and I just couldn't deal with that, because for me, you never think about the outside bit. It was just about going to Tokyo and doing the best I could in that event. It was never about, if she wins one more, she becomes this. And that was the one thing I struggled with. I couldn't talk about everything, because it was the most successful there. It was the most successful female Olympian, and I just couldn't deal with it. I was like, I don't need to hear any of this. I just want to go and race my bike.
Could you have been more prepared? Could somebody or you have done anything different to make you more prepared for it?
I just feel like it's so hard to prepare for something that you just don't know is going to happen. You don't know whether, because some Olympic champions just pass through, and I feel like they can go to events and you don't really get much media hype, and actually you kind of just sail through, Whereas the flip side of that is you can have such a tough and quite intense media attention, like Dina Asher-Smith, for example, right? She didn't have the best run in the 100 metres. Normally, if there were hype wasn't behind you, it actually wouldn't have mattered, because we had another athlete run much quicker and all the hype would have been around her. And so I think it's quite difficult to prepare for something that you just don't know. You don't know which way it's going to go.
Isn't it strange? I can remember doing London 2012 and having a bit of an on-air argument, actually, about Philip Zadowu finished. Did he finish 4th in the triple jump? I think he may have finished 4th in the triple jump that year, or he maybe didn't do as well as he was expecting. But there have been a lot of hype and attention around Philip Zadowu going into the triple jump in London 2012.
Yeah.
On the same day he struggled, one of the female competitors in the triathlon finished 4th as well, but hadn't had the same level of publicity as Philip Zadowu had. And yet the sort of on-air storyline a little bit was, well, I can't believe Philip Zadowu sort of let us all down and blah, 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 whereas didn't she do really well to finish 4th? And they've kind of come in the same position. And that, by the way, isn't a male-female thing. That was literally Philip Zadowu, bright red hair, put himself out there, one of the faces going into the games, and the triathlete didn't. And
that's the thing, and that's, I guess, why for the Tokyo build-up for me, I started to just not really say that much. I started to just be like, it'd be great to get there, it'll be great to be in Tokyo, and I didn't really want to put out what my whole hopes were, because I was just worried about how much attention it was going to bring.
He didn't make it through qualifying. That was it in London. So there was all this criticism of him.
Yeah.
But that's the way of the world, isn't it?
Of course.
Eleanor Oldroyd at the gymnastics.
We're watching Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, who has been the main rival to Simone Biles in every event that she's got onto the podium in. And she is such a lovely gymnast to watch. She is qualified second highest for this final. Full of energy, this floor routine, full of samba beats. And Lewis Smith, Strictly Come Dancing winner, is getting down with those beats.
It's a good vibe. Rebecca's bringing the party on the floor. And after the few routines we've seen throughout today, this is a breath of fresh air. She's just absolutely hammered home her first 2 tumbles, as she gets ready for her third one now. What's she got in the bag? round off flick, big double straight, lands it, big smiles, bringing that party atmosphere still. And this is going to be a great routine for Rebecca Andrade.
She's so high that the kind of leaps that she does, that split leap that she just did there, she gets such elevation. Just listening to Laura talking about Bryony Page on the trampoline. They don't get quite as high in the floor final, but it's great to watch. Here we go, another tumble.
Last tumble, double pike, lands it, little step back. Woo!
Great choreography as well.
Yes!
And just showing to the judges what she can do. She waves to the crowd in the arena and blows some kisses as well. Gorgeous teal leotard with lots and lots of sparkles and spangles and crystals and what have you. But she matches the decor actually in this arena as well. She's giving the coach a hug. And Rebecca Andrade, already 3 medals in Paris, 2 silver in all-around and vault, bronze in the team. And you would have thought, Lewis, that that's going to be another one.
I'd like to think so. I don't want to count all your eggs or all your chickens yet, but yeah, that was a great routine, and she'll be very happy. And what a competition she's had throughout this whole Olympic Games. She's been a joy to watch.
And I know she's a big favourite of our TV colleague Craig Heeb, Mark, who worked for us on quite a few games here on 5 Live, and he loves Rebecca Andrade. I think she's his favourite gymnast to watch because she has got that elegance and that dance. That dance element, and you know, it's that mixture, isn't it, of looking great as you do it and showing that strength and the power and the flexibility that gymnasts have.
And you can see she's really enjoying it out there.
Yeah.
You know, Simone, as fantastic as Simone is to watch, you can see that she's dealing with a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation, whereas Rebecca, she is just having an awesome time, and we felt that along with her during that party before the team.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a nerve-tingling sort of day today, chappers, and we just want a bit of a party. We want to finish on a high here in the BSC Arena because we've just had such a brilliant 10 days. We've loved being here, and we just want... Well, I'm thinking that Lewis might even get down and samba on the floor with Rebecca Andrade if she offered.
Do you want to come with me?
No.
They take a while with the scores this morning, it feels like, at the gymnastics, so we'll be back to get her score in just a moment. We'll talk golf next after Tommy Fleetwood's silver yesterday in the men's golf, which was a sensational 4 days of golf. Scotty Scheffler took gold after shooting a joint course record 9 under par 62 to come through and win it. Ian Carter, our correspondent, was watching, so we're joined by Ian and also Team GB leader Nigel Edwards as well. It was, as you said, Ian, it was the best golf tournament of the year for the men.
Yeah, I'm struggling to remember a better golf tournament, full stop, simply because of the cast list that was involved, the drama that was involved, the atmosphere that was there, and the sporting legacy that I think it has generated. It really was, I think, a landmark day for golf in the Olympics because of all of those reasons. And just to illustrate the drama, Mark, I suggested that Scotty Scheffler's chances were basically all but done, and I gave myself the slightest of caveats right at the end.
Did you give yourself a caveat?
I think I did. Yes,
okay.
yes. I said you can never say never or something like that. Do you know what? The people at Data Golf worked out that when John Rahm went to 20 under par and was 4 shots clear with 8 holes to play, Scheffler's chances of winning were 0.4 of 1%. Rahm was 90.2%.
Wow.
To win that. So that gives you an idea in numerical terms of the level of golfing drama that then played out on that back nine. And of course Tommy Fleetwood was absolutely magnificent amidst it all.
It takes a while, Nigel, doesn't it, afternoon, to build up history. And Tommy Fleetwood said afterwards that he didn't grow up wanting an Olympic medal because that wasn't a probability when he was growing up, because it wasn't in the Olympics. The difference is now boys and girls growing up will see an Olympic medal as a dream and a possibility.
Hi both. Yeah, it was truly inspirational, and let's hope that this really puts golf on the map, and very much part of the Olympic environment. It was a special day, not only for us, Team GB and Tommy getting a silver, but I think golf as a whole, it felt really special here at the golf course. Yeah.
Let's hear from Tommy, who's on 5 Live Breakfast this morning.
It was pretty cool to wake up with a medal on the side of the bed. I guess it's still not quite sunk in, but still probably can't believe it.
And where does that rank in terms of career highlights for you?
Well, it's got to be high. It's a strange one, really, because every week that we play as golfers, you don't really count the second place finishes. But yeah, I said it this week a few times. I'm in awe of all the athletes here. This has been my second Olympics, and when you are around these amazing humans that put the heart and soul into their craft, to have the opportunity of these every 4 years to stand on that podium, to stand on an Olympic podium and be presented a medal it was one of the most amazing moments in my career, no doubt.
Well, I think you get a sense of how good it is to be on that podium, but also the pain of missing out when you saw the disappointment, for example, from Jon Rahm, who talked afterwards about how gutted he was, how he felt he'd let his country down, not getting a medal. And I think that makes you cherish the silver all the more. Well,
yeah, it's unique in the sense we only get one shot at this every 4 years. I think you're definitely playing for your nation. I absolutely love being part of Team GB and what they put into it. And 100% my feelings this week were I wanted to add to Team GB's medal count, really. I wanted to be part of that, and I wanted to be a successful part of that team. And you're getting supported out there for us as well. There's so many fans out there that are there supporting their nations. It's not supporting individual people. So everything about it. And yeah, John was right in what he said. You're playing for your country, which is something much bigger than yourself.
Great interview with Rachel, that from Tommy Fleetwood. And that covers most of the points, doesn't it, Ian? Being in a team, playing for your country, not playing for money, only comes round every 4 years. So it's not like there's another opportunity to win a green jacket in a year's time. There are so many different elements that set it apart.
Yes, and I think it's worth remembering just at this point that the reason that golf agitated to get into the Olympics was because they recognised that it opened up all sorts of revenue streams to get money into the grassroots of the game on a global basis. Government funding for Olympic sports is there in so many different countries. That was the motivation there, but I think there have been so many further benefits that have come, and now you're just getting a different level of competition within golf that separates it from the norm of the calendar, as Tommy was describing there. So I think it has, it's just a virtuous circle that has been created by golf coming back as it did in 2016. And for it to generate the leaderboard that it had yesterday, and to see how much it meant. I mean, Jon Rahm was inconsolable after squandering that because he'd let down his country. He said he hadn't let himself down, he'd let down his country. That was his viewpoint, and that is sport in its rawest form, isn't it?
It is. Ian, thank you very much. Ian Carter with us. Nigel Edwards, Team GB leader, still with us. Do you have to work on the mentality of the golfers then a little bit when they come into this? Because so much of it is new, particularly that element letting down your country that Rahm was feeling.
Well, I think both Matt and Tommy really bought into it, and certainly in Tokyo, Tommy and Paul Casey and the women's team also, they saw what it meant, and just representing your country, it is really special. But their mentality didn't need to alter. I think the impression and from our discussions prior to it, they were really bought into the whole Olympic environment and the Olympic Games, and seeing so many people, athletes who are striving just to compete in the Olympic Games, let alone win a medal or actually win a gold. They definitely got it.
Sorry, that was water glass that I just accidentally clinked. I'm not here on 3 pints, just to make that clear. The other thing that we talked about yesterday when we were covering it was just adds a little bit in a golf tournament, in a major. If you finish second or third, there's a difference in prize money, but you're not really playing for anything else. So there's an extra element for someone like Tommy yesterday. He's going down 18, knowing he's in a silver medal position, knowing that if he birdies it, he gets a playoff for gold. If he bogeys it, he's going to have to be in a playoff for silver and bronze. So that adds a different dynamic, doesn't it? Of whether you're thinking, well, I don't want to let the silver go, or I'm going to go all out for the gold.
Oh, for sure. I mean, speaking to him last night, he really felt that he could chip that in to get into a playoff with Scotty. And then when it missed, it looked so good for the majority of the way until probably the last 2 feet. And then he definitely knew the importance of holding that 6-foot putt up the hill to get a silver as opposed to going into a playoff for bronze. And that putt could be really something big for Tommy to move up again in the world rankings and really move on. He knew what that meant, and to get a silver medal for Tommy in that situation was really important.
Brilliant to have you on, Nigel. Thank you very much. Team GB leader Nigel Edwards, and there is more golf to come. We'll talk plenty more about the women's. That gets underway on Wednesday. Georgia Hall and Charlie Hull are Britain's representatives there. Does it change quickly, Laura? Does it change Team GB's dynamic around the place when the, in inverted commas, superstars come in, whether that be tennis or golf or... I mean, in 2012, there were footballers as well, weren't there?
Yeah, there was, yeah. I don't think it changes the dynamic. I mean, actually, that when
They want to be with you, don't they, actually? Rather, they do, though. They want to be part of this really incredible team.
I would say that's what it is like. It's a big family. It's like an extended family. Like, that's the best thing about being part of Team GB. But the one and only time, actually, I was starstruck was I got into a lift in London 2012 with Andy Murray. And I was like, oh, my goodness. And, like, it really kind of sunk in then to me just how big this thing actually was. For the first time, the other day at the gymnastics, I finally got to speak to Andy. That's the first time. I've literally never met him.
So when you got in the lift?
Yeah, in London 2012.
You didn't speak to him in the lift?
Well, yeah, I obviously said, in fact, he just won, so I was like, oh, congratulations. But I hadn't started racing yet. But so since 2012, I have never met him. No, so I met him the other day. I was chuffed, and I was actually still just as starstruck.
Right. Was that when he was stuffing that donut into his mouth? That was when he went to the gymnastics.
I didn't even see that, was he?
Yeah, I think he was, yeah. Fully enjoying retirement. And did you get on well?
Why not?
Did you get on well?
Yeah. I asked him. I did it. It was actually a live interview. I asked him if he could do any gymnastics. Thankfully, he laughed. I was like, I wasn't too sure how that was going to go down. You know when you're like, why did those words leave my mouth?
Laura Kenny is with us, Julien Laurent as well. We're at the gymnastics for the women's floor. Simone Biles going shortly. We've got kayak cross as well. We're across the individual show jumping qualifiers. There's hockey later, actually. Britain's women in action in their quarter-final against the Dutch, and we're building as well up to the start of the action in the velodrome, and also the athletics tonight with Keely Hodgkinson going in the women's 800 metres final. Approaching 2:10. Here's the latest BBC News.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon with the 5 Live News. I'm Nick Hatfield. Sir Keir Starmer says an army of specialist police officers are on standby, ready to be deployed where they're needed in response to a wave of disorder across parts of England and Northern Ireland. Speaking after an emergency Cobra meeting, the Prime Minister said the motivation of those involved was pure violence. He outlined the actions the government is planning to take.
The first is we will have a standing army of specialist officers so that we'll have enough officers to deal with this where we need them. The second is we'll ramp up criminal justice for the earliest naming and identification of those involved in the process who will feel the full force of the law. And thirdly, that the criminal law applies online as well as offline.
Well, judges have approved special measures to allow courts to sit for longer to deal with the expected surge in prosecutions. More than 420 arrests have been made since riots first started in Southport on Tuesday. Elsewhere, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has resigned and fled the country following weeks of anti-government protests. Thousands of people stormed her official residence in the capital, Dhaka. The Army Chief General Waqar-uz-Zaman says he'll form an interim government.
The Prime Minister has resigned. Now we will run our work by forming an interim government. Have some patience, give us some time. Working unitedly, we'll be able to resolve all problems. Don't go for conflict anymore and come back to the path of peace.
Stock markets have been struggling across Europe following slumps in Asian markets overnight. They've been reacting to fears the US economy is slowing down. And Strictly Come Dancing has announced its first ever blind contestant, the comedian Chris McCausland. JLS singer JB McGill will also appear on the show, which returns to BBC One in the autumn.
5 Live Breakfast
with Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
The swimming events have now finished at the Olympics, but it does mean we can talk to Adam Peaty and Duncan Scott. Morning.
For the entire Team GB, the swim team, it's been really special. It was a real positive for the swim team.
I think sport as a whole needs to be better. I like to play fair, I like to race fair, and if you're not doing it fair, then I'm not going to shake your hand, I'm not even going to say hello. The people in charge should be more firm on that and actually doing their job.
We're going to bring you right up to date with yesterday's action and, of course, look ahead to what's coming up today.
5 Live Breakfast.
Listen weekdays from 6 on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
It's day 10 of the Olympics here in Paris. Plenty of drama so far today. And in gymnastics, Simone Biles is in action in the floor final, looking to bounce back from disappointment on the beam earlier. Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, she was one of many gymnasts who've fallen off in different finals today. It was happening all the time in the men's horizontal bar, but on beam, one of the few gymnasts who managed to stay on. Alice D'Amato of Italy won the gold medal, and she's about to go next on floor, followed by Simone Biles.
Better news for Team GB this morning. They got a medal on the board early in the triathlon relay.
She's pushing Beth Potter up to the line. Germany out in front. It's going to be gold for Germany. It's a medal finish for Great Britain.
Real shock in the athletics. Earlier medal hopeful Molly Caudry eliminated from the pole vault after 3 consecutive failures.
Not the Olympic experience as I was hoping for, but I'm just so sorry to everyone back at home, and I wish I could have done better for everyone and myself, of course, but I'm going to try and learn from this.
This afternoon, plenty more action to come, including the kayak cross finals. And we will build up to the latest instalment from the athletics at the Stade de France later this evening.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Let's go to Eleanor Oldroyd and Lewis Smith just for an update on what's going on in the floor, because we still haven't brought you conscious Rebecca Andrade's score.
No, well, she's the top scorer so far here, Chapper's at 14.166, so she is the leader at the moment, with Anna Bobosu of Romania behind, and then Kishi Rina of Japan behind her. Simone Biles is next to go after Alice D'Amato, who's already won a gold medal today. Lewis, we saw Simone Biles warm up. We don't think she looks entirely happy at the moment, although we can't actually physically see where they are at the moment because they're right down in front of us and concealed by barriers.
Yeah, you just saw her crouched over with her coach and physio kind of leant in, talking and discussing something. Could be absolutely nothing, could be something, we don't know. But yeah, looking forward to finding out how she gets on.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, she had the highest score in qualifying by quite some distance. So if Rebecca Andrade has improved her score since qualifying, but Simone Biles scored 14.6 in qualifying, and Rebecca Andrade currently is top with 14.166.
Back with Ellie and Lewis for when Simone Biles goes. Julien Laurent and Laura Kenny are with us this afternoon. Is this a weird feeling sitting here on the day the velodrome gets underway?
No, not really. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be sat in a random Paris cafe, but we were never first, anyways. The women's team pursuit always tends to be day 2, so I would probably have been drinking coffee elsewhere.
In another random
Olympics.
Paris cafe.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
What's the strength of British cycling at the moment?
Unbelievable. Like I feel like I don't want to put it out there, but I'm going to put it out there. I think you're going to see the British cycling of old. I think you're going to see a Beijing/London British cycling turn up at the velodrome. Yeah, starting today.
Why is that?
I just think the athletes that they've got at the minute are incredible. It takes a lot to get a package, like the whole package, like to get someone who is physically able and someone who is mentally stable and wants it really bad. And I think this crop of athletes that we've got competing here there is very few of them that I don't believe is a full athlete, like a complete athlete. And I think that showed, like, you know, the World Championships, that was our most successful World Championships that we've had in years. And I think that showed, you know, the kind of upward spiral, whatever, that we've been on over recent years. And so for me, yeah, I think this, as well as obviously they've got to have confidence in the equipment that they've been given. And yeah, I just believe that, you know, this is as close as to a home games we're going to get. British cycling genuinely seem ready.
The French team is not as strong maybe as the ones that you faced in the past.
Yeah.
But the big thing, it seems to be, is that the velodrome that everybody will compete on in Saint-Quentin is the velodrome where the French have been training for 10 years now.
Yeah.
How quickly, when it's not your velodrome,
yeah,
do you get to know it? Because I've learned then coming here that some angles are different, some width is different, which is an advantage for the French.
Yeah.
But for Team GB, for example, how long will it take them to get used to this track?
To be honest, not very long.
Okay.
I mean, I think they actually were only allowed 2 sessions. I think, you know, the accredited sessions, there was only 2 before today, obviously. But that's obviously the same for everyone. But the track before that, you know, there's been loads of times. I mean, I've competed here loads. So, you know, most of the nations we've had World Championships here. Most of the nations probably would have ridden this track before. It wasn't like, say, your London, where it only actually had one event before that. So it takes probably the 2 sessions. By the end of the sessions, they would feel pretty comfortable. But I would say, right, it never feels the same as your home track. Like, so Manchester, for us, is obviously where we're based, we're centralised. And whenever, even the difference between Manchester and London, Manchester, you just know, like the back of your, like back of your hand, like everything, and little things do make a huge difference, like knowing where the toilets are, you know. So I do think it will have a benefit, but I do also believe that everyone else will also now know it.
Laura Kenny and Eleanor are with us, and we are close to Simone Biles going, are we, Ellie?
Yes, she's stepping onto the floor now. She's had her calf strapped since that beam final, so we think she might have injured herself very slightly, but she is wearing a leotard decorated with 10,000 Swarovski crystals. She presents to the judges, she presents to the crowd, she has a big smile on her face. Lewis Smith, this is her last chance for a medal at these games, maybe her last chance for an Olympic medal.
This is going to be good fun. I think we can gauge to see how that calf is during her first tumble. She makes her way down the floor now in a diagonal. Big triple twist and double tuck, and it looks like there's no problem whatsoever. That was through the roof, and she is all smiles. The crowd erupt as she comes on to do her second tumble now. Come on, Simone, give us a show. Punch ball, step out, round off flick, double, and she was right in the corner. She landed on the edge of the floor. She might not get that counted, depends on where she landed for that tumble. But she's into her turns and leaps. That was an incredible first 2 tumbles. The height she gets is like no other in this competition. She really is pushing the limits of what's possible for gymnasts on the floor. She's in the corner, ready for her third tumble. She's a minute into this floor routine. Round off flick, double straight, half turn, sticks it in the very corner of the floor. And she has a big smile to the crowd. Oh, this is some floor routine. Come on, Simone. Bring it home. Big round off flick, double straight, bounced out the floor again. She struggled to control the landing. But that is an impressive floor routine. Well done, Simone. Gonna stand up and give her a little clap just to say well done on a fantastic Olympic career and gymnastics career. You are a pioneer of the sport. You've pushed the boundaries, you've pushed what's possible, and it has been an absolute pleasure to watch her perform. There is a lot of deductions to take in that floor routine, though.
Well, just explain that, Lewis, actually, because that is the thing to watch out for. Lots of difficulty in there, but stepping out onto the floor and actually crucially landing on the floor, she's immediately sitting down, and you can tell that calf is not right. So, I mean, the bravery that it takes to actually complete all of those tumbles. But where she lands here, we're just watching this tumble into the far left-hand corner just below us.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the judges see, I mean, judging from our angle, because if you land with 2 feet outside of the floor, it's a 5/10 deduction, and you potentially lose the value of the skill. Now,
I think she landed on the floor, but then she stepped with both feet onto the surround, blue surround.
It was tricky for us to see. There was a few moments where she stepped out. That's only a 0.1. But it really becomes a big issue when you start landing outside the floor area. You have the options of a 0.3 deduction if it was by 1 foot, 0.5 by 2, and if it is by 2 feet, you lose the value of the skill, which could be massive. But it's a difficult one because the difficulty is so high. If anyone can afford to make those little mistakes, it is Simone. But you don't want to start losing values of the skill. We saw there she landed right in the corner of the floor perfectly, but not so well on the other ones as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges do. She didn't have the best time on beam. She got a penalty for not saluting the judges at the end of her floor routine. So it looked like she landed with both feet on the edge there, so she might lose the value of that big double-double.
Yeah, which is obviously a big worry, Chappers. She doesn't look all that happy about it. She's kind of shaking her head. Rebecca Andrade in gold medal position
she knows
also
that
looking up. She looks very serene, Rebecca, doesn't she? Simone just looks worried at the moment. I mean, whatever happens, as Lewis said, she has been the greatest of all time. She has been the one who's won more medals, 40 world and Olympic medals to her name, Simone Biles.
I think her face is kind of saying she thinks she might not get it.
She's in silver medal position, so 14.133, execution mark of 7.833 at 2 penalties.
Yeah.
So that's 6/10 that she's lost in penalties. Difficulty 6.9, massive difficulty score of 6.9. So that's a whole mark harder than Rebecca Andrade's routine. But because Rebecca did it cleaner, it looks like she is going to beat Simone Biles. Chappers, we've got 3 more to go. Can she hold on to that position?
That's the balance, Lewis, isn't it? If you're going to do if you do slightly less difficulty and do it clean, there's every chance you might get a slightly bigger score than the greater difficulty, but with the odd error.
Yeah, great risk, great reward, they say. And Simone is definitely a gymnast who gives it great risk. She goes out there, she pushes the boundary of the sport, she does tumbles that have never been seen before, and she does them the way that she knows she can in training, then the gold is guaranteed. But this time around, she just couldn't keep it inside the floor and open up the door for Rebecca Andrade.
Yeah, I'm confused with the 9 gymnasts, Chappers. We've had a bonus here. We've got 2 to go, and Sabrina Maneka-Voinea is up next. So Simone Biles in second place. She could get knocked down and out of the medals, but I think that's highly unlikely at this point.
Ellie, we're all allowed our confused moments, aren't we? It's day 10.
Listen, it's day 10 of the games, day 10 of the gymnastics. My eye is just dazzled by Swarovski crystals.
Sometimes I'm just grateful that I can recognise the sport I'm covering, let alone the format.
Actually, can I give you one quick fact on leotards? Apparently, each member of the USA women's gymnastics team were given 8 leotards for this competition they could wear at different stages. So if they got to the maximum is 7 times, so qualifying team, all around, and then 4 apparatus finals. So Simone Biles has used 6 of her 8 leotards, and they come in at a cool $5,000 per leotard.
Whoa, crikey!
I don't know how much Tommy Fleetwood spends on his golf clubs or Laura Kenny spent on her bikes, but it's up there, isn't it?
It's about £250,000,
£250,000 worth of leotards.
It's up there. I mean, it's not quite the $10 million horse that Sonia was talking about, but it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money for not much material.
It is. Ellie Lewis, thank you very much. Back with you shortly. Going to have to let Laura go in a little while. Just as regards the back to the velodrome and stuff, and the women's team sprint is the medal that could be decided.
It is.
Will be decided tonight.
Yes.
Where are Britain at, do you think?
Favourites.
Yeah.
100% favourites, yeah. And obviously we've got young Emma who's competing for the first time today. Now I believe Emma, right, she's only 21. I think she could be the first female to win 3 gold medals at a single games.
Wow.
Yep, just put it out there. But she's right, she's racing in all 3. So she's racing team sprint sprint and Kieran. First time as well at the Olympics that the women's sprint is 3 riders.
Yes.
Because obviously it's always been 2.
Yeah.
And we haven't had great success in it over the past. Katie Marchand goes in 1. So she obviously used to race with Jess Varnish. That was the team that didn't qualify in Rio.
Yeah.
And then we've got Sophie Capewell in 2, who is absolutely brilliant. But Emma in 3, she can do a faster third lap than anyone can do in their second lap. So she is phenomenal. And she also world champion in the sprint and will also race the Kieran.
And she the kind of woman who will carry and relish someone like you saying she could be the first to win 3 golds in the Games?
Well, I mean, I hope I've not just added a load of pressure. But she won't listen anyway. She won't listen. It don't matter. I reckon
this show might be part of her warm-up routine. You have no idea.
I reckon she's the type of person who will not read or listen to anything because she's got her head switched on. No, she won't. She just loves it. It's like watching like the old days of London 2012 when we all looked like it was a laugh and we were all a good family.
Well, you need that, don't you?
You do, of course you do. I think that's the biggest thing. In fact, you know what? I had the pleasure of interviewing Matt Richardson this morning and he literally loves swimming. He loves every minute of it and that goes such a long way. Like if you're having a bad day but you still like riding your bike or you still like getting in the swimming pool, that makes a huge difference.
Do you think, and this isn't a dig at anybody in the past, by the way, but I've noticed that with the rowers and how they talk about their camaraderie and how they are. So you're talking about it with some of the cyclists. You mentioned Matt Richardson on the side of the swimmers as well. Do you think there is a little bit more levity around the groups?
Yeah, I do. I think, like, we always
doesn't do away with their hard work or anything like that, or their ethic, or what they're driving towards.
No.
But just a slightly different perspective.
Yeah, I think so. I think, we're a lot more open now as athletes. I think you hear a lot more about people's mental health, and I think that's hugely important to talk about things like that. And I think Tom Daly, coming out and saying he doesn't really mind whether it's gold, silver or bronze. He just desperately wants to win a medal in front of his boys. And that to me is what it's about. That to me is the Olympics. It's setting your stall fairly high, but it's coming out and saying I would really like to do this, and then when someone like that does that, it inspires the rest of the team. Like I do actually remember in London when Andy went on to win, and the buzz around us was mad, and I feel British cycling will feel that today when they go onto that velodrome.
Brilliant. Will you going to be with us throughout the course of what's going on in the velodrome and on the telly as well? Are you going to anything else, or is this it now?
No, this is it, yeah.
This is it now.
I was about to say which is a shame. I mean, it's not a shame because it's what's got my heart, but I'm having a ball. Like, honestly, I'm getting sent here, there, everywhere, pretending I know about BMX freestyle and the likes. But no, I'm in the velodrome now. Yep.
Welcome to my world. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks
See you
for having
soon,
me.
Laura.
Thank
Laura
you.
Kenny with us on 5 Live Sport. Back to you, Ellie.
Final routine of the artistics gymnastics competition here in Paris 2024. It's America's Jordan Childs with Rebecca Andrade in gold, Simone Biles second, Anna Barbusu of Romania third. Only Jordan Childs can deprive her teammate Simone Biles of a final medal here.
Yeah, and she's going very well. Opened up with a massive double twisting, full twist and double straight, and she'll be happy with the way this routine is going. But she's got cheers going. She's ready to do, I think, her last tumble, round off flick, big double straight, little step forward, slightly under rotated there, but keeping it inside the floor obviously gives the judges less to take. And well done, Jordan. Well done, rounding off the Artistic Gymnastics Championships at this Olympic Games. She's had a fantastic competition. She's been part of that gold medal winning team for the USA, and just the judges to do their job now for this last gymnast and conclude where everyone is going to finish in this final. But what a routine to finish on. Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah, Simone Biles has her tracksuit back on, but she's straight in there to give her teammate a hug. And the question, I suppose, now is whether she has done enough to take her into the medals. But that was a very elegant routine as well from Jordan Childs.
There's been a lot of talk about her nails in this championship. She has really long nails, and she said it makes her do her technique better, so that she doesn't catch them on anything.
Yeah, she's very striking to watch, Jordan Childs. Rebecca Andrade, we should just mention the fact that she is pretty much set, I would say, probably for that gold medal position, and what an amazing games that she has had as well. She's already won 3 in Paris, 2 silver and a bronze. Could be about to add a gold to that total. Simone Biles in the silver medal position, just watching the replays again of that routine by Jordan Charles. Yeah, you can see the length of the nails, and the applause from Simone as they sit together now and just wait for the judges to decide their fate.
Yeah, it's a nervous but an exciting moment to finish off your competition and say, do you know what, I've come here, I've done my job, all that training and hard work and dedication, and now we can just sit back and enjoy the rest of the Olympic Games and have a bit of the breather, I think, which is well deserved for the team from the USA.
Just getting a little bit of VAR, if you like, actually on one of the scores, and that was the gymnast from Romania, Sabrina Manaka-Voinea. I didn't realise they had that until recently. So this is slightly, well, I mean, she scored 13.7, and I don't know whether that will change. Perhaps she's looking worried, because that actually could be crucial. It could take her above her teammate, Ana Barbosu, also of Romania, and into the medals. So there's quite a few things being decided here at the moment, Chappers. So there is effectively a VAR review on the Romanian score as we wait for Jordan Charles' score. Are we going to see Jordan Charles
score
first?
Unchanged.
Oh, score unchanged. Okay, so that is decided. And for Jordan Charles, the score is 13.666, which is not enough to displace Simone Biles. So Rebecca Andrade wins the gold. Simone Biles, a silver medal. Another medal for her at an Olympic Games. 41 world and Olympic medals, but Rebecca Andrade of Brazil is so happy, and she can't believe it. She's just delighted to have beaten Simone, who has talked about, Rebecca being the opponent she fears most.
It's a battle of the titans, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And I think that's a very good claim to fame that you can have. You've toppled Simone in the floor final. Simone did a clean routine. It was full of mistakes, but it was a clean routine, and Rebecca would be very happy competing with probably one of her biggest inspirations in the sport, and being able to top her and beat her on the podium.
Yeah,
she's going to step onto the podium for a little victory celebration, and you've earned it. Well done, Rebecca.
She absolutely has. I mean, the Simone Biles medal tally, I mean, we'll talk more about Rebecca Andrade at the moment, but we know now, Chappers, 7 gold, 2 silver, 2 bronze medals for Simone Biles across 2 Olympic Games is absolutely extraordinary. I suppose the question really, Lewis, I don't know whether you want to come in on this, Chappers, as well, is whether we'll see Simone Biles compete again at Olympic Games or at any games.
Well, I mean, she's 27 years old. There's a certain amount of life plans that you would like to do away from sport, whether that be travelling, whether that be looking at the fact that you might want to get a family and start doing other things, and there's a whole world out there other than gymnastics, and I found that out very well after retiring from sport. Is gymnastics is its own little bubble, and there's a whole big bad world out there in terms of starting business and having a family, and who knows what Simone wants to do. She's earned the respect, and she's got the accolades to say if now's enough, then she can have enough.
Sure, I mean, just before I go,
there's been a score change.
There's been a score change. Well, it hasn't affected the top 2, but it has affected bronze medal, because Jordan Charles, I mean, she was down in 5th place. She's been added enough marks to take her above the Romanians and into bronze medal position.
Oh, drama!
So she's gone up to, moment. I didn't see what her score was, but she's gone up to 13.766. So.
Wow. Hang on a minute. Hang on. What did they do? So drop 0.3 of the mark down the back of the sofa. I mean, I'm being serious here. Having watched earlier where they took an age to put the scores up during the beam, which I don't think particularly helped someone like Andrade, who had to go after Simone Biles. And Simone Biles must have waited 5 minutes for her score. And so Andrade was kept waiting for ages on the beam. What are they doing?
So it could be a number of different things. It could have been a simple mistake of pressing the wrong button in the keypad, and when you press enter it's locked in, so you can't change it. So it could have been a technical error, just putting in the wrong number. or it could have been a very quick, easy fix because there might have been an inquiry and they might have put in an inquiry to change the start score, and they was able to do that very quickly. It's usually sometimes when there's a lot of deliberation involved, they're unsure whether someone might have done a pike somersault and they bent their legs, so then do you count it as a tuck? And if you count it as a tuck, if they've done another tuck somersault somewhere else in the routine, then you discredit the skill, and then if you discredit the skill, it affects the start. So it can go really deep sometimes of how the judges can figure out what the start score or the difficulty score is of the routine.
Do the judges look at anything back, or is it all in the moment? And I ask that because if you go back to earlier this week when we were doing BMX freestyle, they actually take a minute and a half and watch little bits back to make sure they've got their scoring correct.
So if there is a inquiry or if there is a question mark around whether a gymnast done a certain skill, or they've done it in a way where they need to figure out whether they can award that skill, they will watch the replays back. However, they can't watch the replays back for execution. So you have to make your execution of the routine in live, and they can only work out the difficulty of the routine and work out whether they've got that correct by watching the routines back, if that makes sense.
Because they'll sometimes say, actually, no, that was a more difficult routine than we thought at first sight. That was it was less difficult, so they'll knock scores off or add scores on accordingly. But yeah, as you say, in the moment, it's quite hard to tell, and and it is it's a subjective sport. I mean, it's
You feel for the Romanian there, don't you?
Oh,
I mean, that really isn't on.
Yeah, well, that's difficult. So Anna Barbosu and Sabrina Maneka Voinea of Romania both got the same score, actually 13.766. But because the judges found an extra couple of marks for Jordan Childs, she has gone 6 100ths above them both into that bronze medal position.
Just one word on Rebecca Andrade and that routine that's won her gold. I know there's a lot of attention, a lot of focus on Simone Biles, but she deserves full credit for what she did.
Yeah, she was incredible. She's pushed Simone throughout this whole competition. Simone's openly said she's been the most nervous she's ever been for a long time competing against Rebecca. And you really get the sense that Rebecca is going to be the next superstar of gymnastics. And if Simone does choose to stay, it's going to be very exciting to see those two keep battling it out. But it's great to see new faces and new talent and new superstars within the sport.
Right, let's go to the kayak cross quarter-final stage. John Akers.
Right then, Mark, they are on the blocks for quarter-final number 3 in the kayak cross. If you're new to this sport, it is a new Olympic sport. It's on the white water at Vers-Suman at the Nautical Stadium. 12,000 supporters under blue skies, and they get dropped from 3.5 metres up and into the water all at the same time as we see Kimberly Woods of Great Britain, the world #1 and world champion, wave to the crowd and give a smile, and we see the Union Jacks waving in the crowd, and it pans around to her family. She's the favourite for this event. They get plunged into the water bow first, and then it's a street fight to the bottom of the course. 8 gates, 2 of them upstream. That's where all the drama happens. If they all get to an upstream gate at the same time, it can look like it's a knockout, but it is fierce. We've just seen Ricarda Funk take a bow to the chin, look really painful in these plastic kayaks that weigh 8 kgs each. They're all identical. And Naomi Fox, the sister of Jess Fox, she knocked out her own sister out of this event yesterday. She's through comfortably. So is Lilik. Prigent of France is out, and so is Ricarda Funk. They are all good paddlers. As we get ready, the heartbeat sounds at the start of this event, the kayak cross, the quarterfinals. The top 2 go through, and in they plunge into the water. They have to lean forward and then lean back immediately afterwards, and Kimberly Woods has got a good start. She's in the purple helmet, in the green, and she's into the lead. She's got to get to this Eskimo roll, they reckon, a length clear, so that she can do the roll under the barrier and then get to the first upstream gate, and she's done that. She's 2 lengths clear. It's a good roll from Kimberly Woods. Down the first drop, can she navigate these heavy barriers, which they are allowed to touch? There's no penalty if you touch them. She started really well. She got teased at school, Kimberly Woods, for having big shoulders and big arms. She got bullied. She's had a real journey with mental health, but she is good at this event, and she's through gate 4, and they're trailing in her wake at the moment here, Kimberly Woods. She's got about a 4-length lead at the moment in the blue kayak, with the Union Jacks on the end of each blade as she powers through gate 6 into 7, which is the final upstream gate. You can choose either side here, 7 or 8. She's through 8, she turns, she puts down the power. This is a really good quarter-final run from the world number 1, Great Britain's Kimberly Woods. She is cruising through, doesn't even paddle through the line. Evie Liebfarth is into... No, she's not. Marks of Switzerland has got second, which is a bit of a surprise. She's got no form in the event, and the bronze medalist in the K1, Evie Liebfarth of the USA, the 20-year-old, is out. So some big names in this sport have tumbled, and Kimberly Woods is through to the semi-finals. Mallory Franklin is next, Mark.
Top 2 go through, yes?
Top 2 go through from the quarterfinals. Top 2 go through from the semi-finals, and then 3 of the 4 finalists will win a medal.
But like so many of the runs we've seen from both Kimberly Woods and from Mallory Franklin and from Jo Clark, they are dominating this.
We have got 2 very, very good paddlers in this who have got raw speed. Maybe when it comes to the precision of a Jess Fox through the gates, where you can't touch them, or you get a 2-second penalty and you can't miss them, or it's a 50-second penalty and it's very tactical, they've got the edge in that sport, no doubt about that. But when it comes to Clark and Woods, they are just so quick, and it's the start that is winning them races. So they drop from 3.5 meters into the water. You've got to lean forward, and then as you're in midair, you've got to lean back, so you try and land flat. And then it's about how deep you can get those blades into the water, and can you get clear of the fight that happens in behind by that first Eskimo roll. And so far with those 2 for certain, they've done it. And Mallory Franklin is up next. She's been a real surprise in this. Lots of experience in a kayak rather than a canoe. She won silver in Tokyo in the canoe, but she's been excellent in this so far, and another real medal hope for Great Britain.
And the 4th who went to this and went out in the qualifiers is Adam Burgess, who took a silver when we were doing the singles in the he was the canoe, wasn't he? Not the kayak, he was canoe, wasn't he?
He was canoe and won
Burgess,
a silver, yeah.
So he won the silver in the canoe. He is there supporting them all the way down in the French sunshine. Yeah. We are on to Mallory Franklin. Her and her 3 competitors are at the top of that platform, just being introduced to the crowd, ready to be dropped. Her world ranking is 25, which shows you how well she has done to get into these quarterfinals, which is a surprise, but you wouldn't rule her out going further. John Akers.
You wouldn't rule her out going further because of how well she did in her first 2 races, which she won very, very comfortably indeed. So this is the last French hope going in this race, so you will notice a real racket going on amongst the 12,000 at Versuman Nautical Stadium. So it's Franklin in the red, Hug in the green, then Us of Ukraine, as you've just heard, in the blue, and then Sachela of Brazil, who is good in this event, in the yellow. They've got serious looks on their faces now. Sachela ranked 13 in the world, just to give you an idea, in this event. So, Angèle Hug is the big hope for France. Can Mallory Franklin get herself a good start? The 30-year-old whose parents took her to a leisure centre to burn off some energy. As a small girl, it was shut, but the kayak centre next door to Windsor Leisure Centre was open. She got in a kayak, and the rest is history. She's had some career up to now. What she'd really love is to put behind her the last place in the C1 final and win a medal in this. And away they go, and they drop into the water. And can Mallory Franklin get a good start? She hasn't got as good a start as she's got in the others, but she's 3rd at the moment. She's about a length and a half down on the leader. Going down the course at the moment, who is Angèle Hug, of France. She's in third still, Mallory Franklin, as they go through the first gate, the green gate, and now into the Eskimo roll. How well can she do this, Mallory Franklin? It's a good roll. She's moved up into second. How well can she traverse this upstream gate? She's really got to fight now through gate 2, Mallory Franklin. She's moved into second. Top 2 qualify, and she's got some white water behind her. She's looked upstream, and at the moment she's got about 5 or 6 lengths at the moment on the competitor in third, which is Victoria Us of Ukraine. Come on, Mallory. Round gate 5 goes the leader, Oog. You'd expect her to win from here, but Mallory Franklin is hot on her heels. She's got some company. They've got to get round gate 6. She bashes it with the paddle to make sure it's out the way, and she's down into the last upstream gate. This is where it could all go wrong. Can she time it right? Get round it, Mallory. Come on, get it out the way. She's got company. Can she get into the white water downstream and away? She can, and she's done it, Mallory Franklin. That is brilliant from her. She looks up, she just clenches her fist, Mallory Franklin. She's qualified for the semi-finals in second. She didn't get an amazing start, but Hug of France did. But that is fantastic for Great Britain. She's not fancied for a medal, but she's into the semis, comes top 2 in that. She's got a real shot at it.
There's a little bit of confusion at the moment, because while she has come second, on the graphic that I have just seen, John, it looks like she may have been disqualified.
Yeah, I can see that now. It's just come up. Did you see? I didn't notice her miss a gate.
No.
Maybe it was the roll. Did she roll in the right zone?
To spot all the different intricacies is quite hard when there's 4 of them flying down. Did she do her Eskimo roll too late?
I think her Eskimo roll might be too late. That's what they're saying at the moment, that she didn't do it in the required zone. Let's watch it again. Does she get under?
Oh.
Maybe she doesn't get under in time. She's up, I think, out of the water in time. But does she
maybe
get down
she starts
into
her
roll?
Eskimo roll after the barrier, the long pole that goes across the course that they have to go under. I wonder whether she started it after.
Yeah, I think they'll have another look at it, because they called it on course during the race, I think. But they will have another look just to see. But yeah, I'm with you, Mark, there. I think that maybe she doesn't get her head fully under the water by the time the barrier arrives, which is part of the rules, which would be just such a silly mistake, really, when she's in such a good position and she's got some clear water to put that roll in too late. Oh.
We'll tidy that up for you. No problems for Kim Woods. She won her quarterfinal, so she's through to the semi-finals a little bit later on. And by the way, it's quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals all today. Joe Clark will go in a bit, but it looks like Mallory Franklin has been disqualified from her quarterfinal despite finishing second. Let's get the latest from the show jumping qualifiers. Sonia?
Yes, this field of 74 riders starting the day, one withdrawn, so we had a field ultimately of 73. All 3 British riders who won team gold earlier at the end of last week through to this final. At the moment, we have just 9 clears of the 29 riders that have competed thus far, and Britain's Harry Charles was clear on Romeo 88, so he sits in nicely in 5th spot in qualifying. This is against the clock, this round of show jumping. Time penalties will count, but there's only been 1 rider so far outside the time. So it means the pressure is going to be on for these riders that come a bit later, including Scott Brash and Ben Mayer, because I think they are going to have to go clear to get into the individual final tomorrow, Mark. There's a fence here that is a nod to Mont Blanc. These fences here are the Everest of show jumping. They're big, it's a difficult course, and I'm thoroughly enjoying watching it.
Good, excellent, thank you. Sonia McLaughlin there just had confirmation on the graphic that Mallory Franklin is definitely not through to the semi-finals of the kayak cross. Joe Clark to go in a little while. Emma Wilson is live with us in the cafe. Julien Laurent is still with us. Bronze in the IQ foil in the windsurfing. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all good.
Yeah, because the post-race interview was obviously very emotional after the bronze, and understandably angry as well. How are your feelings now? What are we, 48 hours nearly? Yes, 48 hours.
Yeah, I think we're 48 hours. Yeah. No, I'm happy. I mean, Olympic bronze is not so bad.
and I got 2 of them now, so I can swing this one around. No, yeah, I'm happy. It's just hard when you do a whole week and it ends how it ends, and it's happened to me like 3 or 4 times now. So I think when you get interviewed 5 minutes after it's just all the emotion, and I don't know, maybe I think it's good to be honest anyway.
Well, 100%, and I think it's difficult for any athlete to whatever sport it is, to do that interview so quickly when you have all the emotions running through you that you do.
Yeah, and I wanted to speak because a lot of the athletes competing in the class are not happy with the format as well, and not really for me, but for the next generation coming through. Like, I don't want them to have to go through what it keeps happening to me. But
so in the past, just to explain it for people listening who may not, in the past, all the qualifiers are counted as you build up to a final race. So it's accumulative, isn't it? Whereas what they have done now within the IQ foil and the windsurfing is the qualifiers get you to the final, and then it's a one-off race. All your work beforehand doesn't matter.
Yeah, so if, like, for me, I won the qualification, so I went straight into the final, and then the other girls fight it out on that day to get into the final with me. So they go around the course a lot before I get there, which obviously helps in sailing because you have to get used to the wind and which way pays on the course. But then I guess I go in fresh. I got more energy. But yeah, it's just a completely different way of sailing, and it's just sometimes a bit tricky.
And that happened to you in the Worlds as well. You won 15 of the 20 in the Worlds. Then it comes down to the final one, and that didn't go to plan for you there. How long has this format been in place? And is it just a case of getting used to it, or is there more to it than that?
So it's been in place this cycle, so the last 3 years.
Right.
So we've known about it, and I've tried to prepare as best I can for it. And yeah, like all my training, like in training, we've practiced like going out cold for 1 day, and practicing like just doing a 3-minute race because that's how long it is. But I don't know. I think with windsurfing and then sailing, like you have to use the wind, and sometimes there is a bit of luck involved.
Yeah.
Like most sports, I think. But
which makes it different to something like the 100, because some people will go, well, the 100 metres, you know, there's a heat and then there's a semi-final and then there's a final. But more often than not, the conditions are going to be the same for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, in the 100-metre final, they don't change the length of the track or change which way the lanes go, and that's kind of sailing is. There is a bit of changeable stuff in it, but yeah, I don't know.
And the International Federation changed the rules without consulting the athlete, or did they ask you, do you think this is a good idea? Because if nobody's happy, it's a bit strange.
I mean, it's not, athletes don't vote. It's each federation votes. But I haven't been asked. And now I just said my thoughts because I feel like this is the time. If anything's going to change, it's now. And but I don't know. I don't want to take anything away from Marta and Sharon. They're amazing sailors, and we've known each other since we were little, and we all play the game. We all enter with knowing the format, and they played the game better than me on the day.
Can I ask you about the actual racing, and not the format of it, but how it looks? Because the IQ foil is new for this Olympics, because previously it was the RX.
RX. Yeah.
And it on telly, it looks brilliant. I mean, it looks really dramatic on telly, and I know you took a while to get used to it, but now you love it, don't you?
Yeah, I really like it, and I think it's cool on TV. Like, it's got a lot more media coverage than ever before, and I think it's just so much faster, so much bigger crashes, and a lot more exciting for the TV. And I think the format is the last thing that we could change, and then it'd be a great sport. And I think.
What's the big difference between this IQ foil then and the RX that you would have been on? I mean, this IQ foil it looks like you're hovering above the water sometimes.
Yeah. I saw a video, a comedian who was like, "What are you doing? You're floating." But yeah, we basically we have a foil underneath, so we fly above the water, and then we just go a lot faster. We've had to put on a bit of weight because it's basically better to be heavier. So we've all had to go to the gym a bit, but
So I think I found my sport, Jules.
That's good for you. That. Exactly, perfect.
Weight keeps going on,
and a good time as well. Clearly, So
windsurfing may be the way forward for me after all this time. I mean, that's the same thing with the. I was talking about kite foil yesterday.
Yeah.
They get up to kind of 50 miles an hour, don't they, on that? And again, there's a sort of hovering point with that.
Yeah, they're racing now. Actually, they're their second week, and they have to be really big. They have to be a lot heavier.
Kite foil, then. That's what.
That's what you want to do. So but they go a lot faster as well.
So what kind of speeds would you get up to then when you're doing that?
We go like 30 knots downwind. I'm not sure what, maybe like 60 kilometers an hour,
right.
something like that. Yeah.
How was it in Marseille? Because obviously there were lots of delays and slight restructurings, and you going straight through to the final because of the conditions. What was it like down there?
Yeah, it's super cool. We had like a massive crowd on the beach, and like we never get that as sailing. So I think because it's in France, they love sailing.
See?
So yeah, that was really cool, and it was just a great experience. Like whatever the medal, I mean, it was a cool experience.
Did you feel, because sometimes when they take a certain sport out of the Olympics, and sailing would be a prime one that gets taken out for obvious reasons, and we've got the surfing in Tahiti and stuff. Did you still feel a big part of the games?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, because we'd never been to the village until just now, we didn't know what we're missing. I mean, last night we went to the village and we were all like lost little people. We were in the dining room, like don't know where to go and like guessing what sport they're in. But yeah, I think Marseille did a super good job, and I really like the city of Marseille. It's like there's so much to do, and yeah.
What was the food like in the village last night? Because that's the thing we keep hearing isn't great. So did you go into the village fearing what you might be able to eat?
I had the chocolate muffin there.
Well, that's
the only good thing about the.
Yeah, I mean, and I had a piece of pizza, but that's about it.
You're not competing anymore, are you? I can tell that. What's your plan now for the rest of the? How long do you stay here for? What are you going to do?
So I'm here tomorrow, and then we go back to Marseille and cheer on the rest of the sailing, and then we'll come for the closing ceremony. So, yeah.
And will you continue?
I'll definitely continue windsurfing for sure, and I think I'll come back. I'm competitive, but I think something might change before I come back.
Okay, all right. But relish the medal that you've got. Absolutely relish the medal that you've got. You know? Laura Kenny was here just a moment ago, and she said, we were talking about maybe slight differences in approach to targets and this and so on and so forth. And she said Tom Daly had changed the perception a little bit by just talking about diving, just wanting, I know you wanted the gold, but talking about just wanting to be at the Olympics and to get a medal for his kids to be able to see that. And you have a medal.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, and I'm super grateful to get a medal. Like, not many people did get it, and I've got two of them now, so yeah, I am super happy, and yeah.
And your team are happy? Coach is happy? Team GB are happy?
Yeah, my coach is super happy, and Team GB have been amazing today, and yeah, I think everyone's happy.
Good, brilliant. Thank you very much for coming to see us. Go and enjoy Paris, enjoy the village as well. Emma Wilson with us after getting bronze in the IQ foil in the windsurfing. Joe Clark has just completed his run in the men's kayak cross quarter final. John Akers.
Here we go then with the favourite in the men's kayak cross, Joe Clark in the red bib. He looks really serious. Those piercing blue eyes, looking straight ahead with his pale blue helmet, all in identical kayaks, 3.5 meters suspended above the water. Get ready for the drop. Here we go, and the splash. He's been so good on the start so far, Joe Clark. Can he get a little lead here? He's second. First time we've seen him not go straight into first, Joe Clark, but he's battling it out for the lead. You can hear that their paddles are clashing. He's into third at the moment, Joe Clark. This is a really strong heat. He's got Ochoa of Spain there with him as well, and Grigar and Priskovic, who is excellent. And Grigar is a silver medalist in Tokyo, Priskovic gold in Tokyo, so he's got a really difficult heat, but he's up into second here, Joe Clark. Top two qualify for the semi-finals, and he's got some distance between him and the next paddler as they go through gate 3, a green downstream gates. There are 8 in total in this, seated in their kayaks with their double-bladed paddle. He's in second and he's battling it out for first. at the moment. This is a really good tussle here at the front of the field, with Joe Clark looking like he's going to qualify as long as he can get this upstream gate right. Gate 7 into gate 8 rather. Can he get round it clean here, Joe Clark? He can. He bashes it out the way, and he's out of trouble. He's out of danger, Joe Clark. And the world number 1, the world champion, Joe Clark, doesn't win this quarter-final, but he does go through in second. I think it's Ochoa, is it, of Spain, who's gone through in second. We're about to see on the graphic. Yeah, it was. Terrific run. So Priskovic and Grigar are out. That was such a competitive quarter-final. And Joe Clark of Great Britain, gold medalist in the K1 in Rio, is through to the semi-finals, the big favourite here in the K-Cross.
So that was John Akers a few moments ago. Job done then.
Job done. And Ochoa, who I mentioned there, who came first and beat Joe Clark, he missed gate 8. I mean, he didn't think he did when he went across the line, but his whole head wasn't around the gate, the last upstream gate. So he's been disqualified, much like Mallory Franklin with the roll earlier on, the Eskimo roll, didn't do it under the barrier at the right time. She was disqualified. They've done it again here with Ochoa, so Joe Clark qualifies first from his quarter-final with Grigar in second. So those two are through, as we're about to watch quarter-final number 3 with Neveu, who is the big French hope going in this one, then Castrique. So you can, as you can imagine, 12,000 supporters are about to go absolutely bananas for the next 2 paddlers in this kayak cross.
And we'll keep an eye on them as well. It's the first day of action in the velodrome, so Ellie and Tony will take over in a little while to bring you all of that, and then Kelly will be in the Athletic Stadium in the Stade de France later on. Keely Hodgkinson, of course, going for gold in the women's 800 metres later on this evening. Couple of minutes past 3 o'clock, Nick Hatfield has your news.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, good afternoon. Sir Keir Starmer has announced what he calls a standing army of specialist police officers to tackle any further violence. Following an emergency meeting with ministers and police chiefs, the Prime Minister also said the criminal justice system would be ramped up to deal with rioters. Our political correspondent Nick Eardley says the police unit would be deployed to where any further trouble flares up.
The idea will be that they can almost respond whack-a-mole to parts of the country where some of this unrest is happening. As well as that plan, the Prime Minister said he also wants people to be named as quickly as possible after they are arrested on suspicion of taking part in some of the violence we've seen in the last few days. Pretty clear strategy there from the government to introduce a deterrent by saying if you are part of this, if you're arrested, your name will be out there in public, everybody will know it was you.
Well, rioters targeted mosques and hotels housing asylum seekers after social media posts falsely claimed a migrant was responsible for the fatal stabbings of 3 girls in Southport. Sir Keir insists the law will be applied both online and offline. Layla Moran is a Liberal Democrat MP.
We agree that these are measures that they should be looking at. I was very heartened to hear him recognise that, notwithstanding the physical manifestation of these riots, that there is a social media element to this. So he did mention that. What I was hoping to hear a bit more of is how he is going to haul in the social media giants, what resourcing and extra resourcing they're going to put in behind this.
Elsewhere, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh has resigned and fled the country. In recent weeks, thousands of anti-government protesters have been killed in clashes with police as Sheikh Hasina faced calls to step down. The head of the army says he will form an interim government. Hurricane Debbie has made landfall in Florida. The Category 1 hurricane is forecast to bring winds of up to 80 miles per hour and heavy rain. And Wall Street has seen sharp falls after opening over fears the US could go into recession. European and Asian markets have also dropped.
On BBC iPlayer.
I'm Paddy the Baddy Pimley.
I'm Meatball Molly McCann.
We're 2 mates from Liverpool, currently fighting in the UFC.
Real fighters.
You don't really get a much more brutal sport than MMA.
And their real lives.
My life's not all about just training and fighting. I think I'm an entrepreneur. Paneer. How'd you say that?
Paddy and Molly show no mercy.
The next 6 months are going to be the biggest fights of our lives, and that's a fact.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
2024, the Olympic Games.
With Mark Chapman.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
We're live in the cafe in Paris this afternoon. Simone Biles silver in the floor for the women's individual apparatus a little bit earlier. Rebecca Andrade of Brazil took the gold. Simone Biles also didn't get a medal in the beam. She came off partway through her routine. As far as medals are concerned for Britain, a bronze in the triathlon relay this morning. That is the one we have picked up today. There could be more to come. It's gone well for Jo Clark and Kim Woods in the kayak cross. They're both into the semi-finals. Mallory Franklin has gone out. And as I keep saying, we have Keely Hodgkinson much later on in the women's 800 metres final in the Stade de France with Kelly and the athletics team. Molly Caudry this morning went out of the pole vault, missing her height 3 consecutive times, and so she is out of the pole vault. Julien Laurent is with me. We're going to go to Sonia McLaughlin very shortly at the show jumping. Best medal-wise now, the best ever games for the French, isn't it?
Best ever.
Will it keep going?
The predictions from the equivalent of sports, UK sport, for example, in France.
Oh, I thought you were going to give me an expected goals equivalent. I suppose it is, isn't it?
It is a little bit.
XM,
you look, exactly.
Expected medals.
Yeah, and you look at who are still competing in the second week. So we talked about athletics before, and there's not much hope there. But there's other sport like canoe that right now the French are doing well. There's climbing, for example. So there's other things. The team sports, handball, men and women. The football men's team is in the semi-final tonight against Egypt in Lyon. So there's still a lot of possibilities. And you want that momentum. Remember, we talked about that before the Rinner fight. You just want that momentum going into the second week. Exactly. Yeah. So let's hope that today and tomorrow especially are good days, and then that can keep continuing.
So men's and women's in handball, are they both through?
Yeah, both through to the quarterfinals.
Basketball?
Yeah, men and women both through to the quarterfinals.
Men in football into the semis?
Yeah. Quarterfinal volleyball men as well.
Water polo?
No, out both of them. That's and the women's football team, to be fair, big disappointment that defeat against Brazil.
Ended on a bit of a low there. Sonia McLaughlin?
Yes, we are just seeing Britain's Scott Brash, and Hello Jefferson coming into the arena. This is individual qualifying in the show jumping. And Britain, of course, winning team gold on Friday. First time they've done that since London 2012. Now what can these trio of individuals do here? Scott Brash, 38 years old, from Peebles in Scotland, now based in West Sussex. So far, we've had 13 clear rounds of the 36 horses and riders that have gone so far. Britain's Harry Charles was clear. He's just taken his horse over to the planks at fence number 6 to say, just, get your feet up over that, Jefferson. Get your feet up over that. Harry Charles lying in 8th position. It's the top 30 that go through. It's all based on faults and time faults. There is an optimum time here of 79 seconds, 1 minute and 19. So far, all those that have gone clear have done so inside the time as Scott Brash swings round to the first fence. It's a huge oxer, those 2 parallel poles to form a spread. Then it's a triple bar right in the middle of the arena. This gorgeous bay gelding swings round into the top left-hand corner of the arena. He's going over this oxer, a nod to Mount Blanc. Now it's 7 horse strides as he heads towards the water, asks for a big leap. Then he's got to pull on the rein a little bit because this is next is a vertical. It's the double at 5. He's safely cleared that. He's now in the top right-hand corner. These are the planks he just had a look at for the horse. Get up. Yes, he does. Hello Jefferson gives it fresh air and the oxer immediately after at 6. Heading to fence 7 on an angle here now. The turquoise and pink fence as he goes to 9. And he leaves 9. That's a very simple upright, that. Few people have had a problem at it, but not Scott Brash as he swings round to the treble. First part done, second part done, third part done. He's going well here, Scott Brash, for Great Britain as he hits over fence 11, leaves it. coming round to an angled wall at 12 in this bottom right-hand corner. Over he goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strides to a big oxer. This final oxer is huge too. Jefferson's got his ears pointed, and it's clear for Britain's Scott Brash, and he's comfortably inside the time as well. That was another lovely round. Harry Charles rode beautifully earlier on Romeo 88. And Scott Brash has gone, anything you can do, mate, I can do better. He goes into 9th here, and I'm pretty certain he will be absolutely dandy with that, as he just allows Hello Jefferson to stretch his neck as the next competitor trots into the arena. It's job done, chappers, for Scott Brash and Hello Jefferson. That was excellent.
It was, so that's good for Scott Brash, it's good for Harry Charles, and Ben Mayer, who is defending his Olympic title, goes a little bit later on in these qualifiers. Going to move away from the Olympics for the next few minutes to remember the brilliance of Graham Thorpe, one of England's finest ever batters, who's died at the age of 55. He played 100 tests for England between 1993 and 2005, as well as 82 one-day internationals. He scored 6,744 test runs, 16 centuries at an average of just under 45. The current Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings, joins us now because Keaton was also coached by Graham Thorpe in the England test side. Afternoon, Keaton. Thanks for joining us.
Hi there, guys. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. I want to talk about Graham Thorpe, the batter, first of all, before we come on to him as a coach, because he was such a mainstay of that England team through the 90s and into the 2000s.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as a young kid watching the game, being a left-hander myself, I've still got sort of pictures or memories in my head of that lovely flamboyant cover drive and the knee-up sort of pull Thorpe used to play with his old school Kookaburra bubble. So, look, I've got very fond memories watching him as a sort of 8-9-year-old growing up. So, look, it's really sad, and the whole cricketing world is mourning tonight.
He could do everything, couldn't he? As a batsman, he could. If you needed him to show determination and dig in and be gritty, then he would do that for you. But equally, and you mentioned you being the left-hander, equally, if you needed him to be flamboyant and delivering the strokes to entertain people, he could also do that. He had the Gower element to him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, one of the other things he did really well was he performed in sort of alien, or to us as English players, in alien conditions. In Pakistan, that sort of winning the game basically in the dark. So just the way he carried himself while he did it, I think was absolutely fantastic. So, look, I mean, as a player, there's not many guys that firstly play a test match, but then to play 100 of them as a top order bat, I think is absolutely amazing.
He was a brilliant fielder as well, wasn't he, in the slips?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I don't think my memories of Thorpe are going to be as slip catching, but his cover drive and his sort of slap pass point will definitely sit high up there for me.
What was he like as a coach?
Yeah, awesome. I think a sort of key memory for me was just as I was called into the England side, we met with Thorpe and Andy Flower in the bar and sort of chewed the fat for, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours, just around sort of test experiences, and just the way he articulated his learnings to me, both playing of spin, playing of pace bowling, was just awesome. And then obviously had a few struggles and went back in and worked with him on a sort of Lions trip shadowing the Ashes. And again, just the energy, the passion, and the sort of simplicity that he had for guys like myself when they were a bit muddled, I think was absolutely fantastic. So look, he added a lot to my game, definitely.
I was going to say, you could talk to him for hours, couldn't you, about the art of his craft?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm a badger at the best of times, and Thorpe was sort of sat around with a group of people that are willing to listen and learn was sort of one of the biggest badges around. So look, he was fantastic, and I think that period of time just before I made my test debut was fantastic. The way he talked about playing a spin, we had a sort of spin specific camp. Obviously as a left-hander, again, he talked about the angles of how spinners try to sort of work you over, and then what they look to try and do. So look, he was fantastic for me and added a huge amount of value.
He would have had more head coaching roles, wouldn't he, if it wasn't for illness as well. I think Afghanistan he was scheduled to take over but wasn't able to fulfil that role. So, his coaching career was sadly cut short.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I think he would have made a fantastic head coach in today's sort of cricket environment. His sort of relaxed feel, but then very clear about what he demanded and wanted from lads at sort of specific stages of the game. So look, he would have been absolutely fantastic. I think the work he did do as a coach was fantastic anyway, so it doesn't undermine anything what he could have or would have gone on to do. No,
exactly. And will go down as one of England's greats, and for those of us of a certain generation of just somebody who was just a delight to watch and a linchpin of those England sides.
Absolutely. As a bloke as well, I think it's all good and well you perform on a cricket field, but I think to do it with the humility and sort of just grace that he did things with, I think was absolutely fantastic. So look, I mean, to have worked with him, to have sat and watched him, I think was just a pleasure as well.
It's a sad day, but it's been good to talk to you and remember him. Thank you for coming on, Keaton.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
Take care. Keaton Jennings, Lancashire captain, with his memories of Graham Thorpe, who has died today at the very early age of 55. It's 4:15 in Paris, just after 3:15 in the UK. We are at the semi-final stage of the kayak cross. Honestly, John Akers, it feels like over the course of the last 2 days it's gone very slowly, and now all of a sudden today it's like, blimey, we're going to rush them all in. Quarters, semis, finals, they're coming thick and fast.
They've taken 3 days to do time trials in 2 separate sets of heats, and now it's literally like quarter-final, semi, men's, straight off the bat, one after the other. Got to say, it's brilliant to watch if you've got TV pictures of it, or if you are at the actual stadium, which is holding 12,000 this week. It's brilliant to watch, but it is fast and furious. And we've just had the first semi-final, and Naomi Fox has qualified for the final. This is the sister of Jess Fox, who's won 2 gold medals at these Olympic Games so far. She's brilliant. She's the GOAT, the greatest of all time. She's kept her sister, Naomi, out of 2 separate Olympic Games. She's that good, Naomi, and she has beaten her sister in the heats, and now she's just come top of her semi-final with Lilik of Germany in second. So she's into the final, and 3 of the 4 finalists will win a medal, and next it's Kimberly Woods of Great Britain.
So some of these competitors must have thought, God, thank God for that. We've got rid of Jess Fox, double gold medalist. Now we may have a chance. Before you know it, the other one's doing it.
Naomi Fox, 27 years old, so she's 3 years younger than her sister. And when she knocks her sister out, it was a really lovely moment. The 2 kayaks came together and they hugged for ages. And Jess knows what Naomi's been through, because in most Olympic Games in these events, you've only been able to have 1 competitor per country, and that's meant Jess instead of Naomi. But in the kayak cross, you're allowed 2 for each country. So we've seen Mallory Franklin go out. We've got the world #1 going now. She is on the blocks, 3.5 meters suspended in the air. It looks terrifying, even the start of this event, which, if you've not seen it before, by the way, is 4 plastic identical kayaks. They have to be plastic rather than carbon fibre, else someone could get seriously hurt. We've already seen Ricardo Funk take a bow to the chin already going around a gate today, and then they go through 8 gates which they can touch to the finish. 210 metres, 13 cubic metres per second the water's going at, and it's all about your start as far as I've seen so far. There's going to be a lot of noise on this run, Mark, because of Hoog of France.
Hope those French fans aren't putting off our brave Kimberly, Jules. Hey?
Both of them will qualify, and we're all happy.
Let's hope so. We take that. Kimberly Woods is the world number 1. She's the world champion. That was at Lee Valley, and she's very powerful. She's built like she could be a canoe sprinter. She's got a bronze medal in the K1. It's what she came here for. But could she pick up another piece of silverware in the kayak cross, this new event to the Olympic Games 2024? And you're live on 5 Live as Kimberly Woods stares straight ahead at this gate, 3.5 meters in the air. It will automatically drop, and all of them will go bow first into the water. You've got to lean forward to get some momentum. She's leaning forward, now back, and slaps into the water. And Kimberly Woods gets a good start, but there's a clash of boats and paddles. She's second at the moment, going into the first upstream gate. So Kimberly Woods through the first green gate. She's in second. She's a length back through the first green gate. She's done well through there. Second will get you into the semi-final. Eskimo roll has to be right. That's where Mallory Franklin went wrong. She got the timing slightly wrong. Can she get through this upstream gate before her opponent gets to her? She can. She's done really well through there. Just before Satchel of Brazil gets there, she's up against Hugues of France. They're cheering her on. And Elena Marks of Switzerland. Satchela and the red of Hugues are fighting it out for last place at the moment, and Kimberly Woods has gone to the front. Kimberly Woods of Great Britain in her purple helmet, Union Jack on the end of each blade, seated in her kayak, round gate 6. Come on, Kimberly. She's done brilliantly well to fight back from second. She's just had a little glance over her shoulder into the final upstream gate. She's done really well through that upstream, and Kimberly Woods has qualified from the semi-final with consummate ease. What a performance! And she punches the air. She's into the final of the kayak cross. If she finishes top 3, she wins a medal, and why not?
When you watch this, that was brilliant from Kimberly Woods. When you watch this, John, the real key to it, where it seems to be decided, is when they spin round, where they have to take the gate upstream.
The red one, yeah.
The red one. And that, John, if you can get a clear go at that, because obviously you're about to go upstream as another competitor maybe coming downstream to approach the same gate, if you could do that and get a clear run, that to me, as the amateur, appears where you can get the advantage.
It is. It's about a good start, which she's been getting these whole games, along with Joe Clark, who's qualified into the semi-final of the men's. And then if you can get to it with about a length lead into an upstream gate, a length of clear water, you can get there before another paddler smashes into you. And at that point in the upstream gates, they can gain an advantage, because as long as it's not dangerous, anything goes in this event. Contact, some of them wear full crash helmets, they've all got gum shields on, they take kayaks to the face. So if you can get to that gate first, you're absolutely right, you can get an advantage, and then you're into clear water. They're not difficult to navigate, the gates, and you can touch them. You've got to be strong, because they're heavy, to whack them out of the way. But as we just saw in that last race, as Marks comes together with Hugues and they're fighting it out, that's exactly your point, isn't it? Hugues at the moment is second. She will qualify for the final as well, so we do get the dream finish for the French and for the Entente Cordiale.
Hugues is only second. No, Hugues is only second because at 2 upstream gates she managed to take both her competitors out.
The Swiss and the Brazilian,
So Marks out at the first one, and then the Brazilian in the second one.
Yeah, that's
I'd
the
be
game.
on a steward's
That's the
inquiry
sport.
there.
No, that's clean. That's clean to me. In my eyes, thank you, John. Thank you. Don't listen to him.
Don't start. As long as you don't start booing, I say that's clean. I think that's absolutely fine.
So
nothing wrong with that.
into the final with an honourable run, and Hugues into the semi-final by belting everybody. I hope if this ever got played out on French radio, they know I'm doing it.
I'll make sure it is.
They know I'm only doing it with my tongue in my cheek. So we're waiting for Joe Clark, who won't be that far away, will he?
No, he is not far away as he frantically looks at the schedule. It will be 3:28 for the semi-finals, and Joe Clark goes in the first semi-final. So we're only 4 minutes away from Joe Clark. He's up against Finn Butcher, who looks really good, of New Zealand so far. Polisic of Poland as well, and Grigar of Slovakia. So that is who he is up against. It's a tough semi-final, but he's the best in the world. Let's see if we can get 2 in the final for GB, the 2 world champions, and then win some medals this afternoon. Let's have a gold rush.
That will be an excellent afternoon at the canoe slalom. So back with John for Joe Clark's semi-final. 1 bronze so far for Britain today, and that came in the triathlon relay. Some of the other qualifiers that are going on, well, in the show jumping in particular, that's been good for Britain so far. Harry Charles went first. They're not working as a team. This is all their own individual chances. Harry Charles clear, Scott Brash clear, both within the time as well. Ben Mayer is the defending Olympic champion, and he goes a little bit later on, and he is looking to become the first rider to ever defend the Olympic champion. If you weren't with us earlier, silver for Simone Biles this afternoon on the floor, but she didn't win a medal on the beam. She actually came off the beam. A little bit later on for you, we've got the action getting underway in the velodrome. We've got Great Britain's women in hockey action in the quarterfinals. Didn't go well for the men yesterday, beaten on a shootout by India. Britain's women played the very, very strong Dutch, so they will have a tough task to make it through there. And then, of course, this evening in the Stade de France, Keely Hodgkinson will be going for gold in the 800 metres final. 2 other bits of athletics news as far as Britain are concerned. Zarnell Hughes has withdrawn from the 200 metres. He's felt a tightness in his hamstring after the 100 metres semi-final, and therefore he's going to have that monitored over the next 48 hours. And they will see how he goes before deciding on the relay. And then the other part of that athletics news is that Molly Caudry sadly didn't make it through the heats in the pole vault, so she has gone out of the pole vault. As we now get ready for Joe Clark in the kayak cross with a beaming smile and a knowing nod on the platform for the first semi-final. John.
Yeah, Joe Clark, who's been so good in this event, won the World Championships at Lee Valley last year. Although, as I mentioned, this is a really tough semi-final, as you'd expect. Finn Butcher's been excellent so far. World rank number 9 from New Zealand. The 29-year-old came second in the 2021 World Championships in this event. Then Polasek, he's in the blue bib of Poland. And then Grigar, who is a fierce competitor in this event, of Slovakia, 27 years of age, silver in the K1 in Tokyo, so he knows his way around a kayak. This new sport for the Olympics in Paris. We're about to hear a countdown. There's a heartbeat that sounds out at the Versuman Nautical Stadium. Then it's 210 metres of white water flowing at 13 cubic metres per second. It's quick. 8 gates and an Eskimo roll under a barrier that has to be done in the right spot. Can Joe Clark book himself a place in the final? The top 2 go through from each semi-final. He looks concentrated, serious. Get ready for the drop. 3.5 metres above the water. You'll hear the kayak slap into the water. And Joe Clark's been so good with the start. I've not known them hold it this long so far. Goodness me, the tension amongst the 12,000 is being ratcheted up here. In he goes into the water, Joe Clark. Gets the blades deep into the water. It's got a good start. He's got ahead, Joe Clark. Now he just needs to navigate his way downstream into a drop. They'll head towards the first green downstream gate. There's no penalties for clipping any of these. You've just got to pass on the right side of them. It's where the downstream gates are where the action is. His Eskimo roll is absolutely fine. He's done it within the zone here. Joe Clark from Stone and Stafford Canoe Club. Gold medalist in K1 in 2016. Missed out on the Olympics altogether in Tokyo, and he has got a 5-length lead at the moment over the New Zealander of Finn Butcher. He's going really well here, Joe Clark. If he makes it to the final, it's the top 3 winner medal. He's got a really good chance. Round gate 6, gives it a bash with his paddle and then his shoulder. On he goes. He's still got a 6th or 7 lengths lead here, Joe Clark of Great Britain. This is the last stumbling block. Gate 8, upstream gate, and he's through it. He's round it. He's into the final, Joe Clark. Britain have got 2 in the final with Kimberly Woods and Jo Clark, and it's an understated fist bump from Jo Clark. It's more of a, there we go, that's job done, it's all going to plan, rather than a yes, I'm through. He knows there's still unfinished business, and Great Britain have got 2 excellent chances of gold as Finn Butcher comes second, he's into the final, and Grieger and Polisic go out.
He has put in such dominant performances, John, hasn't he?
He's been excellent. He's won every single race he's been in so far. Admittedly, in the quarterfinals, he won that one because of a disqualification, but he was a long way clear in second. It's his start. We're just watching the replay now, and they plunge 3.5 metres above the water. You have to lean forward to get the momentum, then lean back, and just look how quickly he gets his blades into the water, and it's how deep he goes with those blades. He's got massive arms, massive shoulders. He's built like a sprinter like Kimberly Woods as well, and that's why he's got such an advantage in this event, because his raw speed is so good.
There must be some real, well, obviously, real technique on that start and the drop, because you are going in at an angle, and he gets a bounce off it rather than the nose of the kayak going under the water. It bounces off the water, which must be all due to his body position.
If you're leaning forward too much, and you've got to lean forward to get that initial forward momentum down the ramp, if you're leaning forward too much, your bow will plant into the white water and then will come back up and almost throw you backwards. So what you've got to do, and they've got such amazing flexibility in their spine and lower lumbar, all of these kayakers and canoers, they've got terrific flexibility, amazing core strength. He manages to lean back and manages to land almost flat on the water and bounce forward. And that takes skill, it takes practice. He is powerful, but you're right, his technical ability in the event is so good.
And also not making mistakes. We've seen quite a lot of the mistakes that get you disqualified, or you get some penalties. Yeah. So you have to be also focused, and the awareness of where the gates are, the green, the red ones, that Eskimo, is it Eskimo turn?
A roll.
Yeah,
Eskimo roll.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean, John? It's just like, it's not just going for speed and strength, it's also being smart and not making those mistakes that can cost you a lot.
I think it's a lot easier when you get a start like Jo Clark, when you've got clear water ahead of you, because if you're stuck in behind and you've suddenly got 2 kayaks around you and the paddles are clashing and you're going into those upstream gates all together, it's not as easy. But yeah, you're right. We saw with Mallory Franklin, she qualified from their quarterfinal so easily, so comfortably in second, but she just got the timing on the Eskimo roll wrong. And it's so easy to do. It's fine margins, it's narrow margins in this sport, as we're about to see your boy, Boris Neveu, who is so experienced, really good in this event. Castries, the 19-year-old, was preferred to him, and I know that was quite controversial in selection for France in the K1, but they were rewarded as Castries won a medal. But Boris Neveu is strong, he's quick. He's the quickest I've seen apart from Clark so far going in this second semi-final up against Egger of Germany.
We'll just keep an eye on him. Let me bring Tony in. Tony, is it all right if we just tidy up the kayak cross?
Chiappers, feel free. I'm currently in the middle of the velodrome watching a woman dressed as Mary Poppins, so I'm being entertained. Don't worry about me.
Okay, I'll leave you to that. Are you Dick Van Dyke?
Well, that's very personal, but yes, I suppose I am.
Let's on this back to the kayak cross. What they are going to do is all semi-finalists will race again, because they're going to do a small final, John, and then they're going to do the main final for the medals.
Yeah, they're going to decide who comes 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. As away we go in the second semi-final of the kayak cross, with Neveu, the favourite at the moment to qualify from this, in second and chasing hard, chasing the leader down. And there's an Eskimo roll there as Neveu goes through that well, and he's through down into the first upstream gate, and he's managed to get some clear water. Oh, he gets clattered. Did his head go round it? Did his head go round that second gate, that upstream gate? We'll wait and see if there's any penalty applied there. It was close because he got smashed into by the paddler behind him. At the moment, there's no penalty showing up, and it looks like Neveu of France is going to qualify, but he's a long way second at the moment, Neveu, to Egger, the German, who looks terrific, with the Swiss in third at the moment, de Goo and Rohan in fourth, but Degu's made a mistake, and it's going to be comfortable, I think, this. Neveu's even got a chance to have a little look around, and it is going to be Hegger of Germany. Did he get that right? Oh, he's missed it. Neveu's missed the gate. He was cruising, and he's missed the last upstream gate, and he's not going to qualify for the final. Oh, wow. Would you believe it? And through comes Rohan of the Czech Republic to take it. Oh, that's incredible. Neveu's thrown it away. On the final upstream gate, he had time to look around, and he just couldn't get the barrier, the gate, around his head with his paddle, and he's come third. That's extraordinary.
There is so much drama in that, because earlier on he nearly missed a gate and just got it with his paddle, hit it, and because the gate was then swinging, the Swiss kayaker
behind him
then missed it. He then crashed into something else and went back. So the Swiss guy is fuming at the end because he missed a gate earlier.
Yeah.
But
I think then Neveu slows down, thinking I'm well ahead of third place, so I'm going to take this easy, and then struggles on that red to go back on it, and then that was it. What a big mistake.
He's
just
38.
Took his eye.
In his own,
took his eye off it.
In his own Olympics. Goes back to our conversation about Teddy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Your big chance, home Olympics, and there we are.
Or you jinx him, maybe.
I didn't jinx him at all. I wished him luck. I wished him bon chance.
He was so... Look at that. Oh, I can't believe that. When you watch the French, we never do well, apart from Teddy.
What
have you watched that we won something?
Well, look, admittedly, the French women in the fencing lost when I was there. Admittedly, there was only bronze for the French woman in judo.
Yeah, she
admittedly,
lost.
your French canoeist has just got a bit wrong there.
Thank you very much.
But Big Teddy kind of usurps all of that.
That was worth it.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. So, John, time of both finals then, very quickly.
Right, for time of both finals, they are coming up very, very shortly indeed. So the women's kayak cross final, that's the gold medal match, is at 5-4, so in 19 minutes time, and the men's kayak final is 5 minutes later. The small finals are at 3:43 and 3:48.
Okay, and that will be all part of the show with Tony and Ellie, and then Kelly in the Stade de France later, Keely Hodgkinson in the 800 metres final. You'll be able to listen to that, you'll be able to watch that on BBC television as well a little bit later on. But those kayak cross finals with Tony and Ellie, and Tony is in the velodrome ahead of the first set of action there here at Paris 2024.
Yeah, cheers, chappers. I know it's normal for you to be on the telly. This is my best chance in the Olympics tonight, so I'm in the middle of the velodrome. I've worn my brightest shirt. I've sent pictures of it back home. So if anyone sees a bloke waving as Team GB whiz past me head, that's me. Thank you very much. I'll leave you to your beef with Julian. There sounds to be some serious grief there. Right. Cheers, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, right, the baton's handed to me now. This is a really, really privileged position. Yesterday, if you heard the show, I was sat with Sonia at the Palace of Versailles watching Britain get gold in the dressage. This afternoon, I am smack bang in the middle of the Olympic velodrome, a matter of feet away from all the world's top cyclists as they prepare for a fantastic evening of entertainment. It's brilliant, and we have a really good chance of a medal tonight. So for the next hour or so, next hour or two, you won't miss the kayak cross, by the way. Myself, Ali Bruce Ball, and Victoria Pendleton, thank goodness she's here. She's been greeting and meeting everyone, all the great and the good of cycling, proper legend Vic. We'll be bringing you all the coverage as it goes along this afternoon, and as I said, we've got gold medals up for grabs for Team GB right from the off.
Well, for these three, this is the moment of truth. The toe straps being tightened for the immense force that is to fall upon them in the next few seconds.
As well. 3 seconds to go.
Philip Hines, the youngster. Jason Kenny takes up the running as Sir Chris Hoy takes the bell. It's Hoy all the way. It's gold for Britain cyclists, and it's another world record.
Laura Trott wins the gold. Uncharted territory, the first British woman to win 4 Olympic gold medals.
Racing up towards the line. Penalty for Great Britain. Fastest time, 10.724. It's a world record.
Oh my word.
I think he's going to do it. Chris Hoy claims the gold medal. What a moment in British Olympic history.
Well, that's got my juices flowing. Track cycling's opening day then includes, and this is where we've got serious medal hopes, the women's team sprint. It all starts around 4 o'clock, and we expect the final to be around 6:59, if I can't be any more precise than that. And it's interesting, and we'll talk to Vic about this now and Alistair. GB have qualified a team in that for the first time since London 2012, which kind of represents a bit of an existential crisis for women's sprinting. Right, as I've already established, I'm right in the centre. If you ever watch cycling on the telly, they're all going round me as the event progresses. Up in the press seats, we've got Alistair Bruce Ball and Victoria Pendleton. Hello, bonjour, bonsoir.
Tony, we're giving you away from our commentary position here. That doesn't work on radio, does it? But
no, but I'm glad you waved. I've been talking to Japanese radio for the past 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Now I've got you know.
You have an incredible spot there. You really do, because you're right in the centre of things. So as you say, you're very near the mix zone there. So after the racing, all the cyclists will come through and do the interviews. Ahead of you as well, you can see them on the rollers, all the cyclists sort of warming up and warming down. The only thing, Tony, from watching the cycling down there when the races get going, is it can make you feel a little bit sick, because they're going around and around and around you, whereas from our commentary position, and I think, Victoria, we genuinely, I'm not lying here, I think we have the best seat in the velodrome, bar none. Would you agree?
I mean, we are looking down on the finish line. We have the position of, like, I don't know, number one judges right here.
Exactly, Tony. So we're about 10 foot above the finish line.
Yeah.
We are the second row back in these commentary positions. I am so excited about what we've got ahead this week. Being in any velodrome always gives me the tingles. They're very, very special places. Very warm, as you'll already have experienced, so you need lots of water.
Blimey, it went up 10 degrees when I came out the press room.
Yes.
Just on that, Vic, we were talking earlier. Explain, because I was saying, well, they'll put the air conditioning on soon. Explain why they won't.
No. They want it still and hot in here, because that means fast times. We want low air pressure, and we want it to be hot as we can possibly handle, because that means that records are likely to be broken. This is how the athletes want it. So, yeah, there'll be no airflow. The doors will be shut.
And just in terms of sort of painting the pictures, Tony, I mean, lots of people, will have watched the cycling on television and will have come to velodromes themselves. If they haven't, I really recommend that you do. There'll be 5,000 people in here in the end, so the seats here are in different shades of red, and they sort of, like a roller coaster on the home straight and the back straight, sort of swing up and down the sort of advertising barriers around the track. The track is a thing of beauty, steeply banked at either end, 250 metres of shining blonde boards, made even more special by the imprint of the Olympic rings at various stages, and Paris 2024 just behind your left shoulder, sort of emblazoned on the track high above you. And then where you're standing, we've got this sort of vibrant purple carpet you're standing on. It's a bit like the Stade de France and the running track there, and then the colours of all the nations' flags away to our right hand side. Big screen in the middle for the spectators. It is set up to be an absolutely thrilling, dramatic week of cycling.
You've said all that, giving directions. I daren't move my head now in case I'm sick. I'm just
No, you'll be all right for the team sprint. The Madison, there may be a problem.
Okay, all right. Well, look, we're going to get into the actual what we can look forward to on the track tonight, just so I can acclimatise myself, Vic. I'm in the middle here. In front of me, you know those portable hooks that you can buy when you're weighing your suitcase when you're going on holiday to Benidorm? There's a giant one here.
Yes.
Is that for the bikes, for the riders? What are we talking?
Thankfully not for the riders.
Okay,
I think that would probably go against human rights. But the bikes have to be weighed every time they go up on the track, because there's a minimum weight that they can be. So that every single time they are weighed to make sure that they're within the guidelines of the rules
every
and regulations.
bike that's out on the track
will be weighed every single time, before the riders will just congregate there by the side of the track, not far in front of you, for the final moments before they get on the boards themselves. I think one of the unique things about being in the velodrome is the fact that you get to watch everybody, all the competitors right in front of you, warming up, going about their business. Like, you get to see them, all the pre and post experience of the athletes as well. So you're in this goldfish bowl, aren't you, of activity?
Well, that's it. And look, you won't say it, so I'm going to establish your credentials. Who on earth has never heard of Victoria Pendleton? But gold medal in Beijing, gold medal at London 2012, silver at London 2012, former world, European champion and Commonwealth champion. I asked you when we arrived here earlier on, we're having a coffee, but I'll ask you again on air now. Are you envious of the people on the track right now?
No, flat no. I can honestly say it is so nerve-wracking. I mean, it's brilliant. And when you're an aspiring athlete, it's absolutely brilliant. But then as soon as you've got a target on your back, Not so much. Like the expectation and the nerves coming into an event like this. You want the earth to swallow you up minutes before you ride, but then you're also like, but I've trained so hard for this. I really want it. So it's a real mental battle to be at your best. Well, for me it was anyway. So very happy to be enjoying it as a spectator.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the women's team sprinters very shortly, because there's some great stories there, not least about women's. Oh, they're hanging a bike in front of me now. They're all checking that now. Doesn't look very scientific. It looks like something you could buy from Argos, that weighing scale. But nevertheless, she's pleased with that. They're all. It's the Canadians who are weighing their bikes. I've lost my train of thought now. We'll talk about the women's sprinters in a sec. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, when you've been in the middle before like this, Vic, can you find it easy to zone everything out? People like me chunnering away, and all the, as I said earlier, there's a woman dressed as Mary Poppins here not so long ago. The mascot's been running around. Can you get in the zone quite easily?
I mean, you get used to it, but you do feel like eyes are always on you. I think a good playlist is always very useful. Organising some music that you can identify with training or effort or motivation. I think that's really important. But it's just also about conserving as much energy when you have the opportunity to. So if you're in this amped up environment and you're reactive and nervous the whole time, it just drains you, because you might be racing from 9 o'clock at night to sometimes 10 or 11. On and off and on and off. So you have to be able to switch off when you can, and I think that's the skill of the more experienced rider.
A little bit later, we're going to see the men's team sprinters rolling around, as well as the pursuiters, but they're only qualifying today. So the main focus is the women's team sprint. And Ali, on that, before we go through the team itself with yourself and Vic, talk us through what the balance, the dearth of talent in women's sprinting over recent years and the problems it's caused British cycling.
Well, I mean, it's just Tony, you only have to look at Great Britain's record in the velodrome going back to Beijing 2008, where they pretty much dominated, every single event. A little bit less so at the last Olympic Games. They do now have stiffer competition. So to not even qualify a team in the women's team sprint at the last two Olympics for Great Britain is a little bit of an embarrassment. But now they really are timing their run, this team, extremely well. So we'll come on to the names in a second, but they're going well. They're going really, really well, and potentially tonight, this is the one medal race we've got on our hands tonight, and potentially Great Britain could win the gold medal in this event. Germany are very strong. China are very strong. They've won the last two gold medals in the women's team sprint at the last two Olympics. But Great Britain genuinely have a chance. I'm right, aren't I, Vic? Have a chance of winning a gold medal tonight.
They do indeed. I think it's been the strongest chance they've had ever. So I'm really confident that they're going to be up there in the rankings in the first heat, in the first qualifying, and that they will make it through. So it's such a quick event. It's the difference. It'll be a blink of an eye between teams.
Yeah, and so we'll talk through the team in a sec, because there is a superstar in Britain's ranks. I just want to point out to everybody listening that not so long away now we have the finals of the kayak cross, the men's and the women's. We've got interest in both, so stay tuned for that. You won't miss a moment. So Vic, take us through these three in the team. And well, actually, without going into all the weeds, this is quite significant, because it doesn't normally have three women in a team, does it? What's happened there?
No, this is the first year that team sprint at the Olympics includes three riders, which makes it exactly the same as the men's event. It was just two riders previously. I think there wasn't the strength and depth in the women's side of the sprint sport to accommodate three riders per nation and make it a really good competition. But now they've decided to make it exactly equal. There is parity now, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, look, we'll go through the team in just a second. We must talk hockey just briefly. Helen Richardson-Walsh is with us again, as she's always been throughout the Olympics, with Sarah Orchard. GB in action against the Netherlands. It's the women's quarter-final coming up tonight. And Sarah, from what you said before, they're up against the top team in the world, are they, GB?
Yeah, the mighty Dutch, of course. They are not just the Olympic champions, they're the European champions, they're the world champions, they're the Pro League champions. They're probably champions of your club down the road. I mean, honestly, name it, they've won it. There is nothing they're not on top of. I mean, Helen's achievements in Rio to actually beat the Dutch was the last time I think GB really had their number. But yeah, there've been some surprises in these quarterfinals so far, so I'm not saying GB don't have any shot at all, but if I had to put my house on it, I'd definitely be putting it on the Dutch for a win.
Yeah, Helen, I was listening to yesterday, I think it was, I lose track of time, but yesterday I think it was the men were beaten by India after India parked the bus, really, because they had a man sent off. I know the number of players will be level in this match, but do you see the match panning out that way? Is it a case that Netherlands are going to have more possession? How does it work in hockey?
Yeah, I think the stats show, and as Sarah said, the Netherlands are the clear favourites, and they probably will have most of the possession in the game today. That is kind of how it goes. I think. I think yesterday I wasn't overly optimistic, but today I've got my player brain on, and I am being, I'm approaching this much more like I would as a player now. And GB need to go in. They need to expect that they're going to not have much ball, which is actually what we did in Rio in 2016. We knew that they would have more possession, and we went out to play in the fashion of we need to soak up pressure. When we need to defend like warriors, which is what the team are going to have to do today. And when we get our chance, we go for it. They are human beings at the end of the day. They've not been scoring as many goals as I think they would have done in previous years and Olympic Games. And if we keep it tight for longer periods of time, then who knows? That's the thing that the team today need to be thinking about.
Yeah, just to let everybody know, here in the velodrome, all the lights have gone out. The pre-event show has begun. It's like being in the Cat's Whiskers, Burnley, 1982. the neon's flying, and we've got images of cyclists going round and round the track. It really is pretty impressive, and the crowd continue to come in. 5,000 or so will be watching the evening's events. We're going to keep you across everything here at the velodrome. We're off to the kayak very shortly, but we're talking hockey at the moment. GB play the Netherlands, the women's quarter-final, 4:30. Sarah Orchard, Helen Richardson Walsh, and that defeat to the Netherlands in Tokyo in the semi-finals, 5-1. Helen, how many of the team are still around from that? Will that still be in anyone's brains at this stage?
Yeah, I think we've got is it 10?
Half, yeah.
10, yeah, just nearly over half, I think, that we're playing in that, and actually that's not been the worst result either. In the last few years we've lost 8-0 at one point, so there will be some heavy defeats in the brains of the players facing them today, but they need to erase all that. It's a fresh start. As Sarah's already said, there's been some upsets, and there's no reason why this one can't be another one.
Yeah, on that, Tony, it's worth saying that the last time that the Netherlands haven't made it through to the gold medal match in Olympic Games was 24 years ago. That was when they won bronze back in 2000. So they know what they are doing in knockout hockey. They have just got this pedigree. And even in the build-up to this Olympics, their coach, Paul van As, he essentially retired some of the greats of women's hockey in the Netherlands. Lidwig Velten, Margot van Heffen and Eva de Houde, again, who Helen would have played many times. They are enormous names in world hockey, and he basically turned around and said, don't need you anymore, guys, off you go. I've got some wonderful young talent coming through. And to have that kind of squad where you are retiring that kind of talent is just off the scale impressive.
Yeah, no offence to you two. Is there only me regretting having this conversation? We will see how it begins to pan out. We'll be back and forth to you two throughout the afternoon and the evening. But 4:30, that match kicks off. GB against the Netherlands, the women's hockey quarter-finals. Here at the velodrome, we are waiting. The qualifying gets underway at 4 o'clock. Serious medal contentions for GB in the women's team sprint tonight. You'll hear how that plays out. I'm right in the middle of action here in the centre of the velodrome. So I've already established I'm near the weighing scales. I'm also near the podium. Who will be on that later on? Let's hope there's success for Team GB tonight. We could have medal success very shortly, actually. We've been watching the kayak cross. We've been listening to it all afternoon. John Akers has been covering it for us. Really exciting, this, John. Tell us where we are. Who are our medal hopes in the next few moments?
Hi, Tony. Yeah, our medal hopes are Kimberly Woods, who is about to go in the K-Cross, the kayak cross, the extreme kayak, you might hear it called. It's a part of canoe slalom that's relatively new, and it's brand new to the Olympics. Kimberly Woods goes for Great Britain. There are 4 paddlers in identical plastic canoes, seated with a double-bladed paddle, and they go down a 210-metre course, 13 cubic metres per second, the water flowing, and they just fight it out to the finish. She's looking down at the moment, Kimberly Woods, world rank 1, world champion from Lee Valley. She just taps the side of her purple helmet and smiles to the crowd, gives a little knowing nod. She is the favourite for gold, Kimberly Woods. She's already won a bronze in the K1, Tony.
Yeah, and just to explain, because I was listening to Chappers earlier on, Does anything go in this, John? We've heard of people taking their opponents out. Presumably there are some rules as to the levels of contact.
Anything goes as long as it's not deemed dangerous. And there are rules. You have to go around the right side of the gates, but you can hit them. There's no 2-second penalty for clipping a gate, like there is when you do the normal C1 and K1 events through the slalom, and you are penalised if you miss a gate. You've just got to go around the side of these padded heavy gates. You can whack them with your paddle. You can make contact with other people. They're all wearing gum shields. Some of them wear full crash helmets. And we are about to see the final of the kayak slalom with Naomi Fox, who is ranked 1 going into this ahead of Kimberly Woods wearing the pink bib. She's the sister of Jess Fox, the Australian, then Woods, then Hugues of France. Expect to hear a lot of noise for her down her home water, and then Lilik of Germany. Australia, Great Britain, France and Germany as they plunge 3.5 metres from the air and into the water, and away they go with Kimberly Woods with a brilliant start, and she's already got a length lead as she powers her way from the start. She got a great start through gate 1. She's done brilliantly. Now the Eskimo roll. They've got to go fully under the water at the right time, and she has. She's taken that brilliantly too. Come on, Kimberly Woods, round the first upstream gate. She's just struggled with that just a little bit, but she is round it, and she's lost her lead. She's lost her lead at the moment to Naomi Fox. So it's Kimberly Woods versus Naomi Fox, the 27-year-old Australian. And Kimberly Woods' bow is right on the stern of Naomi Fox here. They're going to clash, I'm sure, in this finish. Looks like she's going to get at least silver. Can she overtake Naomi Fox? She's round gate 5 into gate 6. It's all going to be on this final upstream gate. Put the power down, Kimberly Woods. Come on, they're racing for gold and silver. Can it be gold for Great Britain? She's a bit slow through there, but can she whack her out the way? Oh, she's got to go round the gate. Naomi Fox is going to win it, and Kimberly Woods has got to get round this last upstream gate. She's tired. She's knocked it out the way, but she's going to be denied, is she? I think there's a race for bronze, but I can't quite see it. She's putting the power down, and she's got 4th. Agony for Kimberly Woods as Naomi Fox, the sister of Jess, the poster girl of this sport, wins gold for Australia. What a story that is in itself. Naomi Fox takes the gold, and Kimberly Woods is forced out of the medals, but in the Olympic spirit, she goes across Kimberly Woods and gives her a big hug there, Naomi Fox. Her sister's won 2 golds. Now the family can add another gold into the connection with the younger sister, and Jess Fox is standing by the water's edge, and she's in tears, Naomi Fox. She can't believe it. It's magic for her, but heartbreak for Kimberly Woods, who just couldn't get round the last upstream gate and was denied a medal.
Yeah, lovely for the Foxes. But on Kimberly Woods...
Wait, there's a fault for Lilik, a fault at gate 2, and Kim Woods is going to win a bronze. She's missed a gate, the German, at the top of the course. It's just come up, and she is going to win. She is going to win a medal, Kim Woods here. Oh wow, what drama. She's got herself another bronze by the look of it at the moment, Kim Woods, in the kayak cross. That is magic. I didn't see her miss the gate, Lilik, in real time, but it's come up on the scoreboard afterwards, and Kimberly Woods of Great Britain's got herself another medal.
She's missed a gate, the German. That will go down in commentary history. That, John, that hands us a bronze. We heard some screaming at that very moment. Was that Kim celebrating, or how does she appear? Very phlegmatic at this point. I don't know. I think that was Kim Woods realising that despite, because she's gone from agony 4th when 3 are guaranteed a medal, it's like the worst position to finish, to realise that Lilik, the German, who looks absolutely bereft, has missed a gate at the top, and they'll have reviewed it by now. So that is a bronze medal for Kimberly Woods. Oh, extraordinary. That is lovely, and they're all smiles now. Naomi Fox, Hugues of France, who's won the silver, and Kimberly Woods wins bronze. And just to get my breath back, we are into the men's kayak cross final now, Tony. Yeah, just a final word on Kim then. When we see the podium sometimes and people are unhappy with bronze, that she's going to be beaming later on.
She will be. She was favourite, she was world champion, but it's a sport of fine margins, and it wasn't her best run. In fact, it was her worst run of the whole competition out of 4 runs, and 5 runs rather. and she's managed to get herself a medal despite that, so I'm sure she'll be pleased with her bronze medal. And now we get ready to see the brilliant Joe Clark. He's been head and shoulders above everyone else in this event so far, Joe Clark. He gets such a fast start, he's so strong, he's so powerful. He's a 3-time world champion from Stafford and Stone Canoe Club. Egger of Germany is in the pale blue. Butcher, who's been excellent, of New Zealand, is in the blue, and Rohan of the Czech Republic is in the yellow. 4 of them will go, Tony, and let's hope that it can be gold for Great Britain now in this men's kayak cross gold medal final.
And Joe Clark's got some making up to do, because he's had earlier disappointment, hasn't he, John?
Came 5th in the K1 when he was one of the favourites to win that. Just couldn't piece together a really good run in the final round, but he looks concentrated, Joe Clark. And here we go then. He grins broadly with his pale blue eyes, and away they go. And Joe Clark has got a half-decent start, but it's not what he usually gets. Can he get himself into second here, as in the blue, Finn Butcher has surged into the lead, and now Joe Clark's got himself second, but he's going to have to put the power down because there's 3 lengths now that Finn Butcher has opened up. Joe Clark is in the silver medal position through the Eskimo roll. They've got to go right under this cold water. 12,000 watching in the Versuman Nautical Stadium. He's round the first upstream gate well, Joe Clark, but he's still very much in second, and Finn Butcher is putting together a brilliant run. Can Joe Clark catch him? Come on, Joe, catch up to his stern. Joe Clark is paddling for his life here in silver medal position. He's in the clear, much like Kimberly Woods was a few moments ago. Through gate 5, into gate 6. He's not got any closer through that section. Come on, Joe. Can you get past him on the final upstream gate? Here it is, upstream gate 8. And he's going to try and knock him out of the way here, Finn Butcher. But Finn Butcher's through it. He's going to win gold. Can Joe get through the last upstream gate and now put the power down to win silver? Joe Clark, can he? Yes, he's across the line with a silver medal, and he's happy with it. I'm so pleased he's happy with it, Joe Clark. He's got himself a silver medal. What a run from Finn Butcher, the New Zealander. That is some paddle. Second in the World Championships in 2021. He's won gold for New Zealand, and he takes a massive pat on the back from his coach at the water's edge. And I'm just so pleased Joe Clark was happy with a silver medal. The favourite coming into this, Joe Clark, the world champion for the last 3 years. He's been the best by a mile, but his start just let him down in the final. Silver for Great Britain, following on from Kim Wood's bronze. It's been a good day on the white water so far for Great Britain.
Great way to start this segment of the coverage, John. 2 medals, bronze and a silver. Redemption then for Joe Clark of a sort. You said he's happy with that. What was he doing? Punching the air or just smiling? How was he reacting?
I was focused on his reaction as he crossed the line with a silver, and the silver wasn't guaranteed as he came through the last upstream gate. And I just wanted to see him, instead of look disappointed that he'd not won gold, be happy that he'd won silver. And he was. He just fought off Egger, who is absolutely made up with his bronze medal, Egger, because he's got no form. I've just written down in my notes, Noah Egger, Germany, 25, no form in this event. But it just shows you put together a good paddle and you can fight it out to the finish, and you've got some speed, you can get yourself a medal, which is what Egger has done. But Joe Clark, who is a dad now, said he was doing this for his son, doing it for his boy as much as himself. 31, world champion 3 times in a row, 5th in the K1 final in these games, gold medalist from Rio in 2016, missed out altogether on Tokyo because he wasn't selected despite being number 1 in the world in 2021, and he's got himself a silver medal to go with his gold from Rio, and he is absolutely delighted with it, Tony.
Brilliant, great stuff, John. Thanks very much. John Akers there watching the kayak cross finals here at the Velodrome. I don't know if you can hear various noises in the background. The crowd are cheering, the bells are ringing. The women's team sprint qualifying is underway. That will go all the way to a gold medal tonight around 7 o'clock, and Team GB have a really, really good chance. So possibly a gold on the way. I'm right in the middle of the track at the moment. If you've ever been on the M6 on a Friday night, that's kind of the scene in front of me now, as all the teams are queuing up to have their bikes weighed and measured before they take to their track. The real serious business takes a little bit of time, because at the moment they are effectively, the women, just doing time trials to see how they'll be seeded against each other. Let's head over to our beautiful Parisian cafe with the beautiful Eleanor Oldroyd and and Steve Bunce. Hello.
Hello. Can I just say,
Bonjour.
Tony, it is very nice to be in the cafe, actually. It's the first time I've been here since the first night.
They've let you out, Ellie.
They have. They've let me out of the Bercy Arena, and there is daylight, and there is blue sky, and we're in the centre of Paris, and it's lovely. And Bunsey and I have just been watching the kayak cross and shaking
Nuts,
our
isn't it?
heads in disbelief. I mean, it's a bit like the log flume at Alton Towers, except that all the boats have been untethered and are going down at the same time, and the obstacle race in the obstacle swimming
obstacle
race.
swimming they used to call
Obstacle
it.
swimming,
in
yeah,
like
in one of the early
1904 and 1896. I'm going to next time you and I are on air together, I'll bring some information on the obstacle race, because I think there was
You had to swim under things.
you had
didn't
to
you?
swim under things and just go over things and go through tunnels, and I think there was one guy who was like the absolute king of it, which is quite interesting. Tony, watching that there was any sense of science? I understand there's a bit of science. I mean, it's a 6 kilo plastic boat, moulded boat, and it's randomly selected for each racer. But have you looked closely at how much protective clothing they're wearing?
Gum
And
shields.
rightly so. Gum shields are fine. They've got some gloves on that look like UFC mitts. They're fingerless, like padded gloves that look like things you hit people with. But then also their entire bodies are protected, because there were several occasions there where the boat behind, I saw Ellie go, ooh, like that, because the boat behind mounted the boat in front and smashed into the back of the woman. It was incredible.
There was a part of John's commentary when he just said they've got to whack it out of the way. Now, I didn't know was that as an obstacle or an opponent. I mean, that's the level of violence we were seeing.
Yes, it's people being impaled on the bow of somebody else's boat. It's absolutely incredible to watch. Anyway,
I've established we're here at the Velodrome. You're in the cafe, but we've got a lot to talk about. You two have between you, but not least the boxing and the gymnastics, Ellie. So my opening question, or my question to you before you two take it away for a little bit, was we were travelling here in a taxi today when suddenly news broke through that Simone Biles had fallen off the beam.
I know.
So what happened there?
I think there were only one or two athletes that actually didn't fall off the beam in a final of 8. It was like, I mean, it was a bit like the kayak cross in the sense that people kept falling over things and falling off things, and then we had the horizontal bar routine, and people kept falling off that as well.
Crashing on that.
It was incredible, and then we came to the floor routine, and I mean, Simone Biles, she is amazing to watch, and it's been an incredible privilege to watch her at these games. But I think, Tony, maybe this was not one of her very best days. I think she would probably say that as well. She was distracted. Something put her off in the crowd during the beam final. There were people.
Could you sense that from where you were watching? Could you sort of sense her eyes being?
Yeah, well, at the end, I mean, so she was focused when she was doing her routine, but there were noises in the crowd. There were people kind of, yelling randomly, and then there were other people going shh, and she was almost more put off by the shushing than anything else. So I think that maybe just slightly unsettled her. Then she, I think, slightly injured herself in the warm-up for the final. She did her first tumble, and she then did the final all strapped up. Her calf was all strapped up. And it was just clear, really, that it was not going to be her best day.
Could it be, Ellie, that it's the fifth or so day? Whenever it started. Is it common, excuse my gymnastic ignorance, I try and get along to gymnastics and have done since 1996, is it common on the last day or close to the last day when they've been performing for about 5 or so days?
Yeah, well,
maybe
yes.
are they a bit tired?
Just run out of steam.
They're only humans. Well, I know they're ridiculous, but they are only humans.
Yeah, and when you think about it, Simone Biles did qualifying on Sunday, then she did team final on Tuesday.
This is 10 days ago.
This is 10 days. Yeah. So it was a marathon.
Shoot.
So she did qualifying. She did team. She did all around. She did then the vault final. Then she missed. She didn't qualify for uneven bars final, so she had a bit of a day off. And then she came back and did 2 finals today.
Wow.
So I think if she was a little bit tired, even the greatest have to have a rest sometimes. So that was Simone Biles, but we saw an incredible performance by Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, and that was amazing because the atmosphere in the crowd, you can imagine, full of Brazilian fans who loved watching Rebecca finally take home a gold after a stream of medals of other colours. So it was a fun and long day in the gymnastics, but we got another couple of hours here. We will reflect on that. I think Lewis Smith is going to come over and sit in the cafe with us as well. There's a nice breeze, which is very lovely.
Will he be bringing any fast food with him, or will we be feeding him nice food? Because we're in a nice cafe. Because the list of his fast food this week has been outrageous, if you don't mind me saying so.
He has popped up with the odd little kind of punishment chips occasionally. So a proper we'll give him because it's his last night before he goes home.
Get him a Caesar
so
salad.
So we need to feed him properly. But we are also going to be talking boxing, obviously, because you're here, Bunsey, with us. And you know, it's not been the best. It's not been the richest pickings for you at the boxing arena from a GB point of view. Although we're very much claiming. Cindy, aren't we? We're claiming Cindy and Gamba.
She's absolutely 100% ours.
Yeah. But Lewis Richardson of Team GB fights Marco Verde, the Mexican, tomorrow night at Roland Garros. And the winner will advance to the gold medal match. So he is guaranteed a medal of some colour.
He's guaranteed a bronze, and there was a moment when the five boxers lost in 2.5 days, 4 of them by 3-2 split decisions, and one of them I really felt she was hard done by a glorious fighter called Rosie Eccles, great woman, won the Commonwealth Games. You know, I'm used to tight decisions, and you know I'm a big boy, and the team of big boys and big girls, but that particular Rosie Eccles one, I think it might be the worst decision I've ever seen at an Olympic Games, either in the flesh or live. I really mean that.
Wow.
It was so out there.
You think about the history of Olympic boxing judging,
What it was, Ellie, it made no sense. It was a Norwegian judge who delivered an extraordinary score, and then a judge from Estonia and I think from Venezuela who delivered quite extraordinary scores. And I always try and analyse, how does that work? Okay, I know that judge. He likes aggressive fighters. Oh, I know that judge. She loves boxers, that type of thing. But I can't find a track for this, Ellie. I really can't. But we move on. We're all big boys. Rosie's happy. She's been going to every single event she can go to, and I'm really pleased for her.
But our boy Lewis has got at least to the semi-final.
He's in the semi-finals in Roland Garros because we've been out. People have been taking the mickey out of me because I said that when we're out of the boxing, been there with Conor McNamara. We go to IKEA for food because that is the only thing available. Not because I like meatballs. Not because I've got a card now. I'm too short. I'm a little bit annoyed. We've done 8 days out there. Just
your French IKEA loyalty card.
Yeah, of course I've got. Hey, people mock me. Why do they mock me? So unfortunately, we've left there. Now we're going to be in Roland Garros, the posh house as I call it. Overs thinks it's the funniest thing in the world, and we're going to have the boxing there, which I tell you what, I'm breathless with excitement for what will be 5 days of semi-finals and finals
and proper food
and at Roland Garros. Oh, come on, it's
yeah.
Who's designing these dreams?
A great location. Let's hear a little bit from Lewis Richardson, and then you can tell us a bit more about his chances. Here he is when Steve spoke to him a little bit earlier on about loving life at the Games.
A big part of my sort of mindset over the last year or so is to be enjoying the journey a little bit more. We're in massively high pressure situations in amateur boxing where you've got 3-minute rounds to execute a game plan the best you can when you've got someone trying to knock you out. It really don't get much more difficult than that. So I know that the hard work's been done in regards to back in the gym. I'm one of the hardest working people in the gym. I live the life of an athlete, of a boxer, and I know that everything's put me in a great place to be here. So when I do get in that ring, and I think the whole world, especially Great Britain, have seen that in my performances so far at these games, that I'm out there having fun, I'm enjoying myself, and I just literally feel like I'm living my dream right at this moment. And it's such a special feeling because my aspirations as a kid growing up was not necessarily even to be a boxer in the Olympics, but just the Olympic Games. There's something so special about it. And I walked into that boxing gym when I was 12, 13 years old, and here we are now 12, 13 years later, boxing in the Olympic Games, as you say, in the semi-finals. So yeah, magical moments.
And you're in the semi-finals at Roland Garros. It's fantasy land, Lewis.
Just keep saying that, to keep repeating it.
It is though.
Listen, I've said it to so many people, like especially my close loved ones, and that is, I just feel like this year in particular is just the gift that keeps on giving, and I think that's testament, on reflection, is testament to the hard work and discipline and everything I've showed over the years to come through the adversity and things like that. But I'm just feel so grateful and so happy, and my heart feels full at the moment. And I'm nervous, I'm excited for tomorrow, but yeah, I've got a real overriding feeling of excitement rather than nerves, because I know what I'm capable of doing, and I certainly believe I'm capable of going all the way. So yeah, it's exciting.
And final question, I've got to ask you about Cindy and Gamba. She's part of the GB squad, even though she's officially with the refugee team. Cindy's a remarkable human being, and I know you like her, and she loves you. She's always praising you.
Cindy's one of us, you know. Although she's not got a Great Britain vest on, we've had the pleasure to train alongside Cindy. I'm sure she'd say she's had the pleasure to train alongside us, but she's an absolute inspiration. And yeah, it's great to be sort of achieving alongside her, because she's a superstar in the making.
Well, that was Lewis Richardson talking to Buncey about his chances, about Cindy and Gamba's chances as well. Sum up in an answer, Buncey, how Lewis is going to get on in his semi-final tomorrow, and then Cindy on Thursday.
I think he's going to beat the very good Mexican Alvarez. He's not fancied, but I fancy it. And I think Cindy's going to go on. I think she's going to be one of the stars of this event. Let me just say just quickly, Lewis has been to 2 events. He saw Teddy Riner win the gold with 12,000 people, and he saw the 100 metres final. Lewis is already an Olympic winner, trust me. That's not bad going.
He knows how to pick a night,
Bingo, does he? Yep, he does.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much indeed to Steve. We'll be back talking more, I'm sure, about the boxing and about anything and everything, because you can do it all. You can do it all. You can do obstacle swimming, you can do gymnastics, you can do boxing, you can do judo, you can do meatballs, you can do building a bookcase from scratch. Maybe that could be an Olympic event, actually.
I might actually be able to do obstacle swimming. I'm actually going to look into it, because I don't think it was in a fully deep pool. I think you know what? Hold that thought. Okay. Obstacle swimming, I'm on it overnight.
All right. Tony, back in the velodrome, first day of competition there, and having fun?
I am, Ellie. Yeah, just I know we're going to talk gymnastics with you later on and Team GB, but I got the chance to speak to Jake Jarman this morning, who took bronze in the floor, and what a lovely lad he is. So we can hear that later on. I'm having Ellie. We are very privileged. Me and you are not athletes. Buncey just goes without saying about Buncey, but we are not. None of us are athletes. No. And to be placed in positions as we are, which is fantastic. Yeah, I'm smack bang in the middle of the velodrome. We're 60 miles or so outside Paris, but this is a real focus for Team GB medal hopes tonight. Our women go in the team sprint qualifiers very shortly indeed, and I've been promising to do this all along. So I'm joined by Alistair Bruce-Ball and Victoria Pendleton, who are up in the commentary positions now. Guys, I think it's about time we introduce the nation to our riders, and Ali, what we're about to see.
Yeah, exactly, Tony. I think we need to explain what the team sprint is all about. This is the qualifying round, and you can't really feel your way into Olympic competition. You need to be on it right from the start. So this will take us into the next round of the competition. The quickest team, Great Britain will hope to be the quickest team. They will face the 8th quickest team in the next round. Then it's 2nd versus 7th. So you want to get yourself an advantageous semi-final. This team, Victoria, going out for Great Britain, I think we're very excited about it. Silver medalists at the World Championships last year, silver medalists at the European Championships this year, both times behind Germany. Katie Marchant, a lot of experience there. Sophie Capewell, and then the 21-year-old Emma Finucane.
Yep, she is definitely going to be a star to watch. She is world champion in the sprint discipline, and this team has just got faster and faster. I'm very excited to see this, and it's not long till it starts, so I might have to just pipe down.
Okay, and actually with our commentary position here, when the riders get underway, we are going to have to be a little bit careful with the level of our voices. We don't want to distract them. So the lead rider is Katie Marchant. She is still waiting to clamber onto her bike. She will lead this out for Great Britain, and that bike sits in a metal red start gate which holds her bike in position. The start is absolutely vital, isn't it, Victoria?
They spend hours and hours practicing the start. It will be a countdown from 37 seconds here. The last 10 seconds there'll be a beep, and then the final 5 seconds, and they have to time the exit to perfection. They want to be throwing their weight forward and pulling the bike clean exactly as it hits zero.
The exertion on their faces when you see them trying to get these bikes up to speed so quickly is amazing. 3 riders side by side on the start line. Katie Marchant will lead it out. Sophie Capewell and Emma Finucane will get on her back wheel into her slipstream. I'll get Victoria to explain a bit more about that. After Katie Marchant has completed her first lap, she will drift away. There'll be 2 riders left on the track, and eventually one with 1 lap to go. Here we go, and there's the power, and there's the drive with the legs. And Katie Marchant in the dark blue Great Britain suit with the red trim has taken them out into the back straight. So what have they got to do here, Victoria?
It's a lovely start there from Katie Marchant. They've opened a little bit of a gap into the second rider, which gives them a slipstream coming around into the changeover zone. Katie Marchant moves up, and Sophie Capewell is now on the front.
Perfectly described. Sophie Capewell on the front, Emma Finucane right on her back wheel. These razor thin wheels, and she is just inches behind her.
And then she'll come round to the start, and now it is Emma Finucane for the final lap.
Yeah, so Sophie Capewell drifts away high up the banking, and now Emma Finucane gives it everything she can. We'll have a look at the latest split time at the moment. Great Britain, the quickest team so far. Germany and China still to go. Emma Finucane, head bowed over the handlebars, crosses the finish line, and Great Britain
in a new world record of 45.472.
Yes, so Olympic record and world record. What we should say there, Tony, we should be excited about that. Great Britain are going to be very competitive in terms of having 3 riders in a team at the Olympics. That is brand new. It is relatively new, so we would expect records to go. But still, Victoria, quickest time so far, 2 teams to go. GB should be happy with that, I think.
They'll be delighted. I think it was a very, very good performance. The technique worked very well. The start was explosive. As you said, it's almost like it's like weightlifting the first few revs, isn't it? It's like a leg press through the bike. They look very cool, calm and collected. And actually, just to mention, holding them up was Jonathan Norfolk, ex-GB rider, and Jason Kenny was holding Sophie Capewell up. So they've got a great support team.
Jason Kenny now a coach on the GB team. Head spinning, Tony?
Yeah, well, I found a fixed point and just looked at it, and then I looked at the telly and I saw a new world record, which is all we can ask for, I guess, at this stage. You say holding them up, Victoria. Just talk the listeners through that, because the lead cyclist appeared to be held by some sort of machine. Just talk us through what happens at the start.
So the start gate, the number 1 bike at the bottom of the track is in the start gate, and that is electronically and it's air propelled, so it only releases exactly as the countdown clock. So they're coordinated, so there's no way you can jump the gun. The only way you can jump the gun is if the rider number 2 or 3, held by people behind them holding their saddles, release the rider too soon. So it's all about the first rider being exactly on time, and the other 2 following as quick as possible behind, but not overtaking them. I know it sounds weird, but they're held up usually by members of their team. It's quite a tricky thing to do when you see amateurs trying to hold cyclists up on this gradient. It's always a bit wavy and shaky and not ideal. We've seen some bad starts in the past, but they use their own team to hold them up here.
Yeah, I can see the Germans holding their cyclists up now. They're well braced. I better shut up now as well. Just get him underway.
Yeah, Germany are one of the strongest teams in this competition. Very experienced riders, Pauline Grabosch, Emma Hinze and Leah Friedrich in the German colours. Mainly white bodysuits with the black shorts, powering away down the back straight at the moment. Those wheels, Victor, what's the perfect distance between these riders here?
Well, between the first rider and the second rider, you would expect a small gap, maybe a couple of bike lengths, so that they can accelerate on. But between that, you want to be as close as possible. Sometimes in the team pursuit, they are 2 or 3 inches apart.
Right, this German team is slower than Great Britain so far. There goes the bell. Leah Friedrich picks it up, and they are still outside Great Britain's time at the moment. The racing at the moment is all about the seeding for the next round of competition, but it's also sizing your opponents up during this competition. And Leah Friedrich brings it home, crosses the line now, and the German team 45.644 is slower than Great Britain on that first run.
There is indeed. That's put them into 3rd position behind New Zealand. So Great Britain, New Zealand and Germany currently in the rankings.
And that, Tony, is why we're getting excited about this Great Britain team. And Victoria, would teams hold anything back in a first qualification?
No, definitely not in the first qualification round. It's important to get the easiest seeding as possible so that you can move effortlessly, try and get that out, through to the final. So definitely this is 100% everything down, best team. Now we have another team here. This was the previous world record holding team from China.
You were saying we can get excited. I tell you, Team GB aren't. The 3 riders have just come past me about 6 feet away, wandering around. They were looking up at the big screen as the Germans were going. They battered not an eyelid.
Cool
when the
as
Germans,
cucumbers.
yeah, when the Germans didn't beat their time, there wasn't even a water bottle thrust anywhere near the air. They just carried on as though they were heading to the shops.
They'll be so delighted that they've got that first ride out of the way. They've been waiting all day to get on the track. I mean, nerve-wracking to wait till 5 o'clock before you get to do your job, right?
That Tony, I'd forgotten all about that from the professional athlete's point of view. So Victoria and I were having a bit of downtime and having lunch near Versailles earlier on today. And Victoria was just reminding me what it is like when your event isn't until late in the evening. You've got to wait and wait and wait.
Yeah, you honestly you're trying to rest, so you're supposed to stay still, but you don't want to stay still because you feel a bit antsy, and you're like trying to stay cool, but you keep thinking about it. Oh my goodness, it's like, don't think about the pink elephant. You know, it's torture.
But that's what I'm trying to get at from a non-athletic point of view. So when you're on that attached to that machine are ready to kick off, and the clock's ticking down as it is now to the Chinese 32, 31, 30. The level of focus you would have it all 4 years comes to that moment. Most of us, we would self-combust.
Yeah, but they've also practiced this thousands and thousands and thousands of times, just like this in training.
Big shout there.
Yeah.
Chinese lead rider
getting the fire in the belly.
Yu Fang let out a massive roar. There goes the beep. China ready to go. They have won the last 2 Olympic gold medals in this discipline. Guo Yufang, Bao Shanju and Yuan Li Ying.
False start. So I think the rider in third position overtook the rider number 1 in the start. So that's a false start.
Now in some sports, Victoria, that would mean immediately out of the competition.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
No. Tony, so this is going to take a little while, Tony, to set it up again. The other thing I absolutely love, and I love this in all the sports across the Olympics.
Let's have a look.
Go on, Victoria. Oh yeah,
third rider. Yeah.
Sorry, Ali, to interrupt your train of thought. But why is it not instant disqualification as it would be in the athletics track? Do we know?
I don't know. Maybe because they're not so mean. I think it's really mean to get disqualified one of the most nerve-wracking moments of your life, and you flinch. I mean, that's human behaviour.
I wonder whether, Tony, it's slightly harder to control inside the velodrome because of someone holding it. It's probably is it more likely to happen potentially than on the track? And I don't know, Tony. I mean, the thing I would say is part of the problem with it in athletics and swimming is if it was happening again and again and again and again and no one was getting disqualified, then it takes forever to get a race started. You don't see it that often inside the velodrome, so it doesn't sort of interrupt the flow of the event. What I was going to say, Tony, was team outfits in the Olympics, and honestly, these Chinese cycling helmets, so aerodynamically shaped, bright red, so they're sort of teardrop shaped with the tighter point at the back of the neck, and they've got this gorgeous sort of gold leaf, intricate design.
I think it's a dragon.
Is it a dragon, Victoria? I think they are fantastic.
We can get you one if you want, I'm sure, but I don't know how much use to you it will be.
Do you get marks for artistic impression and style?
Definitely not. I mean, they don't use rhinestones around here because that would definitely slow you down in terms of aerodynamics. Yeah, that would be a big no.
Nice to know they've got the ABB seal of approval, though, the Chinese. I'm sure that'll be filtering back to them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Right, we're lining up again, Tony. So far, if people are just joining us on 5 Live and BBC Sounds, this is the qualifying round of the women's team sprint, and Great Britain, fastest so far, setting a new world record in this discipline. The next time they will ride will be around about 6 p.m. just after UK time, and that will be the first round they will go into. But having ridden so fast in this round, it gives them a good draw. They've still got to set a fast time though in the next round, so they hope to win that semi-final, Victoria, but it's the 2 fastest winning teams across the 4 rides that will get to the gold medal.
That's correct. That is correct.
Good.
You've got it, ABB. He's all over it.
Just saying it out loud.
I mean, he's done so many sports. It is like quite a feat. Hats off. Chapeau.
Right. I'll tell you what I haven't done is won gold medals in an Olympic velodrome, and that's what Victoria has done, and that is why she is bringing all the expertise as always. So China getting set again. Guo Yufang will take it out. Bao Shanju and Yuan Li Ying, the 3 riders.
Setting up now. Yeah. Taking a few deep breaths. You'll notice that usually you breathe in and out on the second, so you might breathe in on 2, out on 1, in, and then explode the other way around. But yeah, deep breaths, because they won't be breathing much during this effort.
Yeah.
This first lap effort.
In, actually, there, noticeable from all 3 riders. Then they just stand out of the saddles, pull back and drive with everything they've got to get this going, get themselves into that sleek streamline of 3 riders, wheel to wheel, and go whizzing down the back straight on the far side of the velodrome from us.
That looks very well rehearsed. That's a really nice start from the Chinese team.
So Bao Shanju will take over next. First rider drifts up the banking away to the right-hand side. We'll have an eye on the split times and see if they're any faster than Great Britain. Looking very neat and tidy at the moment. The split's not coming up on the screen at the moment. Bao will hand over to Yuan. What do you notice, Victoria?
So they are currently in 6th position on the second lap, so the moment behind.
Okay, oh yeah, it's on the big screen ahead of us, way behind, over half a second behind Great Britain in this opening run. Wan brings it down the back straight, crosses the finishing line.
5th position for China. Wow. Yeah, very surprising, it is. Maybe that false start has just kind of taken the edge off a bit.
Right, so what that means is Great Britain quickest in qualifying will race against Canada in the next round.
It doesn't matter who they ride against, though, because they've just got to post the fastest time.
Yeah. But, Tony, that is encouraging.
Right, yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of things.
Yes.
So, Vic, you said that, so while England faced Canada, GB faced Canada, it's not a matter of beating them then. I thought it was a knockout, so it's not. It's just who gets the fastest time each time, is it?
I guess the opportunity lies in the teams that are closer match, so the fourth and fifth, so the Netherlands and China riding with each other. It gives them an opportunity to better their position in the ranking, but for the team that qualifies fastest, it really doesn't matter. It's about working a way through with the fastest time.
In the next round, Tony, we get the same 8 teams, but it's head-to-head in 4 different rides, and the 2 fastest winners will go through to the gold medal ride, and then the next 2 fastest winners go to the bronze medal ride.
Gotcha. And Vic, final question for now before we go to the news. Speaking as someone who got on a bike in the pandemic for the first time in 40 years and couldn't manage it, you said they don't hardly breathe on the first lap. Talk us through that.
So basically, you see the level of exertion that they sort of give in those first few pedal revs. It's a bit like weightlifting or a leg press. They really inhale and they sort of tense in order to get the force through on the bike. So to be honest, to get to the first quarter lap, they won't be breathing much, especially the starter, because you'll want to maintain as much tension throughout your body as possible, and breathing makes you kind of, not as sort of solid, if you know what I mean.
I'm with you.
Braced. Got to be braced.
Brace yourself. Well, we're
brace yourself.
We're braced for a gold medal potentially later on. I don't want to jinx it. Who knows what's going to happen? But the women's team sprinters are off to a great start with a new world record just here now at the Velodrome. The men's team pursuit qualifiers are taking place, but it's really the women's team sprinters that's taken to a gold medal position tonight. So we'll keep you up to date with that already. We've had bronze from Kimberly Woods and silver from Joe Clark in the kayak cross since certainly I've been on air. There's lots to look forward to. We're back with Ellie and Bunsey in the cafe as well to talk about gymnastics and boxing and everything else that's happened today. In the meantime, we will break now for the 5 Live news. It's 4:30 and here's Alison Hughes.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Tony. Sir Keir Starmer says the criminal justice system will be ramped up following an emergency meeting with government ministers and police chiefs. It's in response to the wave of violent disorder across parts of England and Northern Ireland. The Prime Minister spoke earlier after that emergency COBRA meeting.
We will have a standing army of specialist officers, public duty officers, so that we'll have enough officers to deal with this where we need them. The second is we'll ramp up criminal justice. There have already been hundreds of arrests. Some have appeared in court this morning. I've asked for early consideration of the earliest naming and identification of those involved in the process who will feel the full force of the law. And thirdly, I've been absolutely clear that the criminal law applies online as well as offline, and I'm assured that that's the approach that is being taken.
As the Prime Minister said there, hundreds of arrests have been made since riots first broke out in Southport on Tuesday, after false rumours began circulating that an immigrant was responsible for the deaths of 3 young girls in the town. Among those detained are 6 people in South Yorkshire, where a mob tried to storm a hotel housing asylum seekers in Rotherham. The Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, has resigned and fled the country after weeks of increasingly violent protests. In a televised address to the nation, the country's army chief called for an end to the clashes, which have seen more than 300 people killed. He says he'll now form an interim government. Global stock markets have been falling over fears of a possible US recession. American, European and Asian markets are all down. There have been tributes to the former England and Surrey batter Graham Thorpe, who's died aged 55. He played 100 tests between 1993 and 2005, as well as 82 one-day internationals. Michael Vaughan described his former teammate as a legend who'd gone far too young. And the comedian Chris McCausland will appear on the next series of Strictly Come Dancing, making him the show's first ever blind contestant. It's also been announced that JLS singer JB Gill will be taking part. Strictly is due to return to BBC One this autumn. That's the news. Orna has the travel.
Thanks, Alison. So Glasgow queues on the M77 if you're heading north. It's up from 2 at Barhead Road to Junction 1 at Dumbreck Road. M6 queues in Cheshire still there as well. 20 at Lymm at the interchange with the M56 after a breakdown. M5 very slow southbound down from 17 Cribs Causeway to 20 at Clevedon. A broken down lorry taking up 2 lanes at Junction 20. M4 queues between Bristol and the M5. Heading west, it starts from Junction 19. The M11, the barrier repairs are causing delays north and south. Junction 13 at Madingley is where 1 lane's down on each side. And the M4 in Berkshire looking slow at 10 for Wokingham near Bracknell as well. A breakdown in 1 lane. The M40 an accident's just come through. That's from Junction 1A at the M25 to Junction 2 at Beaconsfield. 1 of the lanes is closed. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Welcome back to Paris and the Velodrome. Straight to the dressage where Sonia McLaughlin's watching British interest.
It's show jumping today, Tony. I know how much you love the dressage, but we've got coloured poles and water jumps here today for the qualifying for the individual medals in the show jumping as Britain's Ben Maher safely negotiates the first fence, a huge oxer. He goes to the triple bar at 2. This is Ben Maher of Great Britain starting the defence of the Olympic title he won in Tokyo. Remember, he was part of the team as he clears 3 that won the team gold on Friday. He just stretches out over the water, upright to oxer at fence number 4, cleared it, swings round into the top right hand corner, coming to fence number 6. It's the red and blue planks. Fence 7, another oxer. That's these 2 fences that form a big spread. Clears it. Clears number 8, another oxer, heading to this delicate upright at 9. Oh, he's cleared that. Ben Maher, world number 2, has 3 Olympic gold medals to his name in show jumping as he heads over the combination, the treble at 9. He's safely through that, coming to 11, as he swings round into the bottom right-hand corner. It's his odd angled wall. Some of the horses haven't liked. Oh, he's demolished it. That's the only way I can describe it. He's clear at the penultimate fence and clear at the last. That was an unusual mistake from Ben Maher of Great Britain because the course builders here now have got quite the construction job to do to put this fence back together. That 4 faults, it's not entirely a disaster for Ben Maher, but it could be because he now has a really anxious wait because he's lying in 26th place and it's the top 30 that qualify to get through to tomorrow's individual final. Quite an unusual miss. I said there are several horses have not liked this fence. A couple refused at it. Their riders just put their hands up and retired from the rest of the competition on the spot as Ben Maher leaves the arena with 4 faults. Harry Charles and Scott Brash, I should say, are lying in 11th and 12th spot respectively in this order of qualifying, and they were both clear. Now with 8 horses to go, the big queues have come up against their name, so we know we've got 2 British riders into tomorrow's final in Harry Charles and Scott Brash, who were also part of the team that won Team Gold. But Britain's best show jumper, the world number 2, the defending Olympic champion, has got an anxious wait now because there are still 8 horses to go, Tony. So it's sweaty palms time.
Well,
again.
We're back to the dressage again, aren't we? He really took that out, Sonia. It sounded like thunder on the radio.
Yeah, it's just in the bottom right-hand corner of this big, huge, rectangular arena coming towards home. So that often encourages horses because they know they're coming towards the end potentially of this course. But it's an angled wall and it's quite multicoloured. It's sort of blue and red and it looks a bit like if you imagine you look through a kaleidoscope and all those kind of slightly moving colours. It looks a bit like that. I think the horses just have not seen anything like it before. Yeah, he walloped it. And they have only just put it back together as the bell goes for the Australian rider, Edwina Tops-Alexander, who is the next to go.
Well, I'm sure you'll keep us in touch with his fortunes.
8 riders to go, and 4 of those could qualify if they go clear and knock out Ben Maher. So Yeah.
Well, look, back and forth to you, Sonia. Just to end, I loved my time at the dressage yesterday. It was fantastic, and we both enjoyed the Tom Jones medley that we heard to accompany Jaeger Bomb. Becky Moody. Describe the photo you sent me today.
Yeah, it was the Becky Moody, who was the replacement rider in the British team after Charlotte Dujardin. What happened to her, and she was riding Jaeger Bomb in the freestyle dressage yesterday, which is basically like strictly show dance. And I think Tony and I both loved her round because there was music we recognised, the crowd could get involved because it was basically her whole test was to a Tom Jones medley. So Jaeger Bomb was basically dancing to Sex Bomb by Tom Jones, and when the horse got back to the yard yesterday, his stable was decorated with Union flags, and there next to Jaeger Bomb's stable was a cardboard cutout of Tom Jones.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
I swear till I put my specs on I thought it was him.
Yeah.
Sonia, back to you shortly.
Yep,
Sonia will continue to watch the show jumping then. GB's women have their work cut out against the Netherlands in the women's quarter-final of the hockey. Helen Richardson-Walsh and Sarah Orchard are watching. How's it going, Sarah?
We've got 6 minutes of the first quarter left to play, Tony, but this is going to be a tense match because the Netherlands have scored one of the quickest goals I have ever seen in a hockey match, and it was scored by the best women's hockey player considered in the whole world, Zan de Waard. A beautiful effort, Helen Richardson-Walsh.
Yeah, it was really nice. It was pretty much the second wave of the first attack in the first minute of the game. The Netherlands got a free hit just outside the 23. Jibbe Janssen threw an aerial to Zan de Waard, and this rule just frustrates me because the British player had to let Zan de Waard collect the ball and put it down, and it just gave her all the time in the world to just hit it bottom left-hand corner, and I've not played with this rule, and it would frustrate the hell out of me, I tell you.
Okay, right then. So, GB, they have had their moments, but it is the Dutch who are ahead. They are, of course, the reigning Olympic champions, the reigning world champions, the reigning European champions. It's Netherlands 1, Great Britain 0, 5 minutes of the first quarter to play.
Cheers, Sarah. Thanks, Helen, as well. Here at the Velodrome, whizzing round at the moment, we have the men's team pursuit qualifiers. That doesn't reach any kind of climax today. GB will be going sooner rather than later. The main headline from here so far today is that the three-women's sprint team of Emma Finucane, Sophie Capewell and Katie Marchant have qualified in world record time. They're leading, and they are serious gold medal hopes for us. And that gold medal final, if they get to it, will take place around 7 o'clock today. So keep tuned for that. We'll bring you back and forth with everything that's happening at the Velodrome. But Ellie and Bunsey are at the cafe. They were threatened to be joined by Lewis Smith. It remains to be seen. Well, has he met it?
Yes, absolutely. Well, Bunsey's gone off to have, I don't know, a small pastis or whatever he has at this time of day, I think. So Lewis has joined me, as has Beth Tweddle. And I've got to say, Tony, we've all been sitting here going, isn't it nice to be outside? Isn't it nice to see what's going on?
Well, it must be. It must be.
Not have the air conditioning in the Bercy Arena.
45 degrees it must be in the middle here, because we established right at the start, Ellie, that the cyclists do not like any aircon, any draft whatsoever. It's sauna-like, so I'm envying you right.
Blimey. Well, we're going to talk about how the week has gone, or how the 10 days have gone in the gymnastics competition. We're also going to talk about a bit of shushing controversy as well. And this is something I've never discussed in an Olympics programme over many years either. But we had an interesting day on the final day of the gymnastics in the Bercy Arena, didn't we? It was due to be in the finals, Simone Biles' hurrah for Paris at least. You know, we don't know what's going to be happening beyond that. But Beth, you know, there was this extraordinary number of gymnasts that just couldn't stay on the beam, first of all. And then in the floor final, Simone, you know, she finished second behind Rebecca Andrade of Brazil, who was the new star, I think, and everyone loved watching Rebecca in Paris.
Yeah, it was an interesting day of finals. I think both on the men's and the women's, there was more falls than I've ever seen in a final. I think both on the high bar and the beam, there was only 3 gymnasts that completed their routine without a major fault. And normally the finals are kind of the hardest finals you will see. Do you know what? Beam is usually who stays on wins, and that was exactly what happened today. And it was amazing to see Alice D'Amato of Italy take take the title. We saw her fourth in the all-around silver with the team, and she was just so shocked when the result came up. I think she knew she was pleased with her routine and it put her in first place, but she knew she had Andrade and Biles. Now the drama of both of them making mistakes, I don't think she was anticipating that. So when she finally finished in gold, it was kind of just a surprise to her.
And on the men's horizontal bar, I think the two guys, there was a tied bronze medal position, and they'd both fallen off, Lewis.
Yeah, it was, like as Beth said, it was quite a bizarre finals for everyone. I think there was more failed routines than there was clean routines. And in an Olympic final, that's quite rare. I mean, you sometimes you do start to see the cracks appear, and some people can't quite live up to the hype of an Olympic final, but that was like something I'd never seen before. And I think a few of those competitors will be going home with a medal thinking just how lucky they actually are to have fallen and still got a medal in an Olympic final.
As far as Simone Biles, let's talk about shushing right now, because this has been the big discussion. I think every time something goes wrong for Simone, people are looking at the reasons why, because she is such an extraordinary gymnast. And you spotted it straight away at the end of her routine after she'd fallen off, Lewis. She said, why are they shushing? Why are people shushing?
Yeah, and I think I actually picked up on it during the routine when I actually heard the shushing originally. It was eerily quiet down there, and it has been throughout the whole championships. And it's not very often there's no music or background kind of white noise at all. You could have heard a pin drop in there, and Simone's mentioned about hearing certain types of ringtones and text messages.
Yeah, well, shall I just, this is what she said in the press. We might be able to hear it at some point, but this is what she has basically said. She said, a beam final is always the most stressful. Usually we have music or background noise. We do better in environments where there's noise going on, because it's most like practice. So today you could hear some of the Android ringtones going off, she said, photo clickers, whatever that was. You try and stay in your zone, but then people start cheering and the shushing gets louder, but really they should be shushed because they're louder. So it was weird and awkward, and I mean, it clearly put her off.
Yeah, it's those little things that take you out of the zone, so to speak. Usually there is music, and usually it acts almost like white noise. It allows you to kind of stay focused and zoned into what you're doing. And when there isn't that at all, that's something that's never usually happened before. So, I mean, I was well aware of it, and I felt uncomfortable commentating sometimes, just in case the competitors could hear us. That's how quiet it was in there. So yeah,
because I think that's the interesting thing, isn't it? I mean, some sports, Beth, demand complete silence. You think about tennis, there's always that, quiet, everybody please. But actually in gymnastics, you're used to things going on, because if you're qualifying, there is apparatus, there's people competing on apparatus all over the place. So the most unnatural thing is complete silence.
It is, and we would encourage kind of noise and people cheering for you and music, because that is what we tend to train to. You've always got the radio on or some sort of playlist on. And obviously I've not been in the arena today, but a couple of people I've spoken to have all said the same thing, how quiet and eerie it actually was. There was a really different tension to what you normally see during a final. So it's interesting. It shows how much you take in that ambience and what's going on around you, because quite often you just kind of go into your routine and there is so much other stuff going on, but if you've not got that other stuff, you start to hear your own thoughts and hear yourself breathing.
They need to, if it's going to be quiet, it needs to be quiet throughout. Like the golf or the tennis, you don't start cheering for someone in the middle of a backswing in golf. No. So if they're going to go right, no music, the crowd needs to be on board with no shouting out for Simone and no jeering, and it needs to be quiet. Or put the music on and have that noise.
So I've only been down to the gym a couple of times, but both times I've been down there has been music playing, but from what I can understand, today was slightly different.
No, when the routines are going, it's off. It's only when they finish their routines or during rotations.
But during qualification as well, because I'm sure
in qualification there was music, there was noise. It's just been the apparatus finals.
Okay.
So then again, that's also or different, because everything is focused on that one piece of apparatus. On the beam, on the floor. It's just you and your thoughts, and the silence in the arena. And and it's just, really kind of a strange and disruptive thing. We'll come back to this discussion shortly. End of the first quarter in the hockey. GB against the Netherlands, women's quarter-final, and Sarah Orchard.
Yeah, of course, Great Britain trying to stay in this hockey tournament after the men went out yesterday, but they trail 1-0 to the Dutch after the first quarter. A really early field goal by Zan de Waard. GB, they have held their own, though, for the rest of the quarter, though. Couple of penalty corners saved. It's Great Britain 0, Netherlands 1.
Let's get an update from the velodrome. Ali, Bruce Ball.
On to the second event on the first day of action in the velodrome here at the Olympics. Ellie, Great Britain's men's team pursuiters about to step onto the track. They are Ethan Hayter, Oliver Wood, Daniel Bigham and Ethan Vernon. This is an event that Great Britain absolutely dominated for a number of Olympics. Won gold in Beijing, won it in London and won it in Rio. Not so good in Tokyo 3 years ago. Crashed in their opening ride there, eventually finished 7th in the competition, and they were knocked out in the qualification round in last year's World Championships as well when they had a crash there, but set a new British record when winning the European Championships in January. And the way this one works, Ellie, this is 16 laps of the track. It's a little bit like the women's team sprint, so 4 riders on the track at the same time in that beautiful sort of long, sleek, coordinated line in their dark blue uniforms, helping each other, so riders taking it in turns at the front of the 4 to build the pace. You'll see one of the riders often sort of drift off with about 4 laps to go. You need 3 riders to cross the finish line to get your time, and you need to be in the top 4 fastest times to make it through to the semi-finals. I'm looking to my left and saying, Victoria Pendleton, have I got that right?
Yes, you have. Yes,
Thank you.
You have. Yes.
Thank you.
So the teams that have been successful in recent years, Denmark and Italy, the times to look for here. They haven't gone yet, so it's very much up to Great Britain to raise the bar a little bit in this competition.
Yeah, this will be interesting, Ellie, to see what sort of time they can set. The Belgians went first, and actually they were punching in the air in delight when they finished their ride. 3 minutes 47.232 from them. That is the quickest time so far, but as Victoria says, Great Britain are the 4th of 10 teams to go. So once they complete this ride, they'll have a bit of a wait to see if they can get into those top 4 fastest times. But Victoria, the way the Olympics works and the way Great Britain always work in the velodrome in the Olympics, they always seem to peak at the right time, and they will go into this competition, this team, with high hopes.
With high hopes and a lot of specific preparation timed exactly for this time of year. So very much the year would have worked around what was required for the Olympics rather than any other competition. They would all take a back seat really in an Olympic year. Yeah, they look like a lean, mean speed machine, the 4 of them all together, and the bikes look absolutely dazzling as well, filled in wheels, and they've got the sort of red, white and blue of the Union flag on the wheels. Just saw there a change of the riders. So a lead rider here, Victoria, will take maybe a lap and a half in front, then they'll drift up off the banking and someone else will get a go at the front of the 4. That's it. They'll keep rotating through the 4, and it really would depend on the rider and how much they want to do. They'll have a format, like they'll have different formats for different riders to suit their needs and to provide the fastest possible time. Right.
At the next time they come whizzing past us in the home straight here, it is 11 laps of the velodrome to go. There's a lovely sound to this event as well. When the crowd are slightly quieter, you can hear that rumble, that fast, heavy rumble of these thin wheels on these blonde boards inside the velodrome. 10 laps to go, and this is a good time at the moment compared to the other 3 teams that have gone so far. Great Britain almost 2 seconds quicker than anyone else at this point,
and they're looking in perfect formation. Now Great Britain have been led very much by a man sitting a couple seats up from me. That's Chris Boardman.
Yes.
Very much led in his understanding and helping development of the aerodynamics of the team, and they look so sleek, so tight. They'll work on their technique, the equipment, their position to ensure they're as fast as possible.
Yeah, the halfway stage 2.5 seconds quicker than anyone else. So we're at the halfway stage of Britain's qualification run. This is looking extremely good, Ellie, and the way Great Britain have started in both events inside the velodrome is pretty exciting today, I think.
Lovely. We're back to you shortly in the velodrome, Ali, and Beth Tweddle-Lewis are sitting with me outside our cafe in the Parisian afternoon sunshine. We've been talking about Simone Biles, and she finished up with a bronze today, but she has 11 Olympic medals now. Do you think that's going to be enough for her? Will she do another cycle and come back?
To be honest, I'm not sure it's down to the medals that'll be the motivation to carry on or not. And ultimately, I'm sure Lewis will agree, you've got to still enjoy what you're doing, the amount of hours that you're training, you're putting into it. Now, we've seen her take a couple of years off previously and come back. Obviously, we've both been there, we've both done a home games, and how different that is. Whether that's enough of a pull for her or whether she wants to bow out, obviously that's entirely her decision. But I mean, I loved competing in front of a home crowd, but it's a lot of pressure as well. Another 4 years, another cycle, and I think she's been pushed at this games. This is the first time she's really had people chasing her tail, and she said after the all-around she didn't like it. She's so used to being so far ahead.
Let's just nip back to Ali BB.
Yeah, Great Britain's men's team pursuiters are really laying down a marker. Half a lap to go. They come flying round into the home straight. The three riders left on track cross Ethan Hayter, Ollie Wood and Daniel Bigham in a time of 3:43.241. Nearly 4 seconds quicker than anyone else in the field so far, and only just a second over the world record time, which is held by Italy. Victoria, there are still 6 teams to go here, but that was a different level of team pursuiting we were watching there to what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I think we expected them to raise the bar. They definitely have there. I mean, that 4 seconds clear of the next team at this stage. We do expect that Australia and New Zealand, again, they both step up for the Olympic Games very much in their training and what they offer here. So we don't know what they're going to do, but there are still some big hitters to come.
Yeah, women's team sprinters quickest in qualifying for that event, and Great Britain with 6 teams still to go. They need to get into the top 4 here to make it through to the semi-finals. They're looking good for that at the moment, but we'll watch the next 6 teams, Ellie, and we'll keep you posted on how the others go. But that was an impressive ride by Great Britain.
Back to Sonia. What news of Ben Mayer in the show jumping?
Well, despite demolishing this wall at fence 12 in this qualifying round for the individual final tomorrow, he has done enough with 4 faults. There are still 3 riders to go here, but Ben Mayer knows he will be through to that final on Dallas Vegas Batilli. He joins Harry Charles and Ben Mayer. So all 3 of Britain's team who won gold on Friday will go for individual medals here in the individual final tomorrow, Ellie. And Ben Mayer, the Olympic champion, squeaking through after he literally demolished the wall in qualifying. But he's safe and sound, he's through.
Thank you, Sonia. GB have got a goal back in the women's hockey. Sarah.
It is Great Britain 1, Netherlands 1. A wonderful effort by Hannah French after a penalty corner, watching alongside Helen Richardson-Walsh. What a confidence boost.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, it's been a really even game. Nice play down the right-hand side to win the penalty corner. And it went to Costello, who did a decent drag flick. It got blocked by a Dutch defender, and French just pounced on the loose ball. Did a little kind of chip flick shot over the keeper. Really nice finish, and yeah, that will give them a real big bit of confidence now.
Okay, so this is the quarter-finals. It's Netherlands 1, Great Britain 1. A long way to go. Still 9 minutes of the second quarter to play.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. Beth and Lewis, let's reflect on British gymnastics. Performances for the team over the last 10 days or so. Gold in the trampolining, which is a glorious thing to have, and Bryony Page, amazing to watch her win that gold. But a couple of bronze medals for the men. Could it have been better, do you think?
I don't think the performances necessarily could have been better. I mean, I think we had a total of 4 fourths. So you're talking fractions of points that are kind of edging people out of an Olympic medal. So I don't think it's necessarily down to preparation and performance. When it comes to the Olympics, it happens once every 4 years, and you do need a little bit of luck on your side as well. So I think the British team as a whole will definitely walk away with their heads held high, and we've got a lot of young talent coming through, especially on the men's programmes, having seen Jake and Harry and Luke all in their finals, knowing that they could have crept into the medals. They weren't doing routines and thinking, actually, I'm miles away. And then Zach as well in the trampoline. I've just remembered he also finished 4th, so there's another 4th. So, yeah, I think they'll reflect and think highly of their performances. Lewis, I know you'll agree, fourth is the worst place to finish, but it can also create that determination to come back in 4 years' time.
Yeah, I agree exactly what Beth said. I mean, it's easy to nitpick and to think, oh, we could have done better, especially when you base it on some of the other, Olympics that we've been at. But we've consistently been now one of the best teams in the world in gymnastics for both the men and women's side. Bryony Page flying the flag consistently for 3 years now at an Olympic Games. So when you look at the organisation of what is British gymnastics, and you look at where we was probably 20 years ago, we wasn't even on the radar, and now we are pushing the absolute best in the world. And not only that, we've got the youngsters that are coming through winning medals. It's so positive to see.
Yeah, and when you won your first bronze in Beijing in 2008, when you won your first bronze in London in 2012, I mean, those were huge moments. I mean, it indicates, doesn't it, how far we've come. I think that we can say, was 2 bronze in 1 game is good enough.
I think the fact that you're saying is bronze enough. I mean, bronze, when myself and Lewis first got them, it was like the biggest victory, the biggest celebration. And I think that just shows how far our sport has come and the expectation that we are having on these gymnasts now. But there's still huge amounts of talent to come through in the future. I'm excited to see where this group of gymnasts can now grow to.
And there's going to be a changing of the guard, isn't there, really, in terms of the team makeup, because Max, we know, is retiring. Becky Downey, you'd have thought, probably won't make another games on the women's side. So in the 4 years between now and LA, who are going to be the medal winners in LA, Lewis?
No pressure.
Yeah, big pressure. I mean, there's lots of questions to be asked. I mean, how long does Joe Frazier go on? I mean, he's young enough to start thinking about carrying on to LA. I mean, you've got Jake Jarman, Harry, Luke. You've got Isaiah,
22, 20, yeah.
I mean, we've got the junior European champions that we've just been crowned, who are looking incredible. So there's a lot of depth and a lot of potential in the GB squad, and I don't know who's going to win medals, but it's safe to say we will carry on achieving our targets. I have 100% confidence in that.
Yeah, I think similar on the women's side. Obviously, we've got two girls that are missing from this squad that you would have thought would have been in the team.
Well,
but obviously
Jessica Gadarova,
and Ondine both unfortunately picked up ACL injuries, and I know they're both on their recovery and looking to the future. Jess was probably just a few months off being ready, so you've still got a team there that are young. Abby Martin, 16, Ruby's only 17, Alice, she's still got time to be able to come back and do another cycle. And when you've got that mixture of experience and youth within the team, it creates such a great combination.
Beth, thank you for coming down and joining us in the cafe. Lewis, it's been an absolute joy to spend the last 10 days sitting next to you in the Livesey Arena, and I know that the listeners have really loved what you've done as well. So
what we've done. We've done. You've looked after
really
me. You kept me on the straight and narrow. I drifted off a few times, but you brought me back.
No, it's been an absolute joy. So thank you so much for being part of our team out here.
Pleasure. Thank you.
And safe home as well. I'm saying goodbye to you on behalf of the listeners. You're not going anywhere just yet, because we need to, we need to have a drink and celebrate the end of the games at some point after we come off air. Of course. But here we are in Paris on day 10 of the Olympic Games, and what a beautiful afternoon it is. Blue sky above as we sit on the corner of our Paris cafe, and Tony will be back in the velodrome a bit later on. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening in the hockey as well. But let's get an extended news update now on 5 Live with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Ellie. Good afternoon. The National Police Chiefs Council says almost 400 people have been arrested after the past week of violent disorder. Earlier, Sir Keir Starmer promised to ramp up the criminal justice system to deliver what he called swift sanctions to people who took part in riots across England and Northern Ireland, as well as those who've helped to incite them online. The Prime Minister spoke about what the government plans to do after holding an emergency COBRA meeting with his ministers and police chiefs.
We will have a standing army of specialist officers, public duty officers, so that we'll have enough officers to deal with this where we need them. The second is we'll ramp up criminal justice. There have already been hundreds of arrests. Some have appeared in court this morning. I've asked for early consideration of the earliest naming and identification of those involved in the process who will feel the full force of the law. And thirdly, I've been absolutely clear that the criminal law applies online as well as offline, and I'm assured that that's the approach that is being taken. Whatever the apparent motivation, this is not protest, it is pure violence, and we will not tolerate attacks on mosques or our Muslim communities. So the full force of the law will be visited on all those who are identified as having taken part in these activities.
Keir Starmer there speaking earlier. Well, rioters have targeted mosques and hotels housing asylum seekers after social media posts falsely claimed that a Muslim immigrant killed 3 girls in Southport. Nick Smart is president of the Police Superintendents Association of England and Wales, and he told the BBC how this standing army of specialist police officers Sir Keir mentioned there would work in practice.
Every force has to have a requirement to have a certain number of public order trained officers to meet the threats within their own force, but also provide mutual aid to other forces as well. So yes, it's, well, I say standing army, you can call it what you want, but we do have a minimum number of staff who have to be trained in public order tactics. We are holding up okay. Obviously, we've had far too many officers injured, which is just utterly unacceptable in this last round of mindless violence. But we do have the resources and we have the skills, and you'll find that over the coming days and for the next couple of weeks we'll be planning resources accordingly to meet the threat that we face.
Well, after days of violence and particular trouble over the weekend, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, spoke to Rick Edwards this morning on 5 Live Breakfast.
There has to be a reckoning on this, and criminals have to pay the price for the damage that they have done. Hundreds of people have been arrested already. More will be arrested in the coming days. And we have made clear to the police they have our full backing to pursue the full range of prosecutions and penalties, including serious prison sentences, long-term tagging, travel bans, the lot. It's really important that we do not let this violence stand.
I'm going to read, we've had lots of texts on this morning, as you can imagine. This one here says, I saw the appalling violence. However, the amount of migrants finding their way into this country, costing the country, the taxpayer, millions of pounds. A lot of the protesters are reasonable people and they have a right to protest. Do you have any sympathy with that view?
Let's just be clear, reasonable people do not throw bricks at the police. Reasonable people across the country have all kinds of different views on crime, on immigration, on the NHS, and they don't pick up bricks and throw them at the police. They don't try and set fire to a hotel in Rotherham while there are people known to be inside it. There are lots of different ways that people can debate, people can argue about the issues, and these are some really important issues to be talking about, where policies need to change, where reforms are needed, and we can have that debate. But no one should be using that as an excuse for the kind of thuggery, the kind of criminality, the sorts of things that make people feel afraid in their homes or on their streets. It's a total disgrace, and no one should pander to it or give them any excuse for what they have done.
That was the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, speaking to Rick Edwards on 5 Live earlier. Well, some of those who were arrested have started to appear in court. Yesterday, there was violence in Tamworth, Bolton, Middlesbrough, Belfast and Rotherham. A crowd of demonstrators surrounded a Holiday Inn Express near the South Yorkshire town with over 100 asylum seekers inside. Some stormed through a broken door, throwing stones at riot police who were standing to one side. Mohammed Idris is originally from Sudan and has lived in Northern Ireland for 12 years. He's closing down his cafe in Belfast after it was burnt out during the disorder over the weekend.
Saturday at that time, a group of people came here and they shouted my name, where is Muhammad? I was in the first floor, I heard that voice, I looked at the window, I saw them. Straight away I called the police and they smashed the whole window for around 10 minutes. They are knocking the window, smashing everywhere, the window, the door, and after that they went away. Then the police arrived after 15 to 20 minutes after the people left the cafe. Unfortunately, the damage was too big. But I closed the office and the cafe downstairs, myself and staff and customers were here. We left after 3 o'clock to our homes. Then overnight, around 11 o'clock, I was just following the social media and seeing video from anywhere. And sadly, one of my friend, he sent me a video of my cafe being burned, completely burned. Everything is gone and nothing I can take from inside. So I came the next day, yesterday on Sunday, around 11 o'clock, I found everything is damaged. And this is not the first time, this is the second time, my business to be burned completely. It is very, very sad and heartbreaking. My brain stopped thinking. I can't believe this to happen. Everything has become difficult for me now. I will never ever open any other business again.
That was Mohammed, who's decided he wants to shut his cafe in Belfast after it was burnt out during the disorder. Well, 18-year-old Adam was threatened on his way to his mosque in Alum Rock in Birmingham.
It's getting more and more dangerous day by day for Muslims, and not even Muslims, just people of colour in general, man. It's scary, man, because I didn't do anything to him. All I did was walk. We were just walking on the road and he felt the need to tell me that he's going to blast us. It's just scary, man. It's just what's happening in England, I think, is just influencing a lot of people to just join in with them or something. I don't know. I could walk anywhere I want without the fear of being verbally abused or physically abused. But now I walk around and I'm thinking, I don't know what this person is going to do. I don't know what that person is going to do. I don't know what they're thinking.
And Ian found himself near the riots in Hull on Saturday. He called Nicky's phone in on 5 Live earlier.
Perhaps the two most shocking things were the number of young people. I'm a retired teacher, actually, so I think I relate very strongly to teenagers. But it was teenagers, almost exclusively teenagers, that were looting. There were 3 stores in Hull, national chain stores, that were looted. One was burnt to the ground, essentially, or the whole frontage burnt out. That was just appalling to witness. And what I'm left with is this sense of, how on earth do you deal with them? Some of them were probably barely out of their teens. I spoke, actually, to a young policeman who was stood on the edge of it. That was a very chastening experience. He was frightened, concerned about his colleagues. They'd made a tactical decision not to intervene because it would take too many resources at a time when they were trying to keep the peace. In the most, I saw so many things like the attack on our station hotel with the usual thing, rumours of asylum seekers there. That was horrific. All the public transport network was closed down, causing absolute chaos.
In a few minutes, we'll hear from our political correspondent, Alicia McCarthy, on the government's response to the protest. But first, things are getting exciting at the hockey. The Olympics Team GB are facing the Netherlands in the quarterfinals. Sarah Orchard is watching for us.
Yes, the GB men went out yesterday. The women are trying to get through to the semi-finals, but they trailed 2-1 at half-time. Goals from Zandervaart and Luna Noah Falker have put them ahead. There was one scored by Hannah French, but at the moment they still trail. It's Great Britain 1, Netherlands 2.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll bring you the very latest on that as we get it here at 5 Live. Well, a few months ago, I spoke to our correspondent, Chichi Azundu, on the latest on the riots.
There have been a few issuings from certain councils around the country warning people not to go into the city centres or the town centres because there are concerns over demonstrations. Places like Stockton and Devon and Cornwall have also released a similar statement about Plymouth. But largely there is peace and there is quiet currently. I must start this by saying this morning that peace and quiet was largely instigated by community members coming together of their own backs, of their own volition, with bin bags, with brushes, with tools, with new bricklaying equipment in order to rebuild what was destroyed over the weekend. And it's been commended by a lot of people, mayors, council people, MPs. They've noticed that despite what happened at the weekend, there is still quite large community cohesion and people just want everything to go back to how it was. No matter the view that they may hold, they do not find that the violence that we saw over the weekend was acceptable.
Yeah, because I saw some posts about Middlesbrough and that they'd gone out and done a clean-up, and there were actually so many people, they cleaned it up like within an hour. So there is an element that people are kind of coming together after this.
Indeed, even in Rotherham, it was described by the local MP as unprecedented that so many people came out to try and rebuild and clean up the mess that was caused yesterday. And in case no one is aware of what happened in Rotherham, there was a lot of violence. A specific hotel was targeted that was housing asylum seekers. Rioters used weapons like bricks and literally ripped the wooden fencing off the fence that was around the perimeter of the hotel to smash the windows. They threw projectiles at police. 12 officers were injured. Police dogs were injured. We've been told today that some of those officers are actually in hospital as a result of what happened yesterday. They threw a burning bin into the building of the hotel where these asylum seekers were, which caused, as you can imagine, massive amounts of fear. That was extinguished. But today, loads of people came out from the community to help clear up that mess.
Well, you mentioned the police there, Chi-Chi. Let's just have a listen to what Assistant Chief Constable Lindsay Butterfield from South Yorkshire Police had to say earlier.
We have seen at least 12 of our officers injured, with items such as bricks, fence posts, branches and other missiles thrown at them. Hotel windows were smashed, and there was a concerted effort to cause damage to the interior and serious harm to those inside. There was a particularly sickening moment when a wheelie bin was pushed against the hotel and set on fire, with the clear intent to cause serious harm to the residents and staff. It was known there were people residing and working in the hotel, but the mindless individuals responsible had absolutely no regard for their safety. It was ultimately a disgusting display of thuggery continuing well into the evening. Please be assured, if you were there, we will find you, and you will be held accountable for your part in yesterday's violence.
And Chi-Chi, we've seen kind of pockets of this. It's not been every town in England or Northern Ireland. It's been pockets, hasn't it? And this is probably a difficult question to answer, but I mean, how coordinated has this been? It has appeared quite sporadic, hasn't it?
This has been pretty coordinated. And again, the Prime Minister said earlier today that those who've acted on social media in any kind of criminal way should be treated like those who acted offline, causing the violence, because a lot of this has been really coordinated with people exchanging messages on platforms like X, formerly known as Twitter. Telegraph is another social media platform that keeps getting mentioned. And of course, WhatsApp, people are exchanging where to meet, what to wear and what to do. And that is the issue. You're right, it hasn't been across every town or city in England. But, I mean, the weekend protests, violence, riots did span quite a widespread amount of the country. And I think it stretched officers, definitely. It stretched intelligence community because they were trying to gather to try and understand what was going on, and still those processes are going on. So it is pretty coordinated, and now the concern is what's next.
Yeah, and we will talk to our political correspondent about the role that police are potentially going to play going forward. But you mentioned there earlier that it looks quieter today. What are we hoping that's going to continue over the coming week?
We are hoping that that is going to continue over the coming week. But, I mean, there is a statement here that I can read you from Cleveland Police, where they have said to their community that they have increased their police presence across towns and communities in the coming days to provide reassurance to residents, because they are aware of information currently in circulation on social media and other platforms about further activity in the area, and they're monitoring that situation closely, as are, I can guarantee, all other police forces, because there are still rumours and worries circulating on social media that this is not the end. What we saw at the weekend could very well happen again.
It's Chichi Azundu there speaking to me a little bit earlier. Just going to bring you a bit of breaking news that's come from Northern Ireland in the past half an hour or so. It has been announced that MLAs will be recalled to Stormont to discuss the weekend's disorder in Belfast at the weekend. Violence broke out after an anti-immigration protest on Saturday. Some businesses were damaged and some set on fire. 3 police officers were injured. Northern Ireland's First and Deputy First Ministers have called for a zero-tolerance approach to racism. Well, as we have been hearing this morning, Sir Keir Starmer hosted that emergency COBRA meeting at Downing Street, which included senior members of the police force. And speaking afterwards, the Prime Minister said the government would ramp up the criminal justice system. A short time ago, I spoke to our political correspondent, Alicia McCarthy.
So Keir Starmer was basically bringing together ministers and senior police officers and others, and he came out afterwards and he said that he was going to set up this standing army of specialist officers so that basically there'd be enough officers to be deployed wherever and whenever they were needed. Interestingly, he also said they were going to ramp up the criminal justice system. Now, there have already been hundreds of arrests and some people have already appeared in court. And Keir Starmer said he'd asked for the earliest possible naming and identification of those involved. So the names of the people who've been caught up in this, who've been arrested and charged, they will be named as soon as possible. And he also said that criminal law, to make sure that the criminal law applies online and offline, because that's been a big feature of this, is that misinformation and disinformation and information, about where some of these demonstrations and riots and things would be held has been spread online. And Keir Starmer very keen to say that, he's going to try and make sure that that is punished as well. Now, obviously, that's a bit more tricky, but it is something the government is very keen to tackle.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a minute. I mean, the terminology used, army of police officers, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, it's not the army, it's a bunch of police officers, and I guess this is because the protests, riots, trouble was so sporadic, is that this police force will be nimble, this police unit will be nimble and be able to go wherever the trouble arises. But that term army is quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, this idea of a standing army, it's not something that we've heard people talk about before, but yeah, it is going to be, as you say, not actual army, but this team of standing officers, and the idea being that you can just send them wherever they're needed, because what we have seen is this unrest in so many different places. We've had it everywhere from Rotherham to Belfast to Liverpool to Middlesbrough, and then some more, so there are a lot of places, and the idea is that you have this team that's ready to go.
Yeah, and that kind of, naming the suspects, who they are, it's a kind of naming and shaming thing, isn't it? And putting them out there to kind of show that we're not going to let these people, we're going to put their faces out there. And of course, Keir Starmer was head of the CPS when the last big riots that we knew, 2011, wasn't he? And I guess he kind of knows his way around this game.
Yeah, he does. And one of the questions that's been asked obviously links up to something that we heard the other week, which is how are we going to deal with these people? Because obviously what we've had in recent weeks is all this concern about how few prison places we have in England and Wales, and what are we going to do about them? And it's all very well to say we are going to arrest these people as fast as we can, we're going to charge them and get them in front of the courts as fast as we can, we're going to name them. That's all great, but then where are you going to put them? And do we have the prison capacity, bearing in mind that the government announced, what was it, last week, that now people are going to be let out in some cases after serving just 40% of their sentence because capacity is at such a push. So the government was asked about this, and apparently the Justice Secretary is confident that there is enough capacity in prisons to lock people up if they are convicted of these kind of offences, because obviously that's the final stage in this process.
Yeah, it's a whole other discussion there, isn't it? The prison overcrowding situation. And on the online stuff, I mean, that has been a huge part of this, hasn't it? That, and how easy is it going to be to kind of get those people who've been encouraging these riots to take place on social media, sort of hiding behind anonymous profiles? That is going to be tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And don't be surprised if you hear that the government has been having meetings and talks with social media companies to see what more, if anything, can be done. It is the very difficult bit of this, to try to come up with a way to stop this wider problem. There is no instant answer as to how you stop people spreading false information online. I guess what they'll be looking to the social media companies to do is to try to find a way to get it taken down as quickly as possible, because how else do you try to stop it?
Yeah, and just a couple of other things that I wanted to ask you about. Keir Starmer's been asked as well about this sort of term two-tier policing. What's been the response? What is that exactly? What are people implying with that, and what was his response to that?
Yeah, this is something that we've seen today has come from Nigel Farage. Now, he's written an open letter that he put on social media. He starts off by saying that he was appalled by the levels of violence that we've seen, but he goes on to say that the deeper, longer-term problems remain. And he says, and I've got it in front of me, he says here, ever since the soft policing of the Black Lives Matter protests, the impression of two-tier policing has become widespread. I think what he's implying is that, you know, some protests, let's just say of the left, are dealt with in one way, and protests, different sorts of protests, are dealt with in another way. And he says the majority of our population can see the fracturing of our communities as a result of mass uncontrolled immigration, whether legal or illegal. So, you know, Nigel Farage is saying that he can see that there are deeper problems here. Now, he's one of the people who's called for a recall of Parliament, because he says a recall of Parliament would be an appropriate start to talking about the political solutions to what he sees as the problem. Now, that's quite interesting. I mean, the recall of Parliament demand has come not from lots of people, but from some quite widely known people, some quite high-profile people, and across the spectrum, which is interesting. So we've had Labour veteran Diane Abbott saying, you know, our communities up and down the country are frightened, and so she thinks that there should be a recall to enable their MPs to speak up for their constituents. We've also had Dame Priti Patel, who was, you'll remember, Home Secretary and is now one of the Conservative leadership contenders, saying that there ought to be a recall, again, to give MPs the chance to speak up with one voice in condemnation of all of this. And then we've got Nigel Farage, as I was just quoting there, saying that there ought to be a recall. Now, I don't think at the moment there is a head of steam for that, because the government would argue it has the powers that it needs. It doesn't need MPs to come back to pass new laws or emergency laws to give it powers to do extra things. I think that if there is a continuation of this violence, if it becomes more widespread, if it becomes even more serious in some way, those calls will amplify, and perhaps then that will change. But I think at the moment, although we are getting calls from members of the House for MPs to be brought back, that doesn't look likely to happen at this stage.
That's our political correspondent, Alicia McCarthy, speaking to me a little earlier. And if you do want the very latest on the riots and the trouble that has been going on, there is a live page on the BBC News website and app. Just going to bring you some news from Bangladesh, because there is serious political upheaval there. There have been dramatic scenes in the country where the Prime Minister of more than 15 years, Sheikh Hasina, has resigned and fled the country by helicopter. In the capital, Dhaka, huge crowds of cheering protesters have stormed her official residence, and the main airport has been shut for several hours. In a televised address to the nation, the country's army chief has called for an end to clashes which have seen more than 300 people killed in recent weeks.
Please keep faith and trust in the army. I take the responsibility and I promise to protect the lives and property of the people. Don't lose faith in the army. We will fulfill your demands and bring peace and harmony back to our country.
So the head of the army calling on people to keep faith in the military, but amid scenes of jubilation on the streets, there are also signs the violence is continuing. Tonight, Akbar Hossain from the BBC's Bengali services in Dhaka, he gave us this update.
Violence is still going on in capital and other parts of the country, and we have seen still protesters. They are, two sides of the story. Many of them are, celebrating their victories. On the other hand, they are chanting slogans. They are describing Sheikh Hasina as a dictator, and they are describing the situation as a fall of a dictator. But on the other hand, many people, they have stormed inside the official residence to the Ganabhavan, official residence of the Prime Minister, and at the same time they stormed the country's Parliament building, and they vandalized there, and many people, they looted things from Parliament building and the Prime Minister's residence. And in the meantime, we have seen Dhaka and elsewhere in the country, many police stations were set on fire, and many police stations in even the houses of the pro-Awami League, the Sheikh Hasina's party, party men, their houses were set on fire. So violence is still going on, and in the meantime the country's main international airport has been closed. So violence is still going on. On the other hand, political leaders, they are holding meetings with the army chief and the president, and they are actually trying to formulate a non-party interim government, but it is not clear who will head the government and who will be the people included in the cabinet.
Well, here Downing Street says swift action is needed to ensure democracy prevails in Bangladesh. This has all come after weeks of mounting pressure on Sheikh Hasina, sparked by a government crackdown on peaceful student protests. Fardeen Rahman was one of the protesters.
In my campus, in Bank University, we had a siege where police shot tear gases and sound grenades in our own campus, a place that we considered our home. In this new interim government that we're talking about, we want, as students, we want freedom of speech. We want free and fair elections.
Any prospects of a return to democracy in Bangladesh now lies in the hands of the army. Here's our South Asia editor, Anbarasan Etharajan, on the challenges the head of the army, General Waqar Uzzaman, now faces.
First, he faces challenges. First, he needs to bring order on the streets of Bangladesh. What we are hearing is looting, as our colleague was telling earlier, and also minority communities like Hindus being attacked. Now, there is a political vacuum, especially after a situation like this, when there is no government. If there is a vacuum, that's where anarchy sets in. So the immediate thing for many people would have expected him to declare a curfew so that you can bring in order. But he has been requesting people to go back. But people are still celebrating. When there is a mob, when there is a crowd, things can go out of control. The second challenge for him is about forming a government which is agreeable to everyone. The army was in the similar situation in 2007. And now they don't want to repeat the mistake. So they are calling all the political parties to have a representation here so that a government can be agreeable. The more the delay, the more the uncertainty, you will see more problems, issues in law and order.
That's Anbarasan Etharajan there reporting on the latest situation in Bangladesh. There is a dedicated live page available on the BBC News app and at bbc.co.uk/news on the unfolding situation in Bangladesh. We'll be back with Tony in Paris at the Olympics very soon, but let's get a travel update now with Orna Merchant.
Thanks, Nick. The M25, so all traffic at a stand clockwise at 29 for Romford to deal with an accident. The M77, Glasgow queues northbound from 2 to 1 at Dumbreck Road after an accident. And the M6 is queuing in Lancashire. Heading south, it's from 32 at the M55 to 31 at Samsbury, passing Preston. Northbound queues in Cheshire from 18 to 20 at Lymm. Staffordshire queues southbound from 11 at Cannock down to 10 at Walsall. That's after an accident which is blocking one of the lanes. The M6 in Warwickshire heading south, Corley services to Nuneaton at junction 3 has one lane closed. Traffic is stop-start because of an accident there. Sheffield queues on the M1 southbound 34, one lane closed for a breakdown. The M5 queues are still there from 17 down to 20 at Clevedon. That's from Bristol to Somerset. And the M11 queuing in both directions, one lane down on each side at 13 Madingley because of barrier repairs. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
If you're looking for laughs, lash! BBC iPlayer's got you covered.
I was security. This is where the magic happens.
With over 3,000 episodes of comedy favourites.
They make for great entertainers.
Including The Office, Gavin and Stacey, Two Doors Down, and many more.
Oh, what is that? Whoa. Put my stapler inside a jelly again.
Bring on the laughs.
What are you laughing at?
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back to day 10 of the Paris Olympics. It's been a dramatic day already. There's loads more to come at the quarterfinals of the women's hockey team. GB are playing the Netherlands, Sarah Orchard.
And they are trying to hang in there, Tony. It's Netherlands 2, Great Britain 1. 3 minutes of the third quarter to play. And that means we've got 18 minutes left for Great Britain to find a way to the semi-finals.
The indoor cycling's underway here in Paris. Alistair Bruce Ball has the latest from the velodrome.
Rolling along very smoothly for Great Britain in the velodrome. Quickest qualifiers in the women's team sprint, and the men's team pursuiters will have a ride tomorrow to try and get themselves into the Olympic final.
Earlier today, Kimberly Woods got her second medal of the Games, picking up bronze in the women's kayak cross final.
To come away with 2 bronze medals, no one's ever done that before. Yeah, I'm really proud of myself. The crowd are amazing, and then having to run down after Joe straight after and see him win a medal as well. So proud of myself, but also proud of the team.
Well, as Kimberly said there, Joe Clark followed suit in the men's kayak cross final, winning silver.
I came here for gold. I've got silver, which I'm very, very proud of. Yeah, what a games.
All of that then coming on a day where Simone Biles signed off her Olympic Games with a silver medal in the women's floor final. That's after Team GB took bronze in the triathlon mixed team relay earlier today. Still to come on 5 Live this evening at the Stade de France. British favourite Keely Hodgkinson goes in the women's 800 metres final. That is going to be something not to be missed. We've also got the men's and women's 200 metres, and we'll be at the men's football semi-finals.
Paris 2024, the Olympic Games.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
First up to the football then, Spain against Morocco in Marseille. Conor McNamara's watching. Conor, how's it going?
Hello, Tony. Yeah, a bit of a busman's holiday this. I'm watching a sport that I know all the rules of, which is quite the bonus. Spain, as we well know, have had this golden summer on the football field. Luis de la Fuente's team winning the Euros in Germany. There are 2 members of the Spain senior squad who were in Germany at the Euros, who are also involved in this Olympic side, and they start tonight. Fermin Lopez of Barcelona, Alex Baena of Villarreal. And as always with Spain, there's plenty of young talent breaking through, including Pau Kubasi, who's had a fantastic breakthrough season. Now, you've come at a very opportune moment, because the referee has just pointed to the penalty spot. Well timed, Tony. We're going to have a little bit of drama. There has already here been a drama involving the referee, because Igor Tantashev from Uzbekistan was the referee at the start of the game. Now, he has had to leave the field injured because Mark Pubel, the Spain defender, while trying to tackle an opponent, managed to completely clear out the referee. He's injured him, so much so the 4th official from Sweden, Glenn Nyberg, has had to come in and take charge instead. But now Morocco have been awarded a penalty with 10 minutes remaining in the first half. And Morocco, who've got Achraf Hakimi as their star player. He plays his club football here in France with Paris Saint-Germain. He's very well known internationally. He's already scored a penalty at this tournament. He's got the captain's armband on, and Achraf Hakimi is going to get this opportunity to take the penalty from Morocco. Now, as you can imagine, every game that Morocco have played in France at these Olympics has felt like a home game. There's such a huge Moroccan diaspora population living in France. They've come in huge numbers to really loudly cheer on their team. They've already had wins against Argentina in the group stage. They managed to get a win in the quarterfinals against the USA, a really convincing win when they won by 4-0. And now, in fact, Hakimi has passed the ball to his teammate Soufiane Rami, who's going to take the penalty, right-footed from the edge of the penalty area. Spain in yellow, Morocco in red. This is the Olympic semi-final, the chance for Morocco to take the lead. Rahimi, a right-footed player, wearing white boots, waits for the signal for the referee, 28 years of age. Still he waits, here he comes forward, and he puts the keeper the wrong way. And huge cheers in the crowd in Marseille, because Morocco take the lead against Spain. The Moroccan coach drops to his knees and he kisses the ground, and the pyros and the fireworks go off in the stands, and Morocco believe that they are heading towards the Olympic final. They've given themselves the perfect start here, with Rami's penalty giving them the 1-0 lead.
That's a big upsetting prospect, isn't it, Conor?
Well, it certainly would be, given the calibre of Spain and the summer they've had and how good Spain have looked. But let's not forget that Morocco, they got to the semi-finals of the last World Cup in Qatar. They, of course, are a very powerful football nation of their own. The fact that Achraf Hakimi has wanted to come here as one of the 3 allowed overage players, clearly they're taking it seriously in their home from home, away from home in France. They have been great to watch. They've already beaten, as I mentioned, Argentina in the tournament, so you can't really put Morocco down at all. But, you know, we're looking with France, Tony, playing Egypt later on tonight, the other semi-final. It could be a France-Morocco final, and that would be fireworks.
That would be noisy. Listen, Conor, we can't ignore the fact that the domestic season's getting very, very close indeed, and West Ham have made what seemingly is a decent signing today.
Yes, I think this is what you would call a statement signing. Nicholas Füllkrug, who reached the Champions League final with Dortmund, who scored a couple of goals for Germany at the Euros. He has been signed by West Ham, and it continues an impressive thread of business that they've had with new coach Julian Lopetegui, bringing in new names. They've already signed Max Kilman from Wolves. Brazilian teenage winger Luis Guerreiro has joined. Crescencio Somerville was the best player in the championship. And Füllkrug's an interesting signing, Tony, because in this era of false nines and inverted wingers, you know, he's a proper old-fashioned number 9. He will play up top. He's a physical presence. They will play it up to him. He'll bash defenders out of the way. He's a very good finisher. I can't wait to see Nicholas Füllkrug in a West Ham shirt in the Premier League. This is going to be good.
Brilliant to hear you on football commentary. Conor, I presume you've symbolically shredded your BMX notes, have you? Or are you keeping them for 4 years?
When you see, I'm going to be doing skateboarding in the coming days, so I haven't turned my baseball cap around to the front yet.
Hey, I don't know if you know this, but it might be a bit of a bonus. I'm coming on Wednesday.
Well, there you go. There you go. I thought it couldn't get any better.
Well, there you go. It's Christmas. Do we say wheels up, Conor? What do we say when it's skateboarding?
I'll know by Wednesday.
Yeah, I will. Okay, mate. See you later. I'll see you at the skateboarding. Conor McNamara there watching the footballs. You said that other semi-final France against Egypt later on this evening. You can keep up to date with all the football transfer news on the BBC Sport website and app. And the Community Shields this week, and I mentioned the domestic season coming close. Manchester United against Manchester City, 3 o'clock on Saturday. There will be commentary from Wembley on 5 Live Sport. Let's get a bit more now on the women's hockey taking place. Sarah Orchard and Helen Richardson-Walsh watching the quarter-final between GB and the Netherlands. We're into the fourth quarter, and as we suspected, Sarah, it's tough for GB. They could be running out of time.
Oh, I tell you what, Tony, up until about a couple of minutes ago, we really thought GB were within with a shot, but in the last few seconds, the Netherlands have just scored a third. It's now Netherlands 3, Great Britain 1. Maria Vashaw has managed to go and get that third. Helen Richardson-Walsh also watching. That is just crushing.
Oh, it's such a shame, because that the third quarter, I actually thought the Dutch were looking nervous. It kind of felt like the pressure that they are under is huge. You know, Sarah, you've been talking about them being the Olympic champions, the world champions. They're the champions of everything, and a lot of these players, actually 9 of these players are debutants in the Olympic Games. They've never been in this situation. And, you know, even though they are a good team, it's still hard, and that pressure felt like it was building. And so to just go down again in the first minute of a quarter is such a shame at this period of time.
And we should say, Helen, this is easily the best we have seen Great Britain's women play throughout the entire Olympic hockey competition. As we just watched the Dutch now go and take the ball towards the GB circle once again. They're going to clear that one, but a brilliant performance still with 13 minutes to play. Yeah,
definitely. Much more controlled, much more... I think a bit smarter, actually, and the quality actually on the ball has been much better as well. Often you raise your game, don't you, for the best teams. This is obviously what GB are doing here today, and you know, it's still time. You know, what is there, 12, just over 12 minutes, still plenty of time to get a couple of goals, and GB have been creating them, so it's not over yet.
Now, there was a little bit of controversy, Helen, when the Dutch scored their second goal, because Holly Pern-Webb, the Great Britain captain, she was straight up to the umpire. She said, I can see a stick tackle in there. And we looked at the replay, we thought we could see it as well, but the umpire didn't give it, the goal stood.
Yeah, it's a shame, because I thought it was a stick tackle. It was a rebound from a penalty corner. Pritchard made a good save. Holly Pern-Webb had her stick on the ball, and I think it was Jeanne de Waard who came in and kind of hit her stick at the same time as knocking the ball away. I thought it was a stick tackle. It went to a video umpire. Unfortunately, she didn't give it. So GB, you know, they lost the goal but also lost their referral.
Oh, it was a big moment in this match. Right then, we've still got 11 minutes on the clock in the women's hockey quarter-final. 11 minutes for Great Britain to try and find something, but it's the Dutch who lead. It's Netherlands 3, Great Britain 1.
Sarah, thank you. Thanks to Helen as well. We'll keep you updated with that match as it goes along. Worth just pointing out here in the velodrome that the women's team sprinters qualified in world record time earlier. They are favourites, one of the favourites for gold medal. this evening, and you'll find out about that around 7 o'clock. We're looking forward to that. I mentioned it's been a busy day. Let's just recap exactly what's happened today. It started with Great Britain winning a bronze in the triathlon relay this morning. Originally it was silver, but following a very, very tight photo finish, it was downgraded. It turned out the United States, just pipped GB's women's bronze medalist Beth Potter on the line. The men's gold medalist Alex Yee was also part of the team, along with Sam Dickinson and Georgia Taylor-Brown. They spoke afterwards to Laura Scott, starting with Alex Yee.
Okay, let's start with Beth. Beth, you had probably the hardest job, which was the anchor leg. It looked like you left absolutely everything out there. Talk us through how hard that sprint finish was.
Yeah, it was very hard. I was detached going on to the last lap, and I thought we were in trouble, but I managed to get back onto the back of the two girls, and then I was all in the last bit, and I thought we had the silver, but we were given the bronze in the end. But yeah, we got a medal.
And Alex, for you, backing up your gold from the other day, how proud are you of this team?
Oh yeah, I couldn't be prouder of these guys. We came in here, wanted to give 100%, and do the country proud, and our sport proud, and the people back home that have been supporting us. So I truly believe we've done that, and I'm so proud of these guys. They put in 100%, and what an amazing day.
Georgia, how was that for you? You were obviously there in Tokyo as part of the relay. How was that out there? Bit of a different setting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we actually had crowds, so I guess we start with that. But no, it was the crowds were insane today. The support we've had out there on the course, it really gets you through, and just all support from the staff as well, all the time gaps, that made such a difference today, especially when we were kind of all out front on our own and we didn't know what was going on behind. But yeah, we all just committed to our legs, and I'm super, super proud of the team.
And Sam, for you played a very important but difficult role the other day for Alex. What does it mean to have that medal round your neck?
Yeah, a really fantastic team achievement. I think triathlon is an individual sport primarily, but today when the team can come together, we can show what can be done when we all group together. And really, really quite a special day.
There was a lot of confusion out there about the colour of the medal, so much so that I think the flags were actually in the wrong order. I don't know which of you wants to answer, but can you talk me through that moment when you found out that it had gone the way of the USA?
Well, you put the mic in. I'm joking. I'll talk about it. But of course, there's a little bit of disappointment with that. But the finish place is the finish place. It
was exciting.
It made the finish super exciting. That at the end of the day, we were saying the sports won, and we were so excited, and I think that everyone else at home hopefully was so excited watching that race that we had you on the edge of your seats the whole time, and hopefully that means that a little one somewhere is going to take up the sport because of it. So You
definitely had people on the edge of their seats. Just a last question. A lot of the build-up was dominated by water quality in the Seine. We saw that Belgium pulled out. We're not entirely sure what that was about. But can I just get your reflections on swimming in the Seine? Was it worth it?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's been great, and I think actually the biggest kind of issue or hurdle that we came against was the current. So it was a super interesting swim and one that we've never done before.
You were feeling good?
Yeah,
feeling good. Feel healthy. That's a relief because it was such an uncertainty, wasn't it, coming into these games?
Yeah, and to be fair, I think as a team we dealt with it really well. The coaching staff were brilliant behind us, and you just need to be professional in these situations, and whatever comes, and as a team we dealt with it very well, so happy.
Hope that good health continues. Many congratulations on a precious bronze medal today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Britain's triathletes, Beth Potter, Alex Yee, Sam Dickinson and Georgia Taylor-Brown. Well, the triathlon took us into the gymnastics, and it was a very strange day for Simone Biles. Eleanor Oldroyd is still with us at the cafe. Ellie, she fell off the beam, she got silver in the floor, but I guess, and you can take us through what happened, all the controversy, but I guess it's a sign of greatness how she's reacted, because everyone's saying she's been very gracious about this.
Yeah, she has, and actually the medal ceremony for the floor final, in which Rebecca Andrade was on top of the podium, so beating Simone Biles for the first time. They've kind of competed against each other over the last couple of Olympic Games, and Rebecca is such a beautiful gymnast to watch, the Brazilian girl. And in the end, it ended up with Brazil with Rebecca on the top of the podium, then Simone Biles in silver and Jordan Charles in the bronze medal position. And at the moment that Rebecca was announced, sort of médaille d'or, de Brésil, Rebecca Andrade. And she stood up on the top of the podium. Both of the American athletes, Simone Biles and Jordan Charles, just did a little kind of bowing down. We are not worthy, which is lovely. I'm just showing Bunsey the picture now.
I looked at it earlier on. What's really interesting, Tony and Ellie, is that idea that you're the greatest in your sport, but the person that becomes second to you forever and ever and a day is also would and could be inferior.
She could be the greatest.
There's several instances of it where there's just someone that's untouchable. Happens in swimming, happens in athletics, and it's happened with her in gymnastics.
Definitely.
I mean, so some, if she's not around, there's probably 5 or 6 women that might have 3 or 4 gold medals. Yeah. Instead, she's got all of them.
Well, I mean, Rebecca picked up medals in Tokyo. Obviously, when Simone didn't make the rest of the competition, pulled out. So Rebecca had won a gold in the. I thought I haven't shredded my gymnastics notes yet, Tony, as you suggested to Connor that you might be doing that. But Rebecca got a gold on the vault in Tokyo, and she was second in all around in Tokyo.
In absence. Though.
In absentia.
So is this the first time when Simone's been active, fit and fresh that she's beaten her at the Olympics?
I think if they've been up against each other in the same final, then yes.
Be sick of the sight of the woman.
Well, I mean, but there was a point, wasn't there, after the all-around final where Simone says, I'm getting a bit worried about this. I'm getting a bit worried about how I don't like it, how much she's pushing me. But then when it happened, she completely, gave her the credit for winning that gold medal.
I'll tell you when it happened. Sorry, Tony, just quickly, if people want to look it up. Look up. I think his name was Anton Popov, the swimmer beating Mark Foster in Europeans, Worlds, and Olympics. Popov was untouchable. I mean, literally, he was untouchable for about a 10-year period. And poor Mark Foster was second for 10 years. The poor sausage.
Well, we've talked about Andy Murray in the tennis. He's been great, but could he have been greater without that Djokovic, Nadal, Federer triumvirate? Well, listen,
absolutely.
One of the pleasures we get, all three of us, is being able to speak to some of these athletes afterwards, because it sounds an obvious thing to say, but when we watch them perform, do you get to know the human being behind the medal? There have been no GB medals today, but Jake Jarman won a bronze for his performance on the floor yesterday, and he was telling me earlier today how it felt to wear that first Olympic medal.
It hasn't fully sunk in yet, I think, because everything is happening so quickly. Even though it was on Saturday, I still had to compete on Sunday, and then it's only Monday now, and it's still really early. I've not had enough time to process it, I think.
You're sounding shocked. It's great actually to hear the joy in your voice. We'll talk about Sunday in a minute. Let's concentrate on the medal. It must be something as an elite athlete you aim for all your life. But could you have imagined what it was like to step on that podium? What was it like? I'll never do it.
I thought I'd be able to, imagine what it'd be like. But, oh gosh, I didn't think I'd have all those emotions and thoughts running through my head, stood on that podium with that medal hanging around my neck in front of all those people. I had a few of them waving me down because I was just in a world of my own. I wasn't even looking anywhere near the cameras. I might as well have just been turned around, face the other way. My brain was so foggy with just, heightened emotion. Yeah, I got a bit emotional as well. I couldn't contain myself, really.
I'd love to hear that. What were the forefront of your mind? Coaches, family, back in your school days. What were you distracted by?
The first things that came to my mind was like, I don't think I could have done this without, especially someone like my nan. She took me to gym for years, all the way up until I could drive. So, without her, I wouldn't have been an Olympian. I would have been a gymnast. So I think, thinking about that, it was making me well up a little bit. I was hard to contain myself, and even the interview that I had straight afterwards, it made me think about it straight away. I couldn't get any words out. I was really struggling. It's like when you get that little lump in your throat. I was struggling to get them words out. Yeah.
Let's name your nan. Is she still with us, Jake?
Yeah.
God, what's she called? Give
my
me a name
nan
check.
Her name is Sheila.
Well done, Sheila. She should be very proud. What she said to you afterwards?
Oh gosh, I think she was struggling to get her words out as well. I called her by phone. It was a quick conversation, to be fair, but because I think she was busy, I was busy, but she was so incredibly proud of me. I could hear it in her voice as well. I could hear the emotions and how much it meant to her and me. She has this lucky horseshoe that she carries around with her. Every time I compete, she gets it out and she holds it throughout the whole of the competition. And she says it's every time she gets it out, I do well. So I'm assuming she had that horseshoe with her as a lucky charm.
Brilliant. I could spend all night telling you how lovely Jake Jarman is, but you can hear for yourself. Right, let's get straight to the hockey quarter-final. Team GB playing the Netherlands. Sarah Orchard.
1 minute left to play. Netherlands 3, Great Britain 1. Great Britain have pulled the keeper. They have tried everything. Helen Richardson-Walsh. The ball's right in front of the goal. Ansley tries to get a shot away. Not to be on that occasion, but Helen, it's just not been GB's day.
No, it hasn't. I think they've played pretty well. Just the first minute of the game, the last minute of the first quarter, and the first minute of the last quarter, they've conceded goals, making, maybe just not being quite ready when you needed to, and just seeing out quarters. Really key in these big moments, big games.
Well, I tell you what, GB, they are fighting right until the end here. There's 22 seconds. We can safely say they can't get 2 goals in this time. It has been a difficult campaign for the women. There's so much expectation around them. A bronze in Tokyo, gold in Rio, bronze again in London. These women have delivered time and time again, but they've come up against the might of the defending Olympic and world champions, the Dutch. The hooter is about to go, and Great Britain's women, like the men yesterday, they are out of the Olympic hockey contest. That is the end. The Dutch all hug each other. The GB players sink down to their knees and just think about what might have been. Helen Richardson-Walsh, obviously you were part of that side that won gold in Rio. That was a better performance by GB, but you have to say, coming into this perhaps wasn't their tournament.
Yeah, look, I think coming into it, we all knew that their form wasn't great. They didn't have many results kind of going their way. And to be honest, that form kind of came into the early stages of the competition. Yes, they played a little bit better towards the end of the group stage, and I think today was their best performance against probably the best team, well, obviously the best team in the world. I have to say, though, watching this performance from the Dutch, they are not nailed-on gold medalists. They are not. Honestly, they've played Argentina in the next round in the semi-final, and I am very interested to see the result of that one. But yeah, devastated for the team.
Helen, Sarah, thank you very much indeed. Well, it's really... you can tell how down they are. You can tell particularly Helen, who was there in that great moment in Rio, Bunsey, that gold medal winning moment. But times move on and things change, and there's always a period of transition, isn't there? But
Absolutely.
It has not been GB's year on the hockey front.
And you know what? Certain things happen, draws happen, maybe not great performances in certain matches happen. Old players become older, young players don't quite develop, like they should develop. And when things come together, we're all glorious. It sounds beautiful. We scream and we delight. But sport's got two sides. One's a W, it's a win. One's an L, it's a loss. And that's just the brutality of it. And it's harsh. But what happens, I think, with hockey, and I suppose this is a good thing, a bit like boxing, the main sport I cover, is that people do come to expect it. So if you're sitting around chatting to people before the Olympics, obviously people talk about the show jumpers, they talk about the rowers, and they've got some track athletes, and boxers might do something, and then hockey comes in about third or fourth, and cycling. So people do expect. So perhaps that's it. I mean, it's just the way sport works. You don't come here and get given it.
No, and actually, funnily enough, we were just looking at the medals table as it stands at the moment on day 10. And the thing is that, because you and I are old enough to remember Barcelona and Atlanta in particular, and actually how grim that was, and how, but often there would be a case that you wouldn't get any medals until day 6 or 7, so quite late in the games. So you're expecting those things to unfold slowly, including the hockey, and then we would, get into the semi-final, win a medal.
Yeah, and it is just the way it's just the way it works, just the way it moves. It doesn't call for some kind of massive overhaul. You just plug away, you keep developing, you keep finding talent around the country, you keep putting them through the various group stages to get to that level. It's just the way it works.
So where do we go from this point, Sarah?
Yeah, Ellie, there was just a couple of things to say, because we're probably not going to talk hockey now for the rest of these games. One is to say, obviously, both the men and women have finished in the quarterfinals. Olympic funding for GB's hockey programme won't be decided until October. Question marks around whether quarterfinals enough will be asked. That's a discussion maybe for another day. But I have just seen Laura Roper in tears in the middle of the pitch, and I just wanted to give Helen the opportunity to say something about Laura Roper. You might know her as Laura Unsworth. She's a 3-time Olympic medalist. She is Great Britain's most decorated hockey Olympian, and likely the last time that we're going to see her play in a GB shirt, Helen.
Yeah, what a career she's had. I remember when she first came into the team in 2009, very quickly got the nickname Scrat because she was a bit scratty. But she wore that reputation with pride, and she was a bit like that on the pitch as well, very scrappy, play with a lot of passion, and she's deserved the kind of accolade as the most decorated player. It's a shame that this will, who knows whether it will be her last game. We're assuming so. It's a shame that it's ended in the loss, but congratulations to Unzi, as we all know her. On a fantastic career.
Yeah, it's safe to say that a married name, Ellie, has never quite taken on. She'll always be Unzi to all of her teammates.
Aww. Give each other a hug if you can, Helen. I'm so sorry. It's just upsetting, isn't it? And I think as Sarah says, it's the dreaded F word, isn't it? It's funding, because that's what everything comes down to in the end. And and we've seen it in pretty much every sport that's been successful, that's gone through a bad time. It's a brutal business.
And there are hundreds of people, remember. It's not just the hockey team and the greater team and the team manager. There are loads of backroom staff. Like the GB boxing, hopefully will get a couple of medals, or one medal definitely, and we'll claim Cindy and Gamba, as we talked about earlier on. But there's 30, 40 people there. Some of them full-time, some of them part-time. There are people there that have changed their lives, moved from all parts of the country to be based in Sheffield. Their children are in school.
Yeah.
It's a lot more at stake than just what we're seeing here.
Absolutely. Bunsey, thank you very much. Tony, lift the tone, lift the spirits a little bit if you can.
Yeah, I can do, because it's interesting talking about the cyclical nature of sport. Women's cycling has been the weakest link for quite a few years now at the Olympics. However, in front of me in the next hour or so, we can quite expect the women's team sprinters maybe to get gold. They set a world record in qualifying. Emma Finucane, Sophie Catewell, Katie Marchant. It's kicked into the first round now here, so it's gone up a notch. The excitement, 5,000 people watching. Team GB have serious chances. The women, and we haven't said that for a while in this event, have got real chances of a gold medal in the next hour of the programme. Do not go anywhere. Yeah, let's get the latest news though, first of all, before we really focus on the cycling, with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you. Good evening. The National Police Chiefs Council says 378 people have been arrested after the past week of violent disorder. It expects the total will continue to rise over the coming days. Earlier, Sir Keir Starmer announced what he called a standing army of specialist police officers to tackle disorder if needed. The Prime Minister also promised to ramp up the criminal justice system to deliver what he called swift sanctions to those who took part in riots across England and Northern Ireland, as well as those who helped to incite them online. Meanwhile, the Northern Ireland Assembly has been recalled from its summer break to discuss the violence and disorder on the streets of Belfast. There have been calls for the Parliament in Westminster to be recalled too. Wall Street markets have slumped as fears grow the United States could drop into a recession. Markets in Europe and Asia are also down. And the Prime Minister of Bangladesh has resigned and fled the country following weeks of unrest. Sheikh Hasina was taken by a military helicopter to India just before thousands of protesters stormed her official residence. The country's army chief says he's forming an interim government.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Eleanor Oldroyd and Tony Livesey.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
The excitement here at the velodrome, I'm right in the centre, has gone up a notch. The noise has gone up a notch. Victoria Pendleton's watching with interest, as is Alistair Bruce Ball. Hello, guys.
Yes, hello, Tony. So we're into the first round of the women's team sprint. Great Britain with the fastest team in qualifying. We've just seen the second of 4 races in the first round. Great Britain will race Canada in the last race of the 4. They need to win the race, but they also need to record one of the 2 fastest times of the 4 winners of the 4 races to get themselves into the Olympic final. And we've just seen the German team there, Victoria, who are another very strong contenders for the gold medal, go quicker in that race than Great Britain did in qualification.
Yeah, it looks like a new world record there. So it's racing now. We're racing now. It's different from doing a time trial and racing against each other. And sprinting is mostly about racing. So when you're head to head against another track, and also the crowd are a little bit more behind it. Maybe they've tweaked the gears slightly. They've slightly changed the ratios between riders. Then that could be the difference.
So New Zealand, Poland next on track, Tony, and then it is Great Britain against Canada. And what Victoria is talking about there, you'll see them setting up for this next race here, the New Zealand team and the Polish team. We now have 2 teams of 3 riders starting opposite each other each side of the track. So they are chasing each other around the track. They obviously won't catch each other. There's not enough time to do that. But as they race round, you'll see the split times come up on the screens for every 125 metres of the race, and that will tell you who's in front at a certain stage. But Germany just stepped it up a gear there, Tony, so that shows the sort of competition Great Britain have got tonight for the gold.
Yeah, we'll be back here very, very shortly indeed. Let's go to Connor, who's watching the football semi-final, Morocco against Spain. It's half-time. There was a shock on the cards, Connor.
Yes, Morocco still leading Spain by a goal to nil. Soufiane Rabi's penalty towards the end of the first half. A game that's need a replacement referee because the Spain defender Mark Pubel accidentally completely scythed down Igor Tatishev, who was the original referee. The Swede Glenn Nyberg was the 4th official. He's come on to take charge instead. Since going behind, Spain's best chance of an equaliser fell to Alex Baena. The keeper came off his line to punch across. It fell to Baena, but his shot back in was agonisingly wide for Spain. I think it actually shaved the post. It was that close. So half-time in the first of the semi-finals, with Egypt and France playing later. It's Spain 0, Morocco 1 for now.
Connor, thank you very much indeed. We're just about to see New Zealand go against Poland here at the velodrome. GB on their way, Alistair.
Yeah, 3rd race of 4 in the first round of the women's team sprint. Netherlands and Germany so far have won the first 2 races and put themselves within a chance of getting into the Olympic final. Certainly Germany with a new world record time of 45.377. So New Zealand started in front of us. On the other side of the track it was Poland. Poland's team now comes flying past us, and let's look at the first split after the first lap of the track, and it is New Zealand going quicker.
Yeah, and we would expect New Zealand to be the fastest team in this heat. They did qualify higher up in the qualification round earlier, but they are looking good today, actually. There was a very tight start there, really good formation.
Right, there goes the bell. Elise Andrews rides the last leg for New Zealand. They look really intimidating in the all-black suits, the silver ferns across their backs and legs as Elise Andrews drives into the home straight here, heading for the finish line very clearly ahead of the Polish team. And we have another new world record, 45.348 seconds. Germany went 45.377. Now what that means, Victoria, Great Britain have got to beat Canada. We expect them to do that, but they will need to go quicker
than the world record.
Than the old world record. They'll need to go quicker than the German time, won't they, of 45.377 to be one of the 2 fastest times to get into the Olympic finals. So that just puts a little bit of pressure on.
It does put a bit of pressure on them. I think that getting the first race out, the first race in the Olympics at the velodrome out of the way, there may have been a few nerves. The teams are now getting into the flow of it. They've got a feel for the environment, for the track, what gear they're going to ride. This is definitely put the pressure on, but I still feel like our girls had more to give.
Okay. We're looking at the race, Victoria. We're looking at Great Britain against Canada, but we're actually more looking at the times, aren't we? We're looking more at the times. Great Britain's team, same again, obviously. Katie Marchant will take it out. Now, she is the really experienced rider of the 3. She's 31 years old. This is her 3rd Olympics. Sophie Capewell is a 25-year-old. She's the second. And then Emma Finucane is kind of the young superstar at 21. And what you noticed, Victoria, was Emma Finucane's leg in that first qualification round was the real standout ride.
Yeah, if you looked at where each rider, what they offered individually, Emma's was the fastest third lap of the competition. So she really was the icing on the cake there, bringing back that performance. Both Sophie and Katie both were in second best start and second lap in the whole competition. I know that sounds a bit complicated, but a second, a second and a first put them in the fastest position.
Yeah, exactly. The combined total of those three rides. Though this is big now for Great Britain because they need to beat the German time of 45.37 seconds. Great Britain set the world record at the end of the qualifying rides. Germany came out and beat it. New Zealand have come out and beat that. And here they are, Katie Marchant, Sophie Capewell, Emma Finucane on the boards in the velodrome here in France, in the dark blue suits with the red trim, the Union flag emblazoned on the right sleeve of the riding suit. And it is concentration and deep breaths on the faces of all three riders.
10 seconds to go.
Here we go. Katie Marchant will take it out. Huge ride for Great Britain this, looking to get themselves into the Olympic final. They're up and out of their seats and away they go. And look at the strain on Katie Marchant's face, and the head is rocking as she drives it forward, takes it into the first bend, and Great Britain get into their rhythm.
Yeah, a really good start there by Katie. It's a nice gap between first and second going into the first bend. This will give Sophie a slight run in as they go into the changeover.
Changeover looked good. Sophie Capewell takes it on. They're certainly quicker than Canada. We've got to keep an eye on the overall time at the end, Victoria.
Yeah, so now we're coming round into the final lap where Emma Finucane will take on for the third lap. You hear the bell there?
Yeah, this is where it really matters. Emma Finucane burning around the bend here on the blonde boards in the velodrome, driving down the back straight. Great Britain are going to win this race. It is all about the time. Into the final bend, down the home straight, across the line, new world record.
Yes.
Great Britain are into the Olympic final, and all of a sudden I spot hundreds of British fans on the opposite side of the velodrome to us, who I think were watching that a little nervously. Emma Finucane flies across the line, and suddenly the Union flags just sprung up.
100th of a second.
Wow.
Yeah, a world record by 100th of a second.
So Germany came out and set the world record, took it off Great Britain. New Zealand came out and set the world record and took it off Germany. And Great Britain, Tony, have come out and taken the world record back again. So Great Britain will ride against New Zealand in the final later on. They will ride off for the gold medal.
For the gold medal, so silver at worst. Now, do you know how hard it is not to cheer when I've got this mic up at the beginning of the start of that race? It's like internal, go on girls.
Hey, what about me? I'm in the centre. I was ready to put my shirt over my head and run round.
We did say that we'd see world records come crumbling down because this is a new event to have 3 women in. So previously just 2 women in a team sprint, but now because of the parity with the men's event, 3 women. So we said world records would tumble, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them tumble further.
Yeah, it's really, really exciting, and we will cover the gold medal race. We'll cover the bronze medal race as well for you later on. You're right about those flags, Ali. I looked around the whole scene. They appeared from. It's like everyone had magician's sleeves.
It's amazing, wasn't it?
The flags
Tony?
were everywhere, pulled out from.
It just went from tension to jubilation, just like that. Bang, didn't it?
Good. Right. So that gold medal race takes place somewhere near 7 o'clock. But we'll cover the bronze before that. Lots to get into here in the velodrome. Ellie and Steve Bunce are still with us at the cafe in Paris, and later on tonight when we enter Kelly Cates, we're going to bring you all the action from the Stade de France on the 5th day of the athletics. Ali Kirbishley and Kath Merry are there as you would expect. And ladies, I was about to go into a convoluted question about how exciting it's going to be tonight. Instead, Ali, I'm going to quote you from the group chat where you say, "Get your bums to the stadium tonight, history gonna be made." I think that says it all, does it not?
Say that I'm rude saying that. Yes, pretty much. Yeah, I think it's going to be a special night. I don't know what to do with myself. I'm here early. I've prepped, and yeah, I'm all very fidgety now because I just really feel that we're going to see something so special from Keely Hodgkinson tonight. And I think she's going to put a show on for us all.
Yeah, that's
Is that too much pressure?
Well, I just so good. You set it out for us then, as non-athletics fans. How good is she, and what can she deliver?
Well, she's the world lead. She's the British record holder, and when you think the last woman who held the British record also did something special at the Olympic Games 20 years ago, Dame Kelly Holmes, winning the 800 and the 1500 metre double, and Keely's another level now. She's moved the British record on, obliterated the British record. And her last 3 years have just been a whirlwind, bursting onto the scene as a 19-year-old, going to Tokyo, where she took a silver medal alongside another 19-year-old, Athing Mu from America, who took the gold on that occasion. And then for the last 2 years after that became so consistent, Keely Hodgkinson, but also so close. A silver medal at 2 World Championships, a silver medal at the Commonwealth Games. And I just think now's the time, now is her time. The consistency and the work that she's put in over the last 3 years with her coaching team of Trevor Painter and his wife Jenny Meadows. Many people will remember her as a fantastic 800 metre runner for Great Britain as well. And they've just created this star in Keely. And tonight we're going to have the pleasure of watching her finally reach her dreams. I honestly do believe that, and I've never been so confident and positive, because she's just had such a wonderful year, and there isn't anyone in that field. I've looked through it so many times today and gone, what could she do? How could she beat Keely? And I just think they're all going to be sort of orchestrated by Keely tonight.
It's Ellie here in the cafe with Bunsey in the centre of Paris, and everyone is just sitting here kind of oblivious, sitting around having a drink, thinking about maybe getting some dinner. I kind of feel like they all need to be either on their way to the Stade de France or in a bar with a big screen watching.
There's still time, Ellie. You can get here. There's still time.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many great events in this Olympic Games, but actually when it comes to the stadium, when it comes to getting out there, then this is obviously one of the great nights from a GB point of view. We were due to see Zarnell Hughes this evening, weren't we? And Kath, what's the latest with him? Because he was disappointed not to get to the final of the 100 metres. But any news on how he is, whether he'll make the relays?
Oh, we're hoping. It was a tough one, Ellie, because he's just run out of time at these Paris Olympic Games. Zarnell Hughes is the fastest man that Britain has ever had. He took those national records off the great Linford Christie and John Regis, but he picked up the injury in June, and I just feel he was just a little bit short here because of the time he had to have out. So was it a huge surprise that he scratched from those 200 metre heats later? Yes and no. Do we know the full reason why Zarnell Hughes isn't running this evening? Not yet. Does it mean that he won't run in the 4x1? We don't know, but we hope. But it's just been a very frustrating season for Zarnell, especially after being disqualified 3 years ago in Tokyo in that 100 metre final. So we wait to see. But the big guys, in terms of those that picked up some of the medals in that men's 100 metre final, are back, Noah Lyles included, after probably not much sleep. Ellie, I don't think he'd have had with the excitement, but he's going for that double. He wants 3, let's not forget, he wants the relay as well. But there's 10 or 11 of the guys that are back in the 200 metre heats later, but fingers crossed for Zarnell Hughes potentially still to play a part again here for Team GB.
It would seem absolutely incredible that Noah Lyles gets any sleep ever at all, because he just seems like one of these hyper people who doesn't sleep. This is the terrible bad luck, isn't it, Bunsey, that sometimes you get when you talk about an Olympic Games, and it's all about being fit, peaking at that precise time, and Zarnell was so desperate to put what went wrong in Tokyo.
Well, generally it's an injury, as Kath and Ali will know. Maybe before, like 6 months before, 3 months before, it doesn't that quite translate into them being able to compete. But with this, it was so close. I don't know if you've seen him, but Ewan Thomas is wandering around here, and I always think about Ewan Thomas and the great form he was in before he had his injury. And of course, he was meant to take a couple of months off, and he took about 3.5 minutes off. He was literally training the same day, left the hospital. And I just think with them, Just the coming back. It's the help that they need to come back, because he must be Al and Kath, he must be a bit of a broken man right now. I know you haven't got the answers or you can't tell us, but he must be crushed.
Yeah, he will be, and I'm just reading the statement that has actually been released, and it's saying he's withdrawn from the 200 metres tonight due to the hamstring tightness, and it requires the monitoring therefore for the next 48 hours. So no decision yet has been taken in relation of his relay involvement. So it sounds like the injury that I mentioned previously that he's been struggling with has maybe just had a little bit of a return here in Paris. So he's going to miss the 200 heats, which it's not ruled out. Obviously the relay, but of course he'll be devastated.
Yeah. How long will he have to get before the final?
Well, he's hopefully obviously going to come back for those 4x100 metre heats at the end of the championship, because the 200 start tonight and he won't be in that lane, and the final of the 200 was on Thursday evening. But we need a lift tonight, guys. We had the disappointment earlier in the Stade de France here with one of our world leaders, Molly Caudry, no heighting in the pole vault qualification. So Keely Hodgkins and fans hopefully will have something to cheer about later tonight. And as Alison said, she's one of, if not the biggest favourite, not just of the British team, but of this whole Olympic Games. She is that good.
It slightly scares me when people have the weight of the world on their shoulders, actually. And, as you've said, Molly Caudry was one of the nailed on. I think we talked about it, Kath, didn't we? We talked about who were going to be the nailed on medalists for Team GB in the athletics. It's sort of like 3 years ago. I remember exactly where I was listening to Dina Asher-Smith's really emotional interview, because she went in, tried to compete injured, didn't she, Ali? And then she had to pull out, and again she's had the disappointment of not making the final of the 100 metres. But again, we ask, can she put that disappointment behind her?
I think she can, and funnily enough, there is some similarities in what Zarnell's done. Dina obviously had that disappointment back in Tokyo, and the team managed to get her ready, and she came out and ran so well in the relay, and they took a bronze medal in Tokyo. So if hopefully if Zarnell can get himself with the medical team, they can get him back to shape, into some sort of shape, because the other thing is you don't want to risk it when it's on your own and it's your event. Yes, you'll risk it, but you don't want to risk it if you're upsetting a team and another 3 guys there. But back to Dina, I think we heard her after the first round and she said she ran angry. She looked like she ran angry. Kath said it in her commentary, and then to hear her say that to Sarah Milkerins as she came off the track, I think she feels, because she said her body's in great shape, and she said that she feels ready to run, and that was why she just feels that she let herself down. But going into the semi-final, she's third quickest. Read into that what you will, but we've obviously had the likes of Sharika Jackson withdraw. We don't have Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price now. Gabby Thomas leads the world. I think probably looks like she's one of the real strong favourites. But after that, Brittany Brown, the other American, but Dina's already beaten her to win the World Championships. So I think both her and Daryl need her, and Daryl obviously finishing 4th, just outside the medals in the 100 metres. Both know there's a huge opportunity to take a medal in this event, and then obviously going on into the relay after that.
I was listening to that Dina interview and straight after the race, and it was almost like she didn't have an answer to what had happened. She said, the conditions are good, I'm good. I mean, did you get that? Were you the same? Because I was looking at it, I was thinking, she doesn't know what's happened here. She has no answer.
And her training partner went and won it.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, I think it was you I was chatting to, Tony, or certainly when we were in the build-up, and I was talking about if it didn't happen for Dina here, I still think there's so much time left, because she's just moved coaches. She moved in the winter. She's only really had 9-10 months with Edric Florial, Coach Flo, as everyone knows. Julian Alfred, who won the 100 metres, has been with him a number of years through her collegiate career. Rashida Adeleke, the Irish 400 metre runner who looked supreme this morning in heats, has been with him through her collegiate career. I think it will take time to bed in. she'd been with John Blackie almost 19 years of her life. You know, and I think that takes a lot of time to do what she's done, relocate to Texas, learn her event from a different coach, learn a different coaching strategy, and it takes time to bed in. And the main thing for me is she's fit. She's fit and well and looks it, and I think she's got a real opportunity in the 200 to kind of make up for her disappointment in the 100.
Great, so lots to look forward to. So just a reminder of the timings. 5 to 7 is the 200 metres for men, round one, featuring not featuring Zarnell Hughes, as it happens. He's pulled out of the heats. Then at 7:45, it's the semi-finals of the women's 200 metres, and then at 8:45, it's the 800 metres final. GB's Keely Hodgkinson going to make history, which I think Ali has bet everything on that is going to happen.
I wouldn't
tonight.
get very good odds though.
You
That's
promised
the
it. I know.
And do you need me to tell you it's the Metro Line 5 and then the RER?
All right. Okay. All right. Listen, thank you so much, guys. Have a brilliant evening with
so
Kelly
much.
up there as well. And Tony, you're still in the velodrome. I've got to say that if we talk about records being broken, Olympic records, world records, Bunsey and I think have potentially been witnessing an Olympic record here in this cafe, haven't we? Because the women sitting behind us could set a world record for chain smoking.
There were four.
While drinking rosé and drinking beer. It's
Tony,
extraordinary.
They are drinking the rosé so fast they've committed one of those French sins. The guy behind the bar has run out of cold rosé. They're having to have ice with their rosé to make it cold. They are going through cigarettes at a rate of knots, and they're doing that brilliant French thing where, because they're talking, and who wants to talk through a field of smoke? So they're actually holding. Put your left arm up, Tony. Put it behind your back and hold a cigarette. So they're actually holding the cigarettes behind them, so that their conversation with each other isn't obscured by smoke. You couldn't invent it. And I'll tell you what, I'm thinking of joining them, not because I smoke, because they look like they're having a great time.
I haven't smoked probably for 30 years, but I feel like I'm on 10 a day already.
All it needs Ellie now is to get her pipe out and we're all in. Are you two downwind? That's the worst thing if you don't smoke when you're downwind.
Well, we are, because of course, because they don't want the smoke to blow over their conversation. They put their hands out and it blows over everyone else's food and drink.
Yeah. Mind you, when I was young, I used to have a barber who smoked. He kept it in his mouth, so when I finished, my hair was full of ash. It just used to drop in.
The good old days.
Right, guys, back with you very shortly in what doesn't sound as attractive as it used to be, that lovely Parisian cafe. Here at the velodrome, we're getting to the serious business. It's day one of track cycling, and Team GB's women could be in prime position for a sprint gold medal tonight in the next 35 minutes or so. They've set 2 world records so far today. They're top of the pile going into the gold medal race off, and we'll have that very shortly.
You know what I've realised?
In the meantime, while the women are travelling at world record
record.
space
Right.
or pace, let's get the travel news now with Orna.
I don't know if it's ever happened. It might have happened. Maybe Victoria knows, because that's ridiculous. Yeah,
that's incredible.
So they set a world record.
Look at your travel news. So in Glasgow, it's been really busy. The M8's been slow heading west, but also northbound queues into Glasgow on the M77, 2 to 1 at Dunbrec Road. It's after an accident. 855 is blocked, junction 12 to junction 13. It's because of an accident on the eastbound side. That's the North Wales Expressway. M6 queues in Cheshire northbound 18 to 20 up to Lymm, and southbound queues at 18 Holmes Chapel. A lorry's broken down in one of the lanes. M6 queues in Warwickshire southbound. Crawley services to Nuneaton at junction 3 at stop with one lane closed. The M1 is queuing into Leicestershire. It's heading towards the M69 on the northbound side. So junction 21, one lane still closed. It was held back though, so that's an improving situation. And the M5 still queuing Bristol to Somerset southbound from 17 to 20 at Clevedon. And then finally the M11, long queues in both directions where the barrier repairs are. 13 at Madingley, queues on that northbound side back to junction 11 at Harston or at Merchant. 5 Live Travel.
On BBC iPlayer.
I'm Paddy the Baddy Pimler.
I'm Meatball Molly McCann.
We're 2 mates from Liverpool, currently fighting in the UFC.
Real fighters.
You don't really get a much more brutal sport than MMA.
And their real lives.
My life's not all about just training and fighting. I think I'm an entrepreneur. How'd you say that?
Paddy and Molly show no mercy.
The next 6 months are going to be the biggest fights of our lives, and that's a fact.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
To the velodrome here, 16 miles outside Paris, where Team GB... whispering now because the men's team qualifying is underway. Australia just about to go in 8 seconds time, and everyone has to shut up so they can hear the beeper. So as you can hear in the background, 3, 2, 1, and they're off. That's all right. So Team GB are next but one, I think. Ali will tell me if I'm wrong. France are up before Team GB. I know that. Ali, you know the timings of these things, you and Vic, better than me. So have we got time to talk about the women, or shall we do that after we talk about the men's chances in the sprint qualifying rounds? Hello, Alistair Bruce Ball. Come in, Alistair Bruce Ball.
Hello, Tony.
Oh, there we go. Hello. You're only about 100 yards away. The tin can didn't stretch us. Say, shall we talk about the men, or have we got time later to talk about the women? You choose. You know the timing's better than me.
Well, I mean, the men will be on the track just after France. Why don't we deal with them? This is the first time in 8 Olympic cycles that a men's team sprint outfit doesn't feature Sir Chris Hoy or Jason Kenny. So you think about all the gold medals that Great Britain have won in the sprint events with those guys. We don't have them anymore. This team today, Ed Lowe, Hamish Turnbull and Jack Carlin. Now, Jack Carlin does have a couple of Olympic medals to his name. Won a silver in the team sprint in Tokyo, that was 3 years ago, and a bronze in the individual sprint. He will ride with Hamish Turnbull and Ed Lowe. Again, Victoria, it's a team that has been building nicely, as Great Britain quite often do. So in April, they took part in a Nations Cup event in Canada and finished second behind the Netherlands. The Netherlands are the standout team, aren't they, in the men's team sprint?
They are indeed. I mean, they have dominated the sprint events, the men's sprint events anyway, for the last maybe 4 years, I'd say. So strong. And this year, Harry Livesey of the Netherlands has said that he wants gold medals in all 3 events. So, I mean, I wouldn't put it past him.
That noise there, Tony, is for the French team sprinters. Now, Victoria and I commentated in this velodrome, I'm going to say a couple of years ago, 2020.
Probably more than that, more than a couple, unfortunately. That's what happens when you get old.
It might have been 2015. It might have been 9 years ago.
Wow.
Where's that time gone?
Wow. Yeah.
But no, we've commentated on French teams performing well in this velodrome, and we've seen it at all the venues at these games so far. You often get a lift. Florian Grengbo, Sebastien Vigier and Rayan Halal will go for France. But you do notice an uplift in atmosphere when a French team gets on the track, don't you?
I'm also going to mention that holding the third rider is Gregory Bourget of France, the ex-sprinter.
That was who we commentated on.
Yep.
And they won. I think they won the team sprint.
Yep.
And he brought it home and came flying across the line when we were watching.
Yes. So they have a lot of strength and depth and experience behind the team there in terms of coaching staff. You see a lot of ex-riders coaching here. We're going quiet now because obviously we don't want to disturb the staff.
Tony could do the old 3-2-1 again to get them underway. This is qualifying. So this is all about setting the fastest time to get yourself into the best race possible in the first round. Listen to the hooters blaring there as Florian Grengbo takes it out. His bike is really rocking from side to side, up and out the side. So much power there as he brings them down the back straight.
A really fast cadence as well. You can really see his legs spinning there. He's opted for a smaller gear and a better acceleration.
Quickest team so far, Australia, 42.072. Grengbo was swung off the track now, and he's slowing down on the back straight. They're down to 2 runners. And the bell goes. Halal is going to bring it home.
He is going to come round for the final straight. Not ahead of schedule yet. Let's have a look at half a second behind at this stage compared to Australia.
Halal into the final bend. Big roar from the French fans. Dips as he crosses over the line. Got a little bit of it back, actually, over the last 125 metres.
Yep,
France, Victoria. France third fastest so far, behind Australia and Japan.
And is actually the fastest third lap so far. So it was a very, very quick third lap, 12.588 there. So, a very quick finishing lap there.
OK, Great Britain are next on track, and we are about half an hour away from the women's team sprint gold medal ride, which is going to be Great Britain against New Zealand. But again, for the men's at the moment, Victoria, we've gone back to where the women started. This is just all about trying to set the quickest time, a bit like Great Britain did. They set a world record, the women did in qualification, and they got themselves into the race that they wanted in the next round. That's what Great Britain's men are now going to try and do here.
Yep, they've just got to race as hard as possible. Now, they are seeded one of the last teams in the qualification, so it does mean they are favoured. At the moment, watching Ernie Fairgrieve, trusty mechanic. I love that man. He's making sure the bike is expertly put into the start gate. I tell you what, he has put a few bikes in start gates over there. Probably the most experienced.
Talking about trusting them though, Victoria, you're right. Your life is in their hands. The speeds you guys move around these velodromes, that has got to be absolutely bang on.
Making sure the crank is exactly at your preferred angle, and that the bike is totally sort of upright.
Yeah.
Making sure it's securely in the gate, because these can cause mishaps and false starts, and you want somebody who knows what they're doing, and Ernie must be the most experienced man at doing. He is a trusted mechanic and a legend. I'm going to say that. He's a legend.
Great Britain have started the first day of track cycling extremely well. So in the women's team sprint, gold medal ride coming up in about half an hour's time. The men's team pursuiters, second fastest in qualifying. They will race against Denmark tomorrow for a place in the Olympic final. Less than 10 seconds away, Ed Lowe, Hamish Turnbull and Jack Carlin just in front of us. Ed Lowe leans back, drives forward using those enormous muscles in his thighs to power this bike as quickly as he can down the back straight, and it's up to Turnbull and Carlin to get on his back wheel and get into a nice neat line as they come into the home straight.
Yeah, perfectly positioned there as they come in. A really nice run-in gap to come through.
Okay, just under half a second slower than Australia over the first leg. Down to the two riders. This is Turnbull and Carlin.
And Carlin coming in there for the final lap. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, there goes the bell for Jack Carlin. Experienced Olympian, bent over the handlebars, powering those legs as quick as he can at the split.
Oh, yes.
0.2 of a second slower than Australia. About 50 metres to go. Into the home straight he comes. Carlin across the finish line.
Yes.
Wow.
He brought it right back.
Brought that back so quickly. 0.2 of a second and a little bit more quicker than Australia. And Carlin is absolutely loving that. He's quite emotional there. Going down the back straight, clenched fist and celebrating with the British fans, and he really dragged that back.
That was a 12.374 third lap. Very, very good.
Quickest so far from the last rider.
Quickest so far for the last rider.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You could see how tight and aero he was. His head almost seemed like he was on the handlebars. I'm going to point out the handlebars now are really super narrow, which makes it much harder to steer, but more aerodynamic. Tucked right in and low over the bike. Fantastic.
Just feel as well as we move towards the first finals of the night, the atmosphere is just building a little bit inside this velodrome. Victoria, how do you fancy doing a bit of commentary on the Netherlands team? We've bigged them up, haven't we?
We have, and you know, there's also, it's going to get noisy in here because I can see a lot of orange in the crowd.
Yes. So this team is Roy van den Berg, Harry Livreason and Jeffrey Hoogland. They are the Olympic champions, they are the world champions, they are the European champions, and they have won 5 of the last 6 world championships. Hugely experienced, hugely powerful men, and very much the team to beat in the men's team sprint. Let's see what they can do against Great Britain's time of 41.862.
I was just talking about the gate. Yeah, I was just talking about the gate. You can just see that the Dutch driver has waved his hand in the air to say he's not happy with the position of the bike. Okay, they're raising. He's a big guy. They're raising what holds the seat post. If the clamp on the back of the bike is on the frame and not on the seat post, it can get a bit jammed. So he wanted to make sure that was absolutely right.
We say this every time, or I say this every time I'm in the velodrome, when you get close up to these athletes, you know, men and women, the power in their legs when you see them signal those, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Let's check in on the Olympic football before the Dutch get underway in the men's team sprint. Last ride in qualifying, Conor McNamara.
Midway through the second half of the first semi-final, and Spain have got an equaliser. Spain won, Morocco won. Fermin Lopez of Barcelona beating the goalkeeper at the near post. France play Egypt in the second semi-final later.
Thank you, Conor. Victoria's partner for the road race cycling in Paris, and now I'm sitting alongside Victoria Pendleton, former Olympic champion, in the velodrome, watching the last ride in the men's team sprint qualifying. This is the best in the business. This is the Netherlands, Roy van den Berg. They are in bright orange tops. The skin suit then goes into a dark blue short. Van den Berg is powering down the back straight there, followed by Livreason, followed by Hoogland.
Yep, they've got a perfect gap here. He swings up and the Bresson goes in. He's got a very aero position as well. You can see how low he manages to get his upper body.
Right, let's see the latest split on the back straight. Yeah, they are quick. They are very quick.
Yeah, 3.5 the second up at this stage.
Bell goes for Hoogland, half a second quicker than Great Britain. That shows what Great Britain have got to try and beat if they are going to face the Dutch eventually in the Olympic final. Hoogland is round the final bend. Over the handlebars, huge man, dwarfs his bike, crosses the line.
New Olympic record.
Olympic record for the Dutch men's team sprinters. We teed them up, we sold them big, and they have delivered, and that is only in qualification. Fastest in qualification. Great Britain second fastest in the men's team sprint qualification, which means they will race the 7th fastest team, Germany, in the next round. Tony, that is muscle and power and speed on a bike.
It's been absolutely thrilling for me to be in the middle of all this. It's been fantastic, and the excitement is getting ratcheted up because the women's team sprinters are going for gold in about 20 minutes time or so we're looking forward to that. There are more British fans here than French. I mean, when the French riders were out there, it was pretty noisy, but the British flags are flying. The roof's going to come off when Team GB go for that gold, so you'll hear that here on 5 Live. Kelly Cates, though, is taking over the reins presenting wise tonight. Kelly's at the athletics, and Kelly, as much as we're looking forward to the women in the sprint here, we're looking forward to Keely Hodgkinson in that stadium a little bit later on.
We absolutely are. Very good evening to everybody. Welcome to the Stade de France on a beautiful, sunny, warm evening in Paris. It's day 10 and it's Keely night. Can she go one better than Tokyo?